Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics, Dantia, Finance My Bike. Presenting your event partners for the
Good morning and welcome to the Motorcycling New South Wales live stream coverage of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. This is round 3 of the championship, the final round of our championship in 2025, and we are in Maitland, being hosted by Maitland District Motorcycle Club, and somehow the club has been able to get the venue prepared amazingly well for this weekend's racing. This area has been massively hit by rain and flooding over the past few weeks. We've had road closures, school closures, livestock's been lost and homes have been destroyed, and our thoughts are with those affected. But somehow the club has done an awesome job, and we are able to race dirt bikes today in Maitland. And it should be an awesome weekend of racing as we look to crown our champions later today and tomorrow across this weekend. I'll be with you across both days of our coverage. My name is David Hogan, and you may know me from the Always Moto podcast and YouTube channels. And joining me in the booth, again, is Mikel Constantino, and you may know him from his East Coast Motocross Schools series and his Race Pace Schools. And Mikel, despite all this weather in the region, it's looking like we're going to have another great weekend of racing.
Yeah, David, I was speaking to the club president this morning about the track, and he said that when they made the decision with Motorcycle New South Wales to go ahead, the track looked pretty good. They started to get some machines on it, worked really well, and then the rain came Monday, which they weren't expecting, and that just made it so much harder for them. But like you said, they've done a great job getting machines back out there, pushing a lot of the mud off to the side, and we've got our first practice out there, the 125cc 15 to 17 year age group, and they're getting around fine. I know they're bigger bikes, but they seem to be getting around fine, cutting in the lines, as checkered flag is out now for that practice. So I think we're in for a great day of racing. What I like about it, as much as people don't like the mud, is that we had round 1, a dry hard pack.
Lake Macquarie, yep.
Then we went to round 2, which was sort of a little bit boggy, very rutted, completely different track. Round 3, completely different again with the muddy conditions. So the guys that win the state championships this weekend are going to be the best of the best that can ride in every single condition, every single track.
Yeah, and shout out to those 3 clubs that have put on the 3 rounds of the championship so far. Obviously, Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club and the Dubbo Club out there, as well as this one here this weekend, Maitland District Motorcycle Club. Obviously, a lot of effort goes into these things, but like you said about them doing work on the Monday in the rain, if this was last weekend that this event was being run on, we probably wouldn't be sitting here doing it because the place probably had puddles everywhere because the rest of the place was flooded. So, and even only on Friday night, coming in, there were still road closures on the main highway at the New England because of the floodwaters, and they only just opened up literally last night when I was leaving after dinner. So, you know, we're pretty lucky to be here, and the club's done an awesome job to get this track in as good a condition as you can. And you can see here this drone shot we've got of the start area where everyone's sitting there. The track is actually beautiful. They've got that ripped in and rolled back down nicely. It's looking really good.
Well, you asked me before we come on broadcast, you think it'll get dusty today? Yeah. And I think we might actually see some little dust spots come up. But that 15 to 17 125, that's just finished, and just a couple of notable riders in the top 3 there. Ryan Jones leading that championship by 8 points over Riley Burgess, so that's going to be a close battle for the win. And then a bit further back, we go to Brodie Collins in 3rd place, and he's about 30 points off that. So it's really going to be between Jones and Burgess for that 15 to 17-year-old class. And I think, again, the conditions are going to make it challenging for everybody, not just those 2 riders. But up next, we've got our 9 to 12 85s, and that is quite a big class. As you can see from the drone shot, I'd say either a full grid or very, very close to. So I haven't got my abacus out yet to count the count the riders, but let's just say it's pretty much a full grid. So this will be interesting because it's not a big bike class, but it's not a small bike class either. You know, the 85s, they are the small wheels. So we'll see how they go around. A few of them paddling their canoes around the corners.
Oh, we've got a rider down at the front already.
The leader, yeah, he was trying to get some clear track, and he hadn't until he didn't. And as you can see, the riders sort of carving through the mud there. It's like icing on a cake. and
there's no smoothing out happening here.
No, there isn't. But while that mud is sort of soft, you can just go anywhere and just use your momentum and your rolling speed to just power through. When you slow down and stop, like those kids have done, you literally are stuck in the mud. But it looks like Kai Sproul on the GYTI Yamaha. He's one of our championship contenders in this class, running second, I think, in points.
He is. He's only 12 points off the lead, so still in reach of that championship.
Yep, absolutely. I thought it was 22 points.
Oh, my bad. My math's gone out already.
I was going to say Kai would be cheering if it was only 12, but no, Archie's done a great job. He won all 3 races at round 1 and come second overall, and he lost a point to Kai at round 2. So he's done everything right so far in this championship. And he really just needs to put in 3 good races, stay on the bike and finish his motos. I mean, I know he's going to want to win. I know Kai's going to want to win. And there's a number of other riders in this class. Maxi Harris, he's only 3 points behind Kai in the points, and then behind Maxi, Blade Regan, Duke Sharabim. But there's being such a big class, and I know it's common sense to say, of course you've got to try and get the best start, but in such a big class it is that much more important. You know, if there's only a dozen riders on the line, well, if you get a mediocre start, you can still work your way through. But I think that's going to be crucial. And the conditions, I think you're probably going to find there's going to be like one really good line around the track, a second best line around the track, and then just mess.
Go for an adventure in the middle and see what happens.
Yeah, an adventure, that's it. We're going to have lots of Doras or Explorers.
Exactly. Yeah. Send it and see. But we've got in this class, like you said about those couple of guys there, Kai and I think you said Archie as well at the top, but Maxi Harris is going to be in this as well. He's the third place in this championship. A few points back from Kai, so they're probably the tighter battle for second and third. Blade Regan in fourth, Duke Sharabome in fifth. They're probably the only ones that might be a chance of getting in on the last step of the podium here for the overall for the championship. But obviously there's still day championship day outrights to be done here as well. So plenty to battle for today.
Yeah, look, it's two mindsets. You know, it's want to win the day, but also want to not throw it all away, trying to win the day. So we've got a couple of riders down here just after the finish jump there. You can see in the drone shot. And what happened there is one rider's gone down, the other riders felt sorry for him and gone down as well. But no, it's more so that, you know, rider goes down in front and the first reaction of the rider behind is to jump on the brakes and generally crash with them. So,
well, unfortunately, that particular corner that you can see all the riders in at the moment, that last corner after the finish line, it is probably one of the worst ones on the track. It always tends to get a lot of ruts in it anyway, but it seems to be a bit softer there at the moment. It's just obviously holding a bit of water deeper down in there, so it's nice and soft in that section of the track this morning. And catching more kids out as they're coming in. They're following in.
We're going to call that the spider's web, that corner. So a couple of flies stuck there.
Just trapped, yep.
Yeah. And again, once we get some bigger, the bigger bikes get to ride through. Although today, looking at the program, it is 85s and smaller bikes.
It is our junior, mostly our junior runs, and the smaller bikes on track. So it's not going to get as ripped in and cut in a line, but they should still develop a decent one or two lines, like you're saying. But we're just going to still probably see some struggles potentially throughout the day, because once these are soft down, later in the day these ruts they're going to still be there, but they're going to harden up. So then they're going to be a different challenge altogether.
And you can already see the sort of arced turns, and that was made by the 125s when they went out. a lot of these little guys are going sort of all over the place, and that's going to make the lines very wavy coming into them and wavy going around them and out of them. And it's okay now, like I said, when the track is soft and there's a lot of moisture in the ground, but once that mud dries, then whatever is there is set. So
Yeah.
you saw that first corner when the riders were coming into the first turn, and there was just snaky lines going everywhere. That can be quite dangerous once that dries up and the riders are coming in there at speed. So
you can see everyone just stuck here. Just a few marshals trying to help the kids get out of this bog this morning. It's not a great way to get this day started, unfortunately. But this is we've been able to race here this weekend from the efforts of the track crew, but it's still going to be a bit wet and soppy.
I've seen some dust on the track exit
already.
Where when they left the track, as they got off, it's dry.
Yeah, look, it's what we're going to have to battle through this morning to get to a good racetrack, just given the lead up and the weather that's happened here. So, look, everyone will work it out. It'll get easier. You're just going to have a nice, interesting practice sessions this morning for everybody. Bit of cleaning to be done between the practice and first moto, I'd say.
Yeah. That brings to a close the 9 to 12 85s, the older 85 group, the 12 to 14 and 14 to 16. So they're running together today and will be scored separately. So they had less than a full group combined. So that'll save us some time in the program, and that's important. Being this time of year, it's getting dark earlier. There's already going to be shadows out there with the trees and stuff, but with the track, if you look at the sort of the colour of the track being so, because of the moisture in the ground, it's very, very dark. Once you start to lose light, it's very difficult to see the lines, and that just opens up another can of worms as far as the difficulty for the riders. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the third practice in a minute.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Probably get off the clutch a bit.
Oh, probably not to hit the limit in the air. I think I do that a bit too much. Maybe click up a year.
Probably just go faster. Smooth is fast, just focus.
Probably tell me not to squeeze the bar so hard.
A ring-a-ding-ding, I don't know. Win.
Go faster.
Make sure you win.
Go faster.
Just go faster. That's what I would say.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Eating. I love eating. I can play basketball.
I'm pretty good at everything I try. Like, Dad always tells me I'm like heaps, forgot the word.
Eating?
Sprinting and track. Play Oz tag.
Yeah.
Basketball.
All right, we've got another class on the grid here at Maitland for our practice sessions this morning. Just waiting for the track to be cleared from the previous session, and these guys will get out and about on their sighting laps and learning of the track and trying to figure their way around. As we just saw, there's a few spots that are a bit difficult to navigate for those smaller bikes. But they're all, you can sense, they're all chomping at the bit. They're all trying to get going already. They're not let you loose yet. They're creeping forward on the start, Mikkel, ready to go.
Well, again, it's wanting to be out first, clear track, not get stuck with anybody else, people crash in front of you or people run into the back of you. It's practice, first lap of practice. You don't want to be caught up with anybody. Personally, I'd want to be out first or be out last. So you see rider at the back there, he's got that idea. He's like, you know what, you go for it, guys. Go and wreck each other. I'll just hang back and go when I'm ready.
I'm gonna sit here and try and stay clean as I can for as long as I can.
That's right. But as I said, close to a full grid because it is a combined class in this one, which will make the racing a lot more competitive because I think this is the first time in the series that the two age groups have actually ridden together.
Yeah,
so
correct.
You're going to have your riders racing for a championship and also an overall today in their individual class, but then racing against guys that are not in their class. But they're still going to want to beat those guys even though they're not in the points. So
well, sometimes in those circumstances too, you just don't realise there's a bike in front of you. You think, oh, I need to pass that for position, and you don't realise it's not necessarily the guy in your class.
Yeah, maybe not at first, but maybe especially down the middle order of the group. But your top guys know who their opposition is, and they'll be knowing who's in front, who's behind. It is a bit of a chess match too, because if you're leading your championship and the guy in front of you is in the other class and he's winning the race, you're still winning.
Yeah, correct.
You can beat them for pride too, but it's not going to make any difference to your points. So, or you could go, all out, try and get them and then crash and then throw your own race away. So it will be an interesting one. Normally, classes don't like racing together for those reasons. I like it personally because it makes for great racing. Instead of having, say, 4 or 5 guys at the top, there's going to be 10 guys racing for the top.
You can see them all heading out now onto the track here, spreading out, trying to find a space of ground that they can see what they're looking at to get through this difficult, challenging track this morning.
If you look at that start straight, it is fifth gear wide open.
It's a fast section of track here. And even the first corner isn't really that much of a first corner. You're not slowing down for it as such. You've got a long way until you get to the first obstacle before you might consider buttoning off.
Yeah, so because of the conditions, you can see the riders favouring the outside lines to begin with on this first lap. Some of them exploring the middle already. I mean, they only get 3 or 4 laps of practice?
3, I think it is.
But not a lot, and the first lap under yellow flag. And it's a time practice too, so this will decide their gate picks. They're not really going to score a time off their first lap because it's kind of
it's only a three-quarter lap, isn't it?
Because they go across a couple sections to get down that second straight. We already see a couple yellow flags waving, but that looks like Seth Thomas. And this would be, you could say, a home track for Seth. He comes from the sort of Newcastle Hunter region and has raced this track many, many times. He is down in points to Blake Bohannon, but only by 6. So there's really nothing in it. They're going to have 3 races today. He's got nothing to lose, really.
Yeah, no, so 3 moto wins and he can get that done, can't he? So
that's right. Yeah,
there's a chance. Sounds simple.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
It's completely simple. It's just math, right? You just do the top 3 scores, and you're good.
Well, at least he knows what he needs to do. Where if you look at from Blake Bohannon's perspective, being 6 points up, he's probably looking at like, if I can win the first race and make that a 9-point deficit. Oh, as Seth goes down there, just in the Kennard's left-hander after the finish line, just got cross-rutted and trapped under the bike. But,
he's up and about, so he looks like he's all good. So no harm, no foul just yet.
And I actually think coming into that turn, like we're up in the booth and we're staring straight into the sun. And I think that's what makes that corner so difficult at the moment. Like once that sun moves up a bit, it's just a glare in their eyes, and trying to line up those ruts would be really challenging.
Well, it's challenging too because you're coming into that section with a bright sunlight, and then like what we're seeing on screen here now, you've got the shadows of the trees covering it over, making it a bit darker in this section of track. So the eyes are having to adjust to a few different things across this morning. The track is, got a fair bit of tree coverage around in different sections, and like now here on the drone shot, you can see there's a nice bright open section that they'll be staring at the sun.
Well, they're going in the opposite direction. The sun's behind them, but yeah, like you said, when they're riding into the sun, like this corner where we're seeing Seth go down, you just can't see. And some of the riders will opt for the clear lens, which I would personally go with just because of the darker spots on the track, and then others would go for the tinted lens to take that glare away. But then as another rider, and he's found a friend and another friend just after the finish there. So yeah, and what we just seen there in that last corner, we've seen it before with riders, one rider going down, another rider going down. It's actually a vision thing for those kids. They've got to look ahead earlier, like when you're jumping the jump before, look ahead at the corner, see there's a rider in front of you, opt for a different line option going into that turn. But look at that, going into whole shot graphics corner, the messy lines going down the straight. This is probably the best section here where we see, I think that's Cooper Sproul heading into that right-hand turn, is it? Or is that...
59.
No, that's 59. That's McCloskey. Yeah, Josh McCloskey. So they got the same sort of colour scheme, and they're about the same height too on the bike. But yeah, McCloskey, he's right in it in this championship. He's only 9 points back off Tyson Williams, so almost the same as Seth Thomas. He's got to win all 3 races, and that would tie them on points if Tyson got 3 second places, and then it'll come to count back. Who's got the most first places? Who's got the most second places? You'd be surprised how many times championships tie on points, and then you're at the end of the day trying to work the officials are trying to work that stuff out. So one rider already taken his goggles off, so he's either run out of tear-offs or he's at it looks like he's at a goggle malfunction.
There's a roll-off stream happening on that one.
Yeah. He's just married.
I haven't heard anyone refer to a roll-off stream as a just married sign out the back of the car before, but that's an interesting perspective.
Good one, I think, from any motocross riders getting married, just to hang
the roll-off streamers out
off the back of the car.
Oh. Maybe that's a promo idea for a Scott or an Oakley or something. So
yeah.
We're getting our wonderful drone footage again this morning, thanks to the coverage, the TV crew here. Getting some good shots, overhead shots here. You can see the track, and you can see all the different colours of the dirt here this morning. The darker sections, the lighter sections, obviously the jumps, they've kept them, and they've been able to roll them in and keep them nice and dry and firm. So the jump faces are going to be really good for today's racing. There shouldn't be any troubles in terms of deep ruts on those, making them a bit nasty or getting too many kickers as such. But the corners is where it's going to be nice and challenging, as you can see a couple of riders struggling over the top side of that drone shot.
There's a soft spot there. As you can see, those choppy, that as I said, that icing on the cake. That's just, it's where one rider, he's got the idea, he grabs on the throttle and just powers through it. And again, that's good. Now, while the track is soft, get those straight line ruts formed. So when they dry, because if it dries like that,
it's going to be horrible dried if that goes crusty. So
yeah, that's it.
We can see a few riders, just one down at the top of the screen near the Kennard sign, another one just getting going off the side there. There's plenty of people just making a few little mistakes here. Nothing major, just little tip-overs in the boggy ruts.
What you also got to remember is that section we're looking at there just in front of us, that's right out of the first corner. So you got riders going 4th, 5th gear around that first turn, and then
challenging themselves like this.
It's like live or die. But what will make the track a lot safer today?
Oh, we've got one upside down just there as we panned across. That's not a great position to be in.
No. Getting a dirt sample.
Hopefully he can get out from under there. He looks a little bit trapped. We might need a marshal there somewhere.
Yeah. No, shame. Sorry, we can't help you from here.
Yeah, we're a bit far away. Sorry, champ.
No, by the time we get there, it's not that we don't want to help. Pretty sure that is Cooper Sproul. Yeah. I thought he'd be on a 125 or 250 by now. He's I think he's almost my height. So some of these kids, like when they get off their bikes, you know, either we're getting shorter as we get older or they're getting taller, one of the two. But just what I mean is for this class, the 85s, like
they give me such a range in height too, can't they? Because I was actually saying to somebody this morning that I was quite shocked at the size of a Blake Bohannon when I stood next to him at the presentation at Lakes, and I watched him all day, and I thought he looked rather, good on the bike in terms of throwing it around. And now I'm standing next to him going, "You're really small to be doing what you're doing on a motorcycle. Like, well done." But just the size range, particularly this age group.
Well, you got to remember it's his first year in this big Real 85 too, so he's only 12, and where a lot of the kids he's racing against have been in the class for a couple of years. So for his first year, he's having a magic year so far, and hopefully he can keep that going. He got unlucky last year, broke his collarbone, I think, and he missed out on. I think he still got the state titles from memory, but he was leading 2 classes at East Coast MX and
didn't quite finish those off.
He couldn't finish the last round, and it was disappointing. So I really hope that he can keep. He's done so well to get to where he is, and in the series and the whole year actually, state titles, East Coast, Pro MX as well, leading that as well. So. He's put it all together.
No, doing quite well on that Yamaha ride of his as well. So just looking at this practice coming to a bit of a close here. The checker flag is out, and just noticing that our next class up is going to be the one that probably gets challenges the most. It's the 6 to 950s. This morning's efforts on the track will probably be a little bit difficult for these guys. They're going to have the leastest power, the smallest wheels.
Yeah, no, they are. I thought maybe they would get pushed back in the program, but it looks like they're going to run up next. So we'll see if they get through the first corner. David, I remember going to watch a Supercross at San Diego, and it was a mudder. It poured with rain. It was open. They had the roof open, unfortunately. I don't know.
There probably wasn't a roof in San Diego. It's California. They don't expect it to rain ever there.
They didn't expect it to rain, and we went to watch, and they had the KTM Minis go out,
which
is like a Nipper class, but probably equivalent to our 50 class. And the kids they didn't get past the third corner. They hit turn 1. A third of them made it through turn 1. And not even a third, I think. And then by the time they got to turn 2, like I said, they didn't even get really to turn 3, or the ones that did get to turn 3 just stopped. So they ended up having to call it for the 50s. And
it's those conditions do not suit 50cc motorcycles at all, and especially on a supercross track in the States. Those things would be difficult at the best of times, dry for a 50, let alone any muddy conditions. So not fun at all. But these guys are going to have a bit of a challenge this morning and see how they go around. But I think I heard at the briefing that they're going to do the a bit of a cut-off on this track this morning, so they won't have the full track to their race, but they will still get a very decent race here at Maitland. Track's still going to be nice and long for them.
Well, let's hope they can make it to the cutoff. The what I sort of equate a 50cc bike to, when you look at the kids riding it, the parents, it's kind of like a slot machine, and you ride it in the mud, and the dollars are just turning for the parents. It's just like, no. As soon as you see smoke, it's like, oh. That's not good.
So what's the grand prize at the end? Because you're saying they're paying money in the slot machine. Usually hopefully something comes out at some point.
Well, yeah, but most of the time when you go to the casino, you end up walking out with less than walked in with. But that's why I sort of look at it that way.
Yeah.
But what will be interesting is where they cut off. I'm pretty sure it's down the middle, that middle straight. Now, if we've got a lot of ruts going down that middle, it will be tricky for these kids to
cut out of
those ruts, because they're going to be like train tracks all the way down that straight. So they might need some assistance, or if the marshal sort of leads them off the track halfway down the straight off the edge, so they're able to cut across. But we'll see as we'll get a good camera shot of that, so we'll be able to tell if that is an issue. But big group when you look at it. Not quite a full grid, but I'd say there's about 30, 20 to 30 kids out there. And
so while they're sitting there waiting, we just got a little track delay. Let's just talk about who's in the championship at this point as well for this 6 to 9's 50cc Division 2. Our championship leader is Archie Blanchette, 150 points. Nice big gap. He's won all 6 motos so far through our first 2 rounds at Lakes and Dubbo. But second place is the 24 Jackson Merchant, and the third place is the 321 Deegan Mumby. Now, Archie's got a fair gap of about 44 points over second, and there's about a 23-point gap from second to third. So they're probably set, but fourth place, Sam, is Sam Akitiakano is a chance because it's 80 and 83 for third and fourth in our points here. So that might be where our battle is in terms of trying to get that last position on the podium today.
Well, even Sonny Bonds, he's only a point off Sam.
True.
Yeah.
So we've got a chance here for some action in third, fourth, fifth to see who can switch around. But I dare say, unless Archie gets stuck in the mud somewhere, he's looking good for a championship today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with Archie, realistically, if he can finish the first race in front of Jackson, he should have it. That should be that. I mean, he's going to want to win. He's won all 6 motos. He's dominated. Like, it hasn't even been a contest. Take nothing away from any of the other riders. It's just that Archie is just a couple steps ahead of everybody in this class. But that can all change. And we were talking about bikes in these conditions. Sometimes it can be completely out of your control. I mean, we've seen a lot of smoke that was just sitting on the sideline, but that's just fumes from the exhaust. But they've actually, I reckon they got through that first corner better than the 85s.
What you were saying?
I was saying the first 3. So.
Yeah, look, like we said, this is the part of the track that's probably one of the more challenging ones. That and that final corner that we've seen so far this morning are going to be the 2 spots where we see a few of these kids go down. But I dare say you're seeing them getting up and running now. They're getting out. So, yeah, there's going to be some challenging spots, but they're still going to get a decent pace up here on the rest of the track, as we can see from this rider on screen.
Yeah, well, that looks like Archie out front, is it? Number 2?
No, that's Sam? 29. That's Sam.
Sam. Yeah, Sam. Archie Diacono. He's... we were actually getting the pronunciation.
Did we get it wrong?
Yeah, I seen him at
we've been corrected
at my last race. Well, I seen him at my last race event, and I leaned over to him and I said, "How do you pronounce your last name, buddy?" And he's like, and he told me, and I was like, "Okay, that's good."
Did you apologise profusely for us?
I did. I said, "I'm really sorry, but because I thought we were getting it wrong, but yeah, Archie Diacono, and he's." Got himself out front in this practice. So the hardest part with these little bikes is their rolling speed. The moment they stop and the mud builds up on these little wheels, that's where you're cutting off. And what's quite good there is they all then stick into that left-hand lane, so they can peel off to the left-hand side. So very positive to see that at least our first few are getting through, and it doesn't look too bad. As you said, this corner after the finish will be interesting. Sam's just monstering that bike. He's definitely ready for a 65, 85. We'll see him a bit later on the 65, but he rides. He'll be moving up to the 85 next year as well. And there is that Archie.
It is the number 2, just taking past him. So
and gone down
and tipped over in our final corner. This is the one we're going to have to keep an eye on today for these kids as well. So
really great vision from the kid in third, although he got stuck on the inside, which is why most riders want to go to the outside in that corner. And so the Kennard Spiderweb has caught some more flies. But they're getting through okay. And great job by these little kids.
You see him just battling through there, paddling along, trying to keep the momentum up. Like you said, to try and keep that bike moving forward is the big challenge here. But we got this first rider across the start straight and into the next lap for them. So into that Finance My Bike corner there on the side of the track. They only do that. They don't do that section on their very first lap of the circuit. That's once they're after the start gates on lap 2.
It looks like Zio Kirchen on the 210. So when Sam and Archie got caught up in that final turn, he sort of went whizzing by, taking a different line. So great vision by him there. There's a bit of a boggy patch there on that straight just before the first turn cuts into it, where you see the riders slow right up.
I think he's just lost his momentum there, but he's got going again.
Yeah, he has. He's trying to get to that outside. See the lighter dirt?
Yeah, trying to find the grip.
Right-hand side. He's trying to get onto that dry dirt. I can't see where the track markers are, though, from
this angle?
Up here.
No.
Yeah, it's a bit too high up, and the track markers are white, so they don't really stand out. But
little one just went down there, trying to get to that same spot that you're talking about. But I think for these kids this morning, I think I'd be happy if I'd let them go outside that track marker just there to let them get a bit of feel for this.
Yeah, it's not our call.
It's practice. It's practice.
It's not our call. The problem with it, though, is when riders start to do that, to maybe find some drier, more hard-packed real estate, is the ruts then form and dry that way, pushing them out to the side. And so if there was to be a penalty or anything, some of the riders would get in that rut, and the rut would then shoot them off the side of the tracks, and some would be going off intentionally, some unintentionally. And thing is, though, we have to ride inside the track markers. It is the same for everybody, but it is tough for these little guys. You see that turn there, and what we were talking about earlier about there being one good line and then a second best line. As you see the rider going around the outside, that's Archie. He's seen those kids go down. He hasn't stopped. He's kept rolling. There was a rider really close to them, and as you see, that rider did not what Archie did. That rider's come up behind that rider, grabbed a handful of front brakes, and didn't realise his dad just put new brake pads on.
Dug in and tipped over. Yeah, Dad blame Dad. Yeah, good on him. But yeah, Archie was doing a nice line there, actually running right around the top edge of that berm, and that's where the track crew's done something really nice with that last sort of foot or so up at the top of the corner is still compacted and still firm. So there is a chance for these kids to get around. They just got to find that right part of the track to get the momentum and drive through. But yeah, we're seeing a bunch of the kids here at the end of the track just probably getting the 1 or the 2 laps and taking the chance. They've seen the track and they're going back in to clean up and get ready for their races and not risking anything else. But there is one bike there just a bit smoky as it went off. So
yeah, that was the slot machine. So the wash bays will be getting a workout today.
Lucky we've had plenty of rain, so there's plenty of water in that dam just in front of us here that feeds the wash bay. So that will definitely be getting. That'll be probably the most popular spot on the track. We'll be waiting for the queue of the wash bay.
We'll go to a break now and come back shortly with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships at Maitland.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
If I got paid, I'd probably wear a Ronnie Mack outfit.
Ronnie Mack's outfit. Princess. Yeah, those inflatable dinosaurs.
Probably a dinosaur costume.
Batman.
Princess.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna? Gentlemen to the king.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Keno feeling.
Kenneth.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So, David, we're back with our next practice on the line, the 12 to 16 junior girls class, and about 8 girls on the line. So they do have the luxury of being able to spread out in this practice and have a good look at the track. They will be doing full track. As you saw with the 50s, they were cutting off to the side to just at least get them around the track. Also, there's right down the back, I think it's quite boggy, and we would just lose kids. So we don't want that. And so the officials making the right decision there with the 50s. But these girls, look, they've been racing state titles. So, they should, this is going to be challenging for them, but they're at that level where they can ride these conditions, and we'll see who can come out on top in this one.
Yeah, speaking about coming out on top, but the rider that's been dominating this class, winning all the motos here, Eliza Dennis, 265 on the Yamaha, sitting there in the centre of screen. She'll be looking to try and finish off here in Maitland for the third round and maybe try and get another 3 motos, or at least, definitely securing this championship. She's got a 20-point gap over Ada Harris, the 219 on the Husky, who's also there just on the left of the screen as we're looking at it. Third place, the 288 Mia Cameron. She's 40 points down from first, but only 20 down from second. So there's a chance, depending on what happens in some of these motos, and maybe the conditions cause someone to tip over to lose, maybe get a poor result. But there's not that many in the field, so you're not going to lose heaps of points because you're not going to drop out of scoring anything as such if you had a 30 or 40 gate field. But yeah, look, between them, we have a championship.
Yeah, well, one of our top 5 is not racing today, Sienna Cyprian.
I think I just saw her on the, if I'm just not mistaken, I think I saw her sitting in the back of the screen there, but maybe she just wasn't on the entry list at the time that this was put together. Is that, no, 429?
No, that's Chloe Cyprian is out there.
Okay, so no, maybe she is sitting out of this one.
She might have an injury. I mean, if her sister's racing.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw her in one of the other classes, just not this one. I saw a few people that had been in 2 classes, and this weekend they weren't in the 2 that I thought they were going to be.
Yeah,
so
maybe she's focusing just on the one class. But Eliza, like you said, she's dominated this class, and her goal will be to get out in front, just so that she doesn't have to battle with anybody, and wrap up this championship as well as, again, I think her goal is not just to win the championship. She wants to win every moto that she actually goes in. Ada has got in front of her a couple times and made her work for it. But once Eliza gets out front, she tends to check out pretty quick.
And I got to speak a little bit to Eliza yesterday afternoon. We're doing some of the interviews some of those silly questions you see pop up from the riders answering in the coverage through the ad breaks. And we're doing those with a few of the riders yesterday that had the red plates for their classes, and talking to Eliza. And she was in a good mood. She was all playful. So there wasn't any pressure sort of seemed to be building up on her about what's happening this weekend. She was just having a good time and answering the questions and telling us that she was going to be a princess if she had to wear a costume when she was racing in one of the answers. So that was, good to see she's in a good mood,
Well, interesting to see if you only got a 3-point lead, what you're, I think you'd be more businesslike in your answers, because your focus would be that much more. And that's where you've also got to be careful, because if you get complacent with a difficult track like they've presented with today, it can come up and bite you, and next minute you're on the ground. So she's got to focus. Even if she could probably back it off a little bit, instead of going all out 100% speed, just back it off about 80% and make sure she hits her marks and lines and everything, and just has a clean run. When I say clean, I mean not just staying clean, but
staying upright.
Staying upright.
Yeah.
Staying on the bike.
I don't think anybody's going to stay clean this weekend, Mikel.
Because it's, we're talking about the 50s with the potentially having, bike breakdowns. In this class or any other class, it's not just a bike breakdown. If you fall off in a turn, like we've seen a couple of riders do, and the bike falls on your legs and you're trapped, and if there's, not that you're supposed to get help, but if there's nobody around to help you, you could be down, DNF the race, or potentially drop a couple laps and come last anyway. So, yes, she has a 20-point lead, but that can very quickly be closed down if you have a problem. So she's going to want to, like I said, get out front, get some clean track. It is not over until the final checker flag waves. With the big lead that she has, she's probably got to finish 2 races to just guarantee that she's got that win in the bag.
Well, just a reminder for everybody, it's 25 points per moto as a winning position here, 22 for second and 20 for third. So there's plenty of points there on offer. So she's, with 20-point lead, she's got a good gap, but not enough to say that she's already sealed it up. And
no, that's right.
She could seal it by the end of the second moto, but probably not before the end of the first. So she's still got a bit of work to do here yet.
Yeah, she does, and she's got first out in practice. And Ada's been, you could honestly say the number 2 rider in this class. She's sort of been a step ahead of everybody else as well, but just not quite on Eliza's pace. And the best thing for her is, like she did at Dubbo, she got in front of Eliza a couple of times. Stayed in front for about half a lap or so until Eliza got past, stuck with her, sort of put the tow rope on for a bit, and once Eliza sort of broke away a little bit, then she checked out. So it's a good opportunity for her, especially, like I said, you got that one good line around the track, and if she can get in front and then ride those good lines, stick to that main line, Eliza's going to have to then step out of that main line to make a pass somewhere. Or I think what you'll also find today, because of the conditions, is riders, rather than trying to force a pass, they'll just sit behind the rider in front, wait for a mistake, and if no mistakes happen, then maybe on about the 3rd lap or so, start to put pressure on and actually make a pass. Sometimes you don't actually have to do anything. You can just wait for the rider in front to make a mistake. Depends how far back you are too. If you're in second place, you can afford to sit there for 3 laps. You're going to learn the lines that the rider in front of you is taking, and get to that point, like I said, you might have a couple laps to go. Well, then you've got a couple laps to actually make a pass. But if you're way back in the field, then there's no waiting. It's just
You've just got to go.
Just go. Take different lines, just make passes and move forward.
We're getting our drone shots again here this morning across the Maitland track here, and just seeing how this track is developing and the ruts that are in certain sections and lack of ruts in others, because they've done a good job here to keep it nice and flat in some areas. And there's Eliza just making her way around Motorcycling New South Wales corner. No problems getting the jumps done. Like, the track's not in that bad a condition. You're not, making the jumps or getting a good run. She's flying.
No, well, the club's pushed a lot of the mud on the straights. It's pushed a lot of the mud to the side. So it's really just the corners that have got the boggy lines. And that's okay, because that's where we want the ruts to form. It's good if the straights don't get too rutted, because then that allows the riders to move around a bit and take different lines, set up passes by switching from left to right or right to left, depending on where the rider in front of them is going. As just like the 50s, one rider's done 2 laps and gone, yep, that's it. I've seen the track. Yeah. I don't want to see any more.
Got my time in for qualifying. I'm good. Let's go and have a rest and clean up. I'm going to be first to the wash base.
That's it. Yes. No, that's right. But also looking at it again in this class, like eight riders on the grid. Gate pick's not
an issue, really, is it?
It's not an issue at all. We look at we're looking at a young 85 class. Almost a full grid. Even the older 85 class, because of the combined 12 to 14, 14 to 16, that's gate pick is crucial in those classes.
Yeah. No, it makes a big difference when the number of people on the gate is a bit reduced. So.
And they run an enduro here at Maitland, the New South Wales Enduro, actually a couple of weeks ago, and they ended up, I think, calling it.
We had to cancel day 3.
So you were
day 2.
Were riding?
I was meant to ride.
Yeah, okay.
But I wasn't.
You chickened out?
Well, no. So I was only entered in for the Sunday. And so when I got here on Saturday afternoon to check it out as the cross country was going on and the rain was hammering down, they then unfortunately called it off late Saturday night, Sunday morning. And so we didn't end up getting to ride. But yes, the venue was very much wet at that point. And this is nothing like that right now. So the motocross guys have got it good. The enduro guys did not get it so good at that round a few weeks back. So
yeah, one of the riders in practice has got the rain jacket on, and that's not for the rain. It's just to try and keep the top part of their gear clean, and that's what happens when you wear a white jersey. But you'll see, I'm sure, that come off for the race. They'll take that off. Just because it's a little bit uncomfortable wearing that on top, and you get very warm when you ride as well. So having that extra layer on, you just be sweating that much more.
It's like wearing a garbage bag, plastic bag over you. You just sweat inside of it. So
have a look at that straight. Where they cross the start straight, it's the water's either come to the surface or there's a burst pipe. I'd say it's just the water's come to the surface.
Yeah.
So as the riders across that start straight, because they've pushed the mud off the start straight to make it as hard pack as possible, as safe as possible, so that we don't have these huge ruts going into turn 1 and riders getting cross-rutted. But then just off the start straight is where it's quite muddy, and you can see the riders have gone through there, and it's like we've said the word challenging many times today. So
well, there's a challenge right on screen at the moment. This section of that's after the start area, that first corner. This is the straight afterwards, and that one seemed to be the big challenge for the riders, because there's a couple of girls down there just battling their way through that straight and into that left-hand corner there.
Well, the outside lines are going to be the game line in pretty much all the corners today, just railing the outsides, keeping the speed up. Because riders can try and go to the inside to make passes, but because they're going to have ruts to deal with, entry ruts going into the turns, and ruts coming out of the turns and bogginess in the middle of the straights, it's going to be hard to make a pass on the insides anyway. So if you can get out front, get to the outside lines, and we've got that split section over there. That's the first time we've got a shot of that, and most of the riders looking like they're going outside inside through that section. But as those ruts get deeper and deeper, because everybody is favouring that outside-inside, that's when the inside-outside will then come into play and possibly be a good option. So that's one of the best passing places on the track. Also the sand section that we've just gone over, where we see a rider.
I think that's Eliza Dennis just going possibly down in that Motorcycle New South Wales corner as we caught her on screen there.
And I think that's the shadows. That's going from the light into the dark,
like
and
we were talking about,
not being able to see the rut. and then cross-rutted on the front wheel. Is that Ada that's...
Ada's just gone past her, trying to fill her in now on the way around on the last lap here of the track.
Yep, if this was for the race win, Ada would be getting it. It's going to be a side-by-side racing to the flag. So it's... that brings the girls' practice to a close. And we've got one of our 65 age groups, David, on the line, the 10 to 12, 65. So our older 65 age group, but still on the little bikes. And they'll make it around. If the 50s got around, these kids will get around. But the 50s, remember, we're doing a short track. These kids have to do the whole track.
All right, so who's going to be our explorer on this class, do you reckon? Who's going to send themselves out in front and see if they can make the way around the whole lap in one piece?
Well, Kai Sproul on the 85 was first out. I predict he'll be him or Archie. Any one of our top kids will want to be out first. And Kai's also dominated the 65 class where Archie has the 85 class in control. I'm not sure what happened with the points with Archie in the 65s though, because
he had a couple of DNFs at Lakes, if I remember, and they're down here in second motor and third motor. So I don't remember exactly what happened, but he's lost a bunch of points in that round and made up a lot at Dubbo. But yeah, he's down in the standings a little bit. But yeah, Kai's been dominant all 6 motos so far through Lakes and Dubbo as the winner. So he's got a good handy lead in the championship with 42-point gap over Blade Regan here. So things are looking good for Kai there in terms of that side of things. But it's fairly tight down in the points for second and third between Blade Regan and Maxie Harris, because there's only, 5 points between the two of them.
Yeah, no, that's real close.
And even if we go back down fourth,
he's only
3 more points. So there could be, and even we go then down. Fifth place. I don't think fifth place is actually here unless we've got it, unless he's been a later entry. But there was only 9 points back further to fifth place of Ollie Kale. But
yeah, Ollie had an injury that he sustained up at Sunny Stakes.
Okay, so that does explain that one, so that absence.
So he's out.
Yeah. So, but look, so between third and fourth, second, third, fourth, we could have a bit of a change up here in the standings. For Kai, things are looking good, but.
Yeah, that's right. And even for Archie DNFing those first couple motos earlier on, he's going to have the chance to possibly make up some positions depending on how some of those guys. He might actually find himself in the top 5 overall by the end of this one, as our 65s are just headed off the line now. And again, all good until we get to that first corner, and as I said, we'll see one of the riders hit one of those sort of
catching a rut already.
Yeah, just those edges, just those sort of snaky lines that are formed. As again, you see the riders are just heading off the side of the track there, just to get to that dry line. And you've either got the very left there, where not the very left where the rider's on the grass, but the other rider now that's sort of paddling his way through. You've either got that very left line there heading into the inside, or they're trying to get over to that very right-hand side to get the dry line in.
They're making their way around not too bad so far. They're heading into the centre of the track now. Probably the drier part here with a couple of jumps, a couple of tabletops in a row that look really dry, and actually some dust puffs coming up on there as they're landing on top of the tabletop. As we watch a few of them go through and see those longer ruts there on that straight through the middle of the track. And one rider just paddling there on the drone. But they're getting around not too bad, Mikkel, so far on this opening lap here for this particular class.
So again, that split lane, again, most of them going outside, inside, and that is the favoured line. We'll see if anybody, doesn't look like anybody else is trying the other option yet. And that outside, inside works really well, because when you exit that second corner, the lines actually meet up with the outside. So you're sort of risking a position if you go that inside-outside option. You can only really do it if you're going for the pass and there's nobody directly behind you.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you'd use if you're needing to not follow to make a pass and not get caught in somebody else's mistake. So Yeah, we'll see how it develops. It might change later in the day, but for now, that seems to be the go-to position.
Yeah, as a leader of practice, and it's only just practice, but it's for some riders, it's
and it is Kai.
Yep, on the GYTR Yamaha. And in second, another Yamaha rider.
The 409, that is
it's one of our Queensland
Hudson
riders.
Francis.
Yeah, Queensland riders. So I was looking at the rider list. We've got about a dozen Queenslanders that are racing today, and maybe some Victorians as well. So that just mixes things up too, because these are kids that aren't in the championship, but they are riders that can finish in between riders that are racing for points. So it's like what we were talking about earlier, where we had that combined class with the 85s, that if that rider's in front of you, they're not really in the points. Do you have to risk it for the biscuit to try and pass them and then crash? Or you go, well, look, they're not in the points anyway. I can take a second in this race. If it's perfect race conditions and dry and racy, no problem. Then go for it. But got to just ride with your head today, I think. You don't need to be the fastest, because if you're on the ground, you're gonna drop, 30 seconds maybe more.
Well, and particularly in practice this morning, it's more about just figuring out what's going to be the good line to take and where you can actually make some passes and carry your speed, and where you'd have to not and be sensible on it. So, yeah, we just got to get through this morning's sessions in a good state to set yourself up for a good day.
Yeah, that's right. And when we talk about favoured lines, most of the riders going to the outside of this Cunard's corner after the finish line, and because most of the riders are favouring that line, the foot pegs are starting to... The ruts are that deep.
We're getting deep, aren't we?
The foot pegs are catching, and it's because the riders are not wanting to even try the inside. So they're going to have to start doing that.
Somebody's going to have to pioneer a different line at some point, because the foot pegs are going to get stuck here very shortly. They're getting really close to being just wedged in the dirt. So
and the other thing is, because they're going outside around that turn, they're going inside around the next turn, and the ruts coming out of that next corner, the NMA corner, are really deep, and riders are just coming to a stop. So creating that new inside around the Kennard's turn, inside-outside, will then give you that outside line to rail.
Yeah, and we're going to need to have something there, otherwise we're going to have no passing through that section, because you're just going to have to follow, aren't you? If it becomes that bad.
In the race, it's going to be interesting, especially if riders do follow, as we see.
Well,
and the other thing, vision-wise, like Kai's just gone around that corner, but he can't see that there's 3 or 4 other kids down in the exit, but he
manages
sort of
to work
over.
around it, yeah.
Well, halfway between the two corners, he looked over, he's seen them, he switched his line to the outside. So good vision there.
You're going to have to be careful in like an opening lap of the race when there's like 20 of you in that corner. If one of you gets stuck or has a tip over into one of those ruts and blocks a line that 5 other people are following along, it could be a bit of a bottleneck in that section here this morning, depending on how aware people are as they're heading into that section of track. So
yeah. And it's, even if you don't fall down, the rider in front of you gets stuck. And we saw that actually last round. Kai probably won't like me saying this, but...
Oh, yes, I remember this situation.
The lap rider, and he took another rut just next to the rut he was in, but because the rider in front of him fell across into his line, so, it was really nowhere he could go. He didn't crash, but he just had nowhere to go, and that's where the riders have to be really clever and try and give 2 to 3 rut space gap, so that you're at least not going to get stuck. And we see, I think that looks like Burgess that's gone inside in that turn. Is that right? Wiley Burgess' younger brother. That's Flynn, yeah. I didn't realise he was already up in the 10 to 12 65s, but he is. Such a small kid. But he got through that inside fine, and he went inside outside when all those riders were down on the outside, so good vision by him as well.
Yeah, at some point in practice, this is what practice is for, isn't it? To try that other line when there's not something on the line as such. Yeah, we're doing a qualifying session, but get one lap and then you spend your next 2 trying to do something different to see how you can get yourself.
Yeah, give yourself some line options so that when you're racing the other kids, you've at least got another option. And I think the sand sections, that straight and that next corner is going to be another good passing option there, because the outside becomes the inside. And what I mean by that is on that sand straight, if you can get to the left of the rider that you're trying to pass and go faster around that sand corner around their outside, you then control the inside into that next left. So that's another good passing spot. We'll also be able to give you some of the lap times and the riders that have been getting those lap times. And Kai Sproul with the quickest lap time in practice, 8 seconds quicker than the next rider, Matafiglio, Magafiglio, and pretty close with everybody else after that.
Maxi Harris there in third. So, yeah, bit of a gap for Kai and so far this morning in this session, but I wouldn't take too much away from this one.
No, lap times are good, but they give you a gauge of kind of where you are, but not an exact. And as you see, Hudson Francis hasn't got a great lap looking at it, but I predict he'll be one of the top 5 kids overall today.
So, yeah, it's Kai Sproul, Blade Regan, Ryder Magafiglio, Maxi Harris, Archie Black, Caden Riley, Flynn Burgess, Levi Bittick, Cruz White, and Hudson Francis is your top 10 in this class as that session comes to a close.
Yeah, well, now we've got our younger ones, 7, 10s. So these are the kids that half of them were out there battling on the 50s, and the other half of them are actually riding 9 to 1285s, because it's got that crossover age group where your 9-year-olds, and because it's 7 to under 10, and some of these kids in this class will be 10 already, but they were 9 at the beginning of the year, so they get to still ride this class. So a mixture of sizes of riders and ages of riders with that 7 to 10 year age group. And what's confusing for the little kids on the 50s is they've got to remember that they don't do the cutoff in this class. They've got to keep going straight. Otherwise, they'll get a really good lap in.
One of the drawbacks of having a cutoff and riding 2 different classes, but one uses and one doesn't use the cutoff. So
I've seen it happen.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Many times.
You're on autopilot. You think you just finished one race and you've got to keep doing the same thing. And, yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. So championship-wise in this one, 7 to 10s. Our leader in this championship at the moment is Stella Harding. She's got a 25-point gap over Hudson Gould, and who then has a 6-point gap over the number 2, Archie Blanchett. So, and then Archie's only got a 1-point gap over 4th place, Mason Ryan. So tight there in, 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, if you ask me for a result in this one, I'd have to go with Stella, just because of the points gap that she's got as far as taking this championship. But again, the day is young, and we'll just have to see how it goes. But she's definitely in the driver's seat. As far as everybody else, I'm sorry, I couldn't give you I'd be guessing.
Not picking that one?
Not picking, because honestly, they're that close in points. It could be anywhere. And, I think it's going to be the kid that gets the start and stays on the bike. As I said, I don't think it's going to be the fastest kids that necessarily will win today. It's going to be the smarter ones. And that's just from their whole strategy for race day. Even a lot of riders, you say to them, how are you going to go today? And they go, oh, good. And say, well, what's your plan for the day? And they just look at you and, I don't know.
Yeah. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I'm just going to ride.
Plan for that. I'm just going to ride the bike.
Yeah.
But having that strategy beforehand, knowing what you're going to do before you get out there, sort of visualizing, even when you're sitting on the line, visualizing the first corner and the second corner and the third corner, so that, because it's so hectic and exciting and nervous at the same time at the start of the race, you get to turn 1 and you go, what do I do? Where do I go? And if you've already sort of thought about that and imagined it in your head that, okay, if I get the whole shot, I'm going to take this line in the first turn, this line in the second turn, this line in the third turn. By the time you get to the third corner, you're actually in the race.
Well, speaking of sort of premeditating a couple of lines, did you watch the AMA at Parla last week and Ty Masterful's premeditated line in that first moto?
Yeah.
That was a master stroke to get to the lead, where he railed the outside berm and then did something nobody else was doing by doubling over into a roller.
Yes.
To sort of gap the field there and take the line. So that's that sort of premeditation of knowing where you're going to go, turn 1, turn 2, and if you're in a certain position that you can do a certain thing to try and, get that gap and make a charge to the front, or be charged from the front. So, yeah. But looking at these kids here on the start line, this has got to be one of our bigger fields of the day.
Yeah, the 7 to 10 65s and gate pick will be crucial for this. But what I like about the start straight, it's such a long start straight that it actually doesn't matter where you are on the grid. If you get a great jump out of the gate, you can move from the outside or the inside. If you're on the inside, you can move back to the middle. But it also allows you, if you don't get a good jump, it allows you to then make up time down the straight and under brakes heading in the turn, as long as you're not boxed in by riders around you. So it's you normally wouldn't see riders parking on the very inside or the very outside because that doesn't normally give you a great line into the first corner. But what it does do is it gives you space. So if you don't get a great jump and you're on the very outside or close to, you've got room to move so that you can make it up, as I said, with gear changing down the straight or braking into the first turn. So I think most of our hole shots will probably come from the middle, near the box. Middle to outside, possibly.
You don't think we're going to have that same sort of tussling for the outside gate that we had at Dubbo, where that was the primo line? It was inside then outside, and then it was inside at the start. It switched to the outside, and then that was where every hole shot came from. You knew what was going to happen from the motos.
Look, I was on the start straight. We were putting up some banners this morning, just finishing off the banners on the track, and the club, give them another shout out about what a great job they've done with the track. The start straight is completely firm underneath. Like they've just sort of fluffed up the surface, so it's not skatey, but it is hard underneath you. There's a little bit of a boggy bit there in the middle, so you will see riders rather choosing gates that'll be to the right or to the left of that, but it's only a patch, and then the rest of it is hard and dry. So I don't think that, yes, your point from Dubbo, that it'll be very on the left or very on the right. We'll
have a bit more of a mixed bag from the middle, I reckon. So yeah, we won't be just one particular gate getting all the hole shots this weekend, but I can just see that there's a little bit of a hold up before this class coming onto the track. We're doing a little bit of track maintenance near the exit of the track here in that final corner, or at least they're trying to pick up some of the dirt there. I'll see what they're going to do here shortly, but yeah, might be a little bit of a time here before we get to the riders on track. So we're going to take a break on our coverage, and we'll be back shortly with the 65 7 to 10s.
So what do you think's going to make you have a good race today? What are you going to have to do to get up the front?
Just not crash and keeping the main lines, don't go out of them, and that should go good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, dude.
A good start for sure, but probably just you need to keep your momentum. You can't let off the throttle.
So the advice from Levi is keep it wide open. Good work, buddy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
If I got paid, I'd probably wear a Ronnie Mack outfit. But
Ronnie Mack's outfit.
Princess.
Yeah, those inflatable dinosaurs.
Probably a dinosaur costume.
Batman.
Princess.
Well, they're off the mark, the 1065s, as we are here at round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships at Maitland, the final round of the state titles. These kids, some of them have, I'm pretty sure, have already been out, but some of them haven't. Like, this is their first time going out, because some riders just focus on one bike. Others will ride 2. Most of them will ride 2, but then if you've got a kid that's a bit big for a 50, stepping up to the 85, doesn't want to race the 85 yet, then maybe you won't have them. You won't have them riding multiple classes because they're not confident yet on the bigger bike. Or it might be a little 50 kid that's just not big enough, only standing an inch tall off the seats, not ready for a 65 yet.
Yeah, can't handle the size of the bike, or maybe they haven't learnt the clutch yet from that side of step up as well. So,
is that Mason Ryan out front on the 242? He's 272.
272. That's our Hudson Gould.
Hudson Gould, second place in the championship, and making. It's going to be interesting for the lap scorers today and the score tower to get these results correct. And thankfully we got transponders. I actually don't know how we survived.
back in the dark ages.
How did we do it? 10 years ago or so, when there was no transponders, it was just lap scoring. Were the results actually correct, or did we just go, you know what, we just accept it for what it is?
Look, if you talk to my mother-in-law, who was very much a lap scoring demon at times, she'll tell you they were absolutely 100% accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hers were. Yeah. Okay. But look, it's we've just become so reliant on the technology, and then the trouble is that when it doesn't work, as we see Hudson, he is just powering around this track. And although he's got some riders that are right there with him, but he's getting around really, really well on that outside. Again, sticking to those outside lines, keeping the momentum up, not jumping on this first lap, because it is
is the first sighting lap, as they say. It's meant to be a bit of a look-see, not a jump and do everything crazy lap, but they can from lap 2. So.
Yep, so from
here we go.
As they cross the finish line, is that Stella?
Oh, here we go. They've made a little line to go around our problem corner, problem section for the smaller kids, is what they were doing with the track work there.
That's really interesting, because where they cut back onto...
It's right in that mud puddle?
The truck, luckily, being that the start straight is hard, there's not going to be any ruts actually forming in, but it might turn the ruts slightly. So when the riders that are actually going straight into that section, they're going to be going around sort of like
the angle's going to be off, isn't it?
Yeah. So they've got to be really careful when they're crossing into that.
I wouldn't be surprised at the end of this practice session that they go through this S-bend at the end of the finish line here and across the start straight and completely just plough it back flat with the posi track or something. That would be probably the aim, I would hope, to try and make that not do what you're saying and have that weird angle where they're joining back in with 2 different sections of track. So,
well, personally, being that they are cutting onto the start straight, I would prefer to see them just go straight up the start straight into turn 1.
Missed that a little bit of section.
It's certainly going to be a good passing spot, I think, where they've got to cut back on there, because the riders are slowing right up to turn into that. So, and maybe it won't be as much of a problem, what I was saying about the turned ruts, because you can see it's quite wet, so it'll stay soft, and when the riders go into it at speed, it'll probably just straighten back out again anyway.
Well, we're starting to get some lap times up here, and Hudson Gould is our first one up on the board at the moment, followed by Stella Harding and Tate Biddick. Not much between Hudson and Stella, just 2 seconds on that first lap, but it's only the first time that they've got on the boards here showing up. So,
well, I think also with Hudson getting out front in that lap, and he was in front of Stella as well, so even if Stella was going to put in a quicker lap, she wouldn't have been able to, because she would have had to follow a lot of the lines, and I'm looking to see where Hudson is now. It looks like Stella may have actually either got in front, unless Hudson's further in front than where she is. But we'll see next time they come around. She was 2 seconds off the
Yeah, I think we'll get a
time.
bit different look at it this time because Stella looks like she's on the move here, going pretty well. Just making her way past a couple of yellow flag sections here, but running a nice line there into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
Snaky line coming out from far left to far right. So here we go. Yep, so something's happened to Hudson because I haven't seen him come through the finish, and Stella has.
So this is our cut-off section that you can see here on our drone shots. We're missing the S-bend there with the Kennards High corner. We're cutting onto the start straight, and we're ending up back in that Finance My Bike corner there on that little section that's not part of the main section of track. It's missed on that first lap. And then they're joining back in here, back to the main section where the start comes through and into the next, that's the next challenging section of track for us today.
Well, it is, and again, where those riders are trying to get off the track on that right-hand side, that's where they're struggling.
You can see a few of them just struggling through this section and having to paddle their way through, making a couple of them going up, like I said earlier, just going outside of those track markers just to make it easier on themselves this morning to get around the track.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the officials do there, whether they just sort of let it run and or actually try and do something as one of the riders is just not those bikes would be about 20 kilos heavier with all that mud on it, and it's hard to pick up the bikes in the first place. We look at that tabletop there. It's like a triple tabletop. It's a tabletop with a hump on the top of it, and the hump is for some of the smaller bikes that can't clear the whole thing. It gives them something to land on, so I like that. Look at that line. Did you see that down that left-hand side? It was completely dry. It was off the track, but it was quick.
That's why it's completely dry.
Yeah. and again, I think that's going to be interesting for the officials because, if riders are staying within the track boundaries and that's going to be slower, but they're doing that because that's what they're supposed to do, and then others just go, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go off the track here. As we see Stella coming up behind, sort of carving her way through the lap riders. I know it's not a race, but she's this is great practice for her, especially if she doesn't get a good start. She's just taking different lines. Like I said, great vision. I thought she was going to go inside that time, and she's again swung out to that outside line.
Well, she's put in a good time here on the previous lap to go to the top of the board. She's got a 250, and she's got about a 6 or an 8 seconds. We'll see it when it scrolls back around over the rest of the field, but she might be on another hot one here. She comes towards the finish flag, so we'll get an update on this lap and see whether she's gone quicker again, but no problems for Stella on this track at the moment. Yeah, she has gone quicker again, 247, so almost, 11 seconds we've got over the rest of the field at this stage. So.
Yeah, well, Malachi Van Mondenberg from Harvey Bay up Queensland way. So I haven't seen him yet at State Tiles, and he's second fastest qualifier. So that's what I was saying earlier about we have these interstate riders come and race that haven't done the full series, and they're going to finish in between riders that are racing for a championship.
Oh, Hudson Gould's jumped up, bud. He's got himself back in the second there, so got a 254, just in front of Malachi. Mason Harvey's there in fourth. So just keeping an eye on our riders coming through the finish section here as we're watching some of those finish times for this qualifying session. This is our last practice session, if I'm not mistaken, for the morning's program. So we're going to be getting in the racing here shortly, Mikkel.
Yeah, we are. We're going to have our 15 to 17s 125 class, and those will be our big bikes, and they were first practice out when the track was really soft. So we'll see how they go, because they would have set some lines, and then you've had about 6 practices of riders just going everywhere.
Yeah.
So those lines would have changed. I think they've got to be really careful on that first lap. Like, you're trying to get a good start, you're trying to be careful, but you're also not wanting to give up any positions either and hold position. So it's really makes it easier to crash on that first lap when you're just trying to learn the track. And we talked about the points in this championship as only being an 8-point deficit from Ryan Jones back to Riley Burgess. So there's nothing in it. And then the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th also again between Brodie Collins, Cameron Shaw, Deacon Dew and Bailey Harris. There's only 3 points separating those 3 riders.
And look, if I'm not mistaken, that Burgess is only like 8 points back, but that could have been a lot different. That first moto at Lakes, where he had a bit of an issue and got a DNF in that one. So,
yeah.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was out front early in that one, or at least partway through, and then had the issues. So, yeah, look, he's been working his way back in this particular championship for this class. But, yeah, 8 points. He's got the chance if he does all 3 motos, he wins.
Look,
it sounds simple again, doesn't it?
It does, and he has, like you said, he has worked his way back. He's got some really good finishes, won some races, and where Ryan Jones leading the points has been very, very consistent.
Yeah,
hasn't necessarily won all the races, but he's made sure that if he's not winning, he's 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th in that top 5.
Yeah, 4th is his worst finish, but he has got 1 moto win at Lakes in second moto there. So, and then a bunch of 2nds and a 3rd. So he's been Mr. Consistent in this championship, and that's paid off really nicely for him because he's definitely going to finish 1st or 2nd in this championship based on the points gap back to 3rd. So,
well, Riley is a really good starter. So that's going to be his advantage today. But then looking at the start, it is a different start to what we had at Lakes and Dubbo. It's got the metal grade on it, so very grippy. I'd like riding grippy dirt, but it's a different starting technique for every surface that you're on. The starting grade, you'd need to get your weight quite forward. Because it's not a rut where the bike sits a little bit lower, you might need starting blocks to stand on to get the height that you need. And then if you look at where the riders come off the gate, there's about a half a foot drop down to the dirt. So as you go off, if you're not gripping with your legs and you drop off the concrete or off the metal grate onto the dirt, that's where you can get a little bit squirrely and have to back the throttle off to get back to straighten up and then get back on it again. So a good starting technique is going to be crucial here.
So if we look at this shot we've got here on the start, you can see the 299 right in the middle of the box there. That's Ryan Jones, sorry. And then if you go just a couple over to his right, our left on screen, you'll see the 275, Riley Burgess. There are 1-2 in the championship. So Riley's gone a little bit wider than Ryan in terms of gate pick here.
Another good starter, the 99, Cooper Bowman. Like he's not in the top 5 in points in this one because I think he had a bad race at Dubbo, a DNF, or I'm pretty sure he had a bike issue.
He had the last moto of this class at Dubbo. Yes, he had a DNF, so he went 3-1 as DNF his moto scores. So
I'm going to throw his dad under the bus there. I was talking to his dad and he didn't tighten up the bolts on the on the brake caliper. The brake caliper come off, and
you don't need brakes to race motorcycles, do you?
When the brake caliper on your front wheel is swinging around the front wheel, and it could potentially get caught in the spokes and throw.
So you're saying it was dangerous?
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe in that scenario, yeah, sure. But otherwise, you don't need brakes. You just got to throttle. That's what that's for, isn't it? And the clutch. That's what Eli Tomac's mantra is. You just throttle it back with the clutch.
Yeah. I'd say if you just lost the front brakes but it was still connected, sure.
Yeah.
You could finish the race with just back brakes.
I'll give you that, yeah, sure.
But, yeah.
Went with a safer ploy, so yeah, probably smarter there for Cooper. But yes, he's a good starter. So he's gone a bit further out on the gate here. So
and that wider option is the safer option going into the turn because there's less chance you get boxed in. I am surprised, though, that all the riders have chosen to bunch up right next to each other. Like with not a big grid, I'd prefer to be have a couple gates either side of me, you know.
Well, that's what, if you look to the far right of screen, the 23 there, that's Corey Eisel. He's been not too bad and up the front in these races as well, but he's got a gap or so between him on either side of him. I can't quite see to his left. But
oh, yes. Yeah, I didn't even see him there, to be honest.
Yeah, he's just sort of out of view, isn't he? Just on the edge. But
he's hiding in the shadows.
He's picked probably a good spot, but he's more inside then. So he's obviously a bit more comfortable being on the inside on the starts here, going for that, hoping everybody's going to run wide into the first area of the corner. So
personally, I think he's just given him... I think he's chosen that line because he's probably had a good look at the start straight, and maybe he's seen that in the middle of the start straight, that left-hand side is maybe a bit more firmer, dry or hard pack.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Also, it's such a sweeping left turn that you don't really need to slow down for the corner. So he's probably thinking, look, I've got room on this inside. I'll just get there first and just push everybody else wide.
Now, he's 8th in the championship, but he wasn't at round 1. He went, all 3 motos at round 2 at Dubbo were second place finishes for him. So if he does similar here, as this gate's about to drop, he could be into the 3rd position in the podium overall by the end of the weekend.
Yeah,
so
and he got a great jump out that inside, but from the outside, or from the middle of the... it's one of our Husqvarnas, and it's either Cooper Bowman or...
Yeah, can't quite pick up that number. Is it
Jones?
We've lost him. Yeah, we've lost him. Yeah. He's gone. Oh, no, is that the inside?
Yeah, he'd made an inside line. He's held on to the lead for now. But
that's Brody Collins. 252.
It is Brody Collins. Yeah, they're all riding the same bikes, and looks like Burgess up there into second place now. Is that Jones, our points leader in third?
Yeah.
So Brody Collins, wow.
What a start. Yeah. I thought he threw it away in that corner, but he was just finding an inside, it seemed. So.
Yeah, well, look at that outside there.
There goes
sweeping
Burgess.
Around the outside is Burgess. Now, this is where Jones has got to stick with him. He's got to get around Collins quickly and just hang with Burgess, keep pressure on them. This is that split lane where we're talking about most riders favouring the outside-inside. As you see Jones going inside-outside and...
But that was forced. Like, he was not following. So he's doing the right thing there.
No, and he has made the pass with it because it then controls the inside into this next turn. So can he stick with Burgess's pace in this one and keep the pressure on? Because what he doesn't want to do is let Riley get away, where Riley can then relax and just settle into his moto. If he keeps the pressure on, Riley's going to have to push all the way to the end.
Well, we're not even a lap in yet, but let's talk championship scenarios here because it's 8 points, and if we finish the way we are, that's going to be down to 5-point gap heading into Moto 2. So Burgess is then chipping away at that little bit of a points gap that Ryan does actually have for the moment. So this is important for Ryan Jones right now.
It is, and if the winner's there, take it. And this is where I say, follow for those first 2-3 laps. They have got a slightly longer moto than the younger kids. They're out there for quite a bit longer, actually. It's 15 minutes plus a lap. So he doesn't need to make a pass straight away. As looks like he's lost a position, got a bit hung up in that muddy stuff, and Collins has moved up back into second again. So Jones losing some ground on the leader.
I think you might find that's actually Bowman. It was when they came past, it was Bowman and Eisel, and Collins was dropping into the 5th place. So I think it's going to be Cooper Bowman working his way there on the 99. So that's not going to help the championship points. That's going to make it a 3-point gap if Jones is dropping down here.
Yeah, look, from Riley's point of view, it's win all 3 races, and even if Jonesy finishes second every race, Riley will win by a point. And so that's his goal at the moment. He looks quite comfortable out front already, but looks like Eisel's moved up into 3rd.
Yeah, so a bit of changing going on here on this second lap of this race here for the 1, 2, 5, 15 to 17 years. But the contenders are all making their way to the front of the pack here.
Yeah, well, Jones is back into second by the look of it. Or is that Bowman that's there and the timing hasn't caught up yet?
No, that's still Bowman. That's the 99 there. That's on screen just at the front of the screen there. Second place.
Eisel's right there, and then it's Jones.
So, wow, look, that's going to be
Well, that'll reset itself when
that's basically
they come over the finish line.
We're down to a point but now, aren't we? I think, or a point, or
Yeah.
maybe none at that point for the gap for the championship. So Ryan Jones is going to have to find some speed here in the second part of this moto. Well, second part, we're still in very early stages.
No.
We're lap 2. We're talking it up, but
we haven't even finished lap 2.
Yeah. Bit of excitement early on round 3 of this New South Wales State Championships here. Moto 1 of the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Ryan.
Yeah.
It's a rider a lap down already by the look of it.
Yeah, one getting in the mix there of the lead 4.
Well, Cooper's...
that's almost caught up Eisel there with that lap
it did
rider.
Actually. He didn't fall, but Jones nearly got by him. And Cooper Bowman is going faster than our leader. He's actually catching up to him, but he's now going to get into that. Something we haven't spoken about yet is the roost. And it's not so much it hurting, but this sticky mud on your goggles, as we see Jones trying to go up the inside of Eisel there for a pass.
That's Burgess on screen there, leading from the front here in the moto, doing what he needs to do for this championship overall.
Yeah, well, Bowman's, although he's not in the points chase as such for the top 5, he wants to win. Looking at it, like the pace he's running, but we were talking about the roost a second ago. Is once he gets close to Burgess and following in the same line and getting that sticky mud on his goggles, that's where he's either got to maybe put a charge in and make a pass, or if he can't make a pass after a while and he goes through some tear-offs or roll-offs, I'm not sure what goggles he's using, he's going to have to then back off and then reset and put in another charge at another point in the race.
Speaking of that goggle situation, I was just looking at a few of them and they went past. I gather we're at Maitland, and I should have known this, but I gather we're a roll-off only situation because everyone had roll-offs on. So it's going to be a lot of string pulling going on today, I'd say.
Okay, yeah. No, I wasn't sure what they were doing there, but with the goggles. But yeah, some venues are tear-off free, and that's because of the livestock in adjoining paddocks. They can't have tear-offs blowing over them. And the livestock eating the tear-offs and making them sick and die. So as we see Burgess going through.
Yeah, with Bowman not far behind.
Well, Burgess has responded. He's responded to Cooper Bowman catching up, and he's turned it up and dropped his lap time by a couple seconds.
Yeah, he's now got the fastest lap time of the event so far with a 2:08. Everybody else in the 2:10s and 2:13 last lap around. So he's put a little gap back in it at the front here. But Jones is still just sitting there in 4th place. He's got to do something here to make a bit more of a move towards at least getting a podium in this moto to then try and keep this points gap in his favour.
Yeah, and what we're talking about with the roost and battling, and I think that's what's happened to Jones. He was all over Eisel for a while there, trying to make a pass. Didn't work. And
he's had to drop out of the roost zone.
He's either dropped back out of that roost zone or made a mistake, as we see.
Oh, nice whip from Burgess. He's enjoying himself out front.
He is, yeah, as you would be.
Look, I don't know if it wasn't this bike, but it must have been his other bike and in his other class that they had the subframe fall off on him at Dubbo. So let's hope none of that stuff happens today. Hopefully, Dad and mechanic have got all the Loctite bottles out and put everything together. But absolutely. Yeah, he's enjoying himself out the front with that whip at the moment. So looking good at this stage of Moto 1 of the day.
Yeah, and look, mistake-free. I saw him look over his shoulder last lap. He went through those rollers just to get an idea of. I don't know if it was how far was the rider behind him, or more so who is that? Wanting to know who was behind him, and doesn't matter now because he's really stretched it out. We'll see when they come through time wise. What the difference is. He had 5 seconds on Bowman heading through the finish last time around, and we'll see if that gap has grown at all. But it definitely looked like it went from the drone shot.
He jumped nicely into that corner there, over that little double and into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Burgess has just got a nice flow going this morning. I don't know whether he's just enjoying the conditions, or if he's familiar. He's not far from here, isn't he, in terms of locality?
They
So
definitely live up here and have raced out here a bit, but not their whole lives. You know, they live down in Sydney. They've only moved up here in the last couple of years. So, but then anybody that lives in sort of the Greater Sydney area
would come to these sorts of events.
Ridden this
they're
track
not
many times.
We're only 2 hours from Sydney here at Maitland, so it's a reasonably local event when you're talking to motorcycle races for travel distances. 2 hours is nothing. So, yeah, he would have been here. He's just looking really good this morning, watching him go around the track. So, obviously comfortable today.
No, and as these guys, it's again 15 minutes plus a lap race. As we see, Eisel now starting to close up on the back of Bowman, so we'll try and stay with that battle for a little bit as Burgess has checked out. And these two riders heading over down the middle of the track, and they've put some gap on Jones.
They've dropped Jones here, unfortunately, for Ryan in terms of the championship standings. It's not a good sign, but
it's going to hurt.
Those two are definitely going to tighten up in a battle for second and third here as this moto comes to a bit more towards the end of it.
Well, at the moment, unless Jones can pick up the pace and close on to these guys, the best thing he can hope for is that their battle will slow them down and he can close up on them, or
they take each other out.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but thank you. Yes, that is a very real situation. I'm sure most people have seen the AMA Supercross, the last final round 250s, and two championship contenders took each other out, and the guy that's probably third or fourth fastest in the
worked
class
his way straight through, so
ended up winning the championship.
Look, it does happen. This is motorsport, as they say. Anything can happen, but yeah, for the moment, that's what he's hoping for is Ryan Jones. So look, these two, Eisel and Bowman, they're going pretty quick, but they're battle of their own at the moment.
No, they are, and Burgess again dropping his lap time. And what I was saying before, that I think these riders are just going to get more and more comfortable as they settle into this track. And they're starting to straighten out some of these lines.
I was going to say, the track will be getting better as they're putting more and more laps in. Then these guys are obviously faster and more controlled with what they're doing on track, being on the bigger bike. So they're going to cut this in a bit firmer. We're probably going to see this track get even faster before this moto's out.
And better for the smaller bikes. They're going to be up next. They're going to get out there and
they're going to benefit, aren't they?
It's going to be so much better. Look at that outside there from Eisel, carrying a lot of momentum into that Kennard's turn as Bowman
we've lost him off the track.
Yep, Bowman just got a bit cross-rutted there coming out of that turn and made it easy for Eisel.
So we've had a change in position then. So Eisel's into second, Bowman back to third after that mistake. So we'll have to see if Bowman can mount a charge back up here and catch back onto the wheel of Eisel. But just an unfortunate timing there. He's obviously just caught a rut and just shot stage left and exited the track.
That's how quickly it can all go wrong. And it's such a, like I said, 15 minutes plus a lap. Normally at club days, these guys are doing 4 laps, maybe 5 laps, which would be a 10-minute moto. So that extra 5 minutes on top of that, plus a lap. So it's like an extra 5 minutes and an extra lap on top of that. So it could be an extra 3 or 4 laps. Fitness-wise, some of these riders won't be used to that. I mean, I'd say your top 3 should be. These guys should be training, at least 20-minute motos when they go out and practice. And then the difficult track as well, when you're on the clutch and the brakes a lot more. So your forearms are doing a lot more work. Plus trying to rip those handlebars in and out of corners and
trying to keep the bike straight out of the ruts and whatnot. It's going to work those forearms as well. So as they come towards the finish area here of our Maitland track.
That's a lap rider that Eisel's just getting his way around, and he's managed to sneak in front of him as Bowman's going to be stuck in the same line there. I know he does. He switches it up, and he'll also be able to get through cleanly.
Just keeping an eye back for our 4th place rider, Ryan Jones. He's definitely dropped off the pace just a little bit here. He's a good 7 seconds back from our 3rd place rider at the moment, Cooper Bowman. So, yeah, look, Jones still consistent. This is still only his equal worst moto for the series, but it's not helping him in terms of that championship, and we've got one rider. They just ducking off the edge of the track there, Mikel.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them do that. So, you know, it's unfortunately the officials don't have the luxury of what we have to see this from here, and we're not on radio. And again, it's none of our business. We're not that guy.
When you catch the highlights reel, just chop that part out and ignore it. You know.
It. Oh, look, I've watched live streams before where even in my own events where riders have gone off track to cut the track to make a pass and even take another rider out, and it wasn't picked up on the day, and the rider that got taken out didn't say anything, so nothing happened.
You can't work with you can't do anything about something you didn't know about and nobody complained about. So
it was only the week after when we watched the footage, somebody messaged us actually, have a look at this particular time on the live stream. And all we could do really was just at the next round of the event go and speak to those riders. But
that's a lap rider, is it? Getting through there.
But Jones closing it up.
Oh, he's come back to Bowman. So look, I was saying he's dropping off, but he's found something here. Maybe after that little error from Bowman, he's just lost his flow and maybe pumped up trying to squeeze the bike to get it to not fall on the ground for him, and he just maybe lost his way here for a short period.
Yeah. No, definitely, and I think the first part of the race is go out there and race, and the second part of the race is potentially survival.
Well, I think we're going to have Jones making a move here. He's gone to the inside of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, but he's probably just dropped off there as they straighten out over the finish line jump there.
See what he does here going into this turn. They both take the inside. Interesting and
Jones just has a bit of a moment there, gets caught up on the rut. So that hasn't helped him close the gap at all.
No, but I was expecting him to go outside,
not to follow,
and but clearly they like that line that goes in that inside or middle. And
just looking at our timing and scoring, trying to work it out. I think we might have lost our second place rider, Corey Eisel there. But he's down in fourth, so wonder what's happened to Corey. Maybe we've got a transponder issue, or we'll see if we can spot him as we continue our coverage here. But
well, if he keeps dropping down the order, I would say he's got a transponder issue, but maybe we just missed it where he's had a problem somewhere on the track and finds himself in fourth place. We'll see next time they come around anyway, but this is just playing into the hands of Jones. I mean, if he can get back to second in this race.
The points are back. Yeah, we're good, aren't we? Like we're not great, but we're much better than we were in fourth.
Well, he is. Riley wouldn't agree with you on that one, but
we're talking from Ryan's perspective.
From Ryan's perspective, he's going to hope that he can make this pass, and if Eisel has made a mistake and is further back, see again following through that split section. So although he was quite close, not opting for the different line, just choosing to follow through there. I think he's going to try and make something happen going into that sand section if he can get close enough. The sand section is the next straight coming up, and I think if you can get wide of the rider in front of you, although he's not close enough, he's about 3 bike lengths behind, but there is lap traffic all over the place as well. And Bowman.
That's actually good and bad. He almost went down, but he's put that rider between him and Jones now, so that's the good part of the story.
No, he threaded the needle there.
But we've got Burgess just coming over our finish line.
Checkered flag.
So that's checkered flag
they have
for
shortened
him.
Up the races.
And let's see if we can spot it is going to be Bowman, and it is going to be Jones.
Yep.
So we did lose Eisel here to fourth position, and that's him just coming around our final corner now. So we'll see him just pop in our coverage here on the screen right now. There he goes. So that's not sure what happened to him, but maybe we can try and find out from our man Russ on the ground in the pits doing our ground announcing, and the one who's popping up on our interviews. But we'll look, from a championship point of view, that's helped Ryan, but there's now going to be a 3-point gap that Jones is going to hold over Burgess in this particular class, hitting second moto. So things are basically winner take all at this point.
And that race wasn't shortened. It's just gone by so quickly because the lap times are slower, so they're doing less laps than they normally would. But that was 15 minutes plus a lap. And
crazy how fast that just disappeared. But here we are. So 3 points is the difference from Ryan Jones to Riley Burgess in this championship here for the 15 to 17 years 1-5 class.
And Bowman, our order, Bowman, Jones, Eisel, and Stordinger was our top 5. Brody Collins ended up getting in front of Deacon Do, and that's just going to solidify his 3rd place in this championship. So up next we've got the 9 to 12 85s, and the 125s, they had the luxury of moving around a bit. There wasn't that many of them, only about a dozen, should I say, heading into turn 1. This 85 class almost looks like a full grid from here, and I don't think it's the first turn that's going to be interesting. It's that next straight, because the straight, it's not only the ruts going all over the place, it's also a left into a right into a drop down, and then back up again, and you can't actually see the ruts especially if you're coming to that drop off at speed. You don't see the ruts straight away until your front wheel is pretty much dropping off. So you've almost got to slow up or just hope for the best that you're not going to
close your fingers, cross your heart, and hope to die. How's that saying go?
Yeah. That's right.
All right, the gate's down on this one. We're away.
Well, great start from the sort of middle outside of the gate, and.
Is that 86? Is that our Archie?
Archie Blanchett. Too many Archies. Archie Black.
You're having my trouble from last round at Dubbo saying the same thing.
It's your fault.
Which Archie were we talking about?
Yeah.
Archie Black, aren't we here? 86. So, yeah, nice start from Archie.
Yeah, he's and that's what he's done in a lot of his races. He's hot on the starts, and he's got the pace to match as well. So, looks like, is that Duke Cherubim in second on the 411?
Does look like a 411, but it's hard to tell on that jersey colour at this light at the moment.
So, great start for him as well. And they're always running about the same pace as well. So I see Duke sticking with Archie here, and not sure where Kai Sproul is, but this is what Archie has done on this 85, and this is why he's got the points lead that he does. 22 points, I mean, and he's put himself in the best position that he possibly could. So it's really all up to him. He does look over his shoulder though, and that's don't be doing that. You really want to be focusing forward, looking at your lines, not worrying about, you've got the whole shot, you've got the speed, just focus forward. And a little bit of leg swag there.
Leg swag and a head lean. He was trying not to go right, but his body wanted to, but the bike was going left. So that was an awkward position he found himself in, but he stayed upright. That's the main part of this.
And he didn't lose too much time.
No.
Like he kept the power to the ground, and that's probably what saved him. Is when in doubt, power out. And if you are going to crash, you're going to make it a good one anyway. So.
Well, yeah, you might as well make it spectacular.
Yeah. But look at the gap these two boys have put on the rest of the field. Like, because they've gotten that early start, and looks like Kai Sproul's up into third on the Yamaha 280, but a massive deficit after one lap. The time he's got to make up from getting that not so great start that the leaders have gone. And sorry, that's Hudson Francis on the 409. So we haven't even seen the 280 come through yet.
And then I just saw a ponytail, so I think that was Stella.
Yep.
That was in Stella Harding. She's just gone down in that last corner, unfortunately. And that's Maxie Harris, isn't it? 29?
Yeah.
It is. It's just joined Stella there. So not a good situation. Oh, and another rider's just gone down in that final corner as they're all trying to make their way through the couple of bikes that are laying on the ground, unfortunately. They're up and they're going. And I think it was the 23. Was that rider Magdafiglio that got caught up there as well? That was just leaving the section there.
Well, Sproul hasn't even crossed the finish line yet. We've just seen Ryder Birchall go through on the 22. And there are a few riders stuck around the track. There's Bo Davey on the number 2 just going through the finish.
Just keeping an eye on our drone shots as we're watching the riders fly through the middle section of the track there. We're just trying to pick up where are our championship contenders here, because like we said, Kai isn't on our timing screen.
I wonder if he went out.
He may not have.
Because he does have a 65 championship in the bag. Well,
to make sure he puts in the bag.
To make sure he puts it in the bag. But I would have thought he'd be out there, running second in this championship. Potential depending on how the day went. But Archie, we see Sharabam there, Duke Sharabam on the 411, and we'll just see if I don't know if we've lost Archie or if just the cameras scroll back to Duke, but I don't see Archie.
No, I think he's looking back too. So I think there's Archie just behind him.
So Archie made a mistake.
Yep.
But not a big mistake, because if it was a big mistake, he would have lost a lot more ground.
Wouldn't be that close still, yeah. So look, they're just making their way around a rider on the outside there with the official trying to help them going. They navigated that okay, but yeah, look, Duke is out in front now. He's trying to run away from Archie as they come through for their second lap here. So we'll get an update on our timing and scoring that's on the screen at the moment.
And Francis, the Queensland rider, he's up into third place. So not in the championship, but he's definitely in the overall hunt as rider goes down there. One of our lap riders, I think, just after the finish line. And number 17, so they're going, where am I supposed to go now?
So we've got, third and fourth have just come through the finish area. Hudson Francis. And I missed our fourth rider there as it scrolled past. But we're going to have a bit of a gap here because that's where Stella Harding and Maxie Harris were. But they went down straight after the finish line on the previous lap. So we're going to see a change up here.
No side by side.
And riders still going down in our final corner.
So something happened to Kai on the first lap because he was last to come through the timing. So he's gone down somewhere on that first lap. And because we were obviously focused on the leaders, because that's what we could see in front of us.
So Kai's 21st listed on the screen just at the moment. So not a good opening moto here for Kai Sproul.
Well, being that he's second in points, and Maxie Harris
3 points back.
Only 3 points back. Maxie's got a chance to move up here, but also from Archie Black's point of view, although he made that mistake and he's now back in second place, his nearest championship rival
long way down
is 10 positions or so further back.
Not getting many points for 21st at this point.
So. No, but even Maxie Harris is about 10 spots down because of that crash just after the finish line there. So Duke Sharabam, he's loving life right now, the 411. He only rides the 85. We were talking earlier about riders riding two classes. As you can see by his height, he'd be way too big for a 65, where Archie and Kai, they're a little bit shorter, but still, daddy long legs on those little 65s, as we see Sharabam heading down that sand straight. When I say sand straight, they've mixed a bit of sand in with the clay as a rider down on the inside there, and there's a really good middle line heading into that outside line.
There's one line in there, isn't there? Just one.
We saw Stella in the earlier one. She was taking that line, but then swinging out to the outside, where there is the 125s. I think they've made that
entry
they've
point.
Carved out that line, as we see our race leader
complete another lap there.
Complete another lap. Is he going to go to the outside? He does. He just sneaks just in front of those two riders that are going. But now Archie, he's got to now switch up his line and power across the mud, and he does that. He just grabs a handful of throttle, and it worked out really well for him, because the next right-hand exit, there's two riders stuck on the inside. So, and that's what you have to do to change direction. You've either got to brake or accelerate, and in this really muddy conditions, if you want to change direction, you've got to just grab a handful of throttle to power through that mud. As our leader picking lines.
And he's made a mistake there.
He has. Let's see if he gets up.
Where's
quick
Archie?
Enough. He's right there.
Archie.
I think Archie is actually going to go by him here.
Only
and
just.
He does. And,
look at the struggle for Duke trying to pick that up.
That off the track line there.
So back, we've got to change the lead again.
Yeah. So
Archie Black back to the front.
And that's how quickly things can change. And I think that tabletop, you just seen him come up short on. That's not such a bad thing coming up short, because it shakes a bit of the mud off. Like if you find your bike's really clogged with mud, find the biggest tabletop on the track and land on the end of it.
It's not a silly technique once a lap, If you've got the space to do it.
I actually think Archie tried to jump that tabletop, but because it's so rutted and tricky heading up to it, and it's also a bit off camber, meaning it's like a slope and can be quite slippery if there aren't ruts, and it is hard packed. So I just don't think he got the drive to be able to do it. But ultimately, it was still beneficial because he didn't make the jump, but he did shake off about 10 kilos of weight.
Positives all around. Right, look at the people in this shot here. Archie's trying to make his way through about 5 lap riders in one corner. So bit of work to be done here, and a rider off the inside of the track, unfortunately. So not sure if that's mechanical or just got caught up, and that's where they're starting off. But Archie's looking all right at the moment for this moto. Wonder how far back Duke has ended up, but we'll check that out as we come through the scoring area.
He almost held the bike up, and then it fell over in the end, and then you have to pick it up from scratch. So he lost a bit of time. But again, it's give and take. If Archie were to make a similar little mistake like that and be down for 10 seconds, it could change. But I think Archie, now that he's getting settled into this race and that he's had that one mistake already, he's not going to want to do it again. I think he's going to be even more sure about what he's doing. What he has to be really careful about is how is what he does with his lappers. Is that Stella Harding already up into 3rd place? If it is, she's charged through this field.
So just looking for that scoring, the update, because I was looking back for the gap after Archie, and there seemed to be a decent gap. So let's just see what comes around when this screen updates just here in just a second. But it's Archie, Blade Regan now in second
Regan's
place.
Moved up in a second.
And we actually haven't got our 3rd place rider come across the finish line yet to start lap 4, because they're only got 2 riders on lap 4 and the rest are still on lap 3. So we're still getting there's a big gap now. So it might have been Stella. It might have been Stella that you saw, but maybe just not in the particular part in the order that you thought that we would expect to see her.
Well, riders are crossing the line. I wonder if it's something with our timing, potentially. But we see Ryder has come through now.
Ryder Magnifico goes down.
I'm not
as
sure
third.
what's happened to Sharaban. Potentially, we'll keep an eye on our leader, and we'll go back further to see if he's still there. But he's potentially been frustrated from that mistake that he's made, try to make up for it, and made turn 1 mistake into 2. So
we're seeing Archie just making his way around the track. He's doing a reasonable job here, seeing through that Kennard's high corner, staying high in the berm and staying out of the bit of the worst lines on the middle side of the track there. Heading out the back through our rollers. Bit more. He's got a bit of a gap now. There's one rider in front of him there in terms of a lapper, but then there looks to be a bit of clear track ahead for him. So he's maybe got through the bulk of those riders for the moment.
Yeah, he's riding really smart, like not making mistakes other than the one he made at the beginning of the race. But a big lead now for he's what, 30 seconds in front, 30 to 40 seconds in front of second place. And Regan, Regan's in this championship. He's running 4th and putting him in second. This is a great race for him, a big points grab. As we see a checkered flag out.
Archie's pretty happy with himself there. Big fist pump as he went over the finish line. So he knows what that means in the championship side of things. It's just probably solidifying it for Archie.
Yeah.
So we're looking for our second place rider now, which might take a little while depending on how this is all going with where everybody's up to. But we're looking for the Blade Regan, the 103, which I'm not sure if he came through there or not.
No, I haven't seen him come through yet, but very hard to tell too. These bikes are covered him. That's Maxie Harris has just gone
I'm wondering
through.
if he's coming through as a lap down or not.
There's Sharaban on the 411.
So Sharaban's come through.
So they must have, because...
so here we go. What have we got so far? So Regan, Magnifiglio, Birchall, Riley. Oh, but Archie's down as 5 laps. So, yeah, interesting. I'm confused.
I think there may be a timing issue, because there's no way Archie has lapped the entire field. Like, I know he was riding really well and he got the whole shot, but I highly doubt that he's lapped the entire field. But we'll go to a break anyway.
We'll try and work it out while we're off.
We'll figure it out, and we'll be back shortly with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennard's Hire, Sign Sport, Dubbo Regional Council. National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics. Dantia. Finance My Bike.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, we're back to our round 3 coverage at Maitland of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Just wrapping up that moto there of the 9 to 12, 65. Oh, yeah. But Archie Black was your winner. Blade Reagan ended up getting there and through on 5 laps. Ryder Magnifico in 3rd on 5 laps. But everybody stretched out a lot there in that particular moto. So we just got a little confused on our results towards the end of that one and who was on what lap because it was hard to tell what was going on there.
Well, if you only checked into that race halfway through and you saw Duke Sheridan leading the race and you thought, wow, he's got it, and he didn't end up even finishing in the top 5.
No, so our next race on the grid, we've got our combined race up. We've got a bunch of the 65s here. We've got 2 classes, the 12 to 14s and the 14 to 16 years on track. So we're going to have to try and keep an eye across 2 classes for the overalls here in this one to see who's going to be getting our championship.
Well, it's going to be
positions.
great racing. It's going to be great racing. As we still have a couple of riders circulating, that's why we're just holding up the start of this one.
So what do we got? We got 12 to 14 up here as well. So let's go. Blake Bohannon's our championship leader at the moment on with a 6-point gap over the 295 of Seth Thomas. And then a further 17 points back is 601 Liam Millard. So that's their top 3 in the 12 to 14s. In the 14 to 16s.
Well, Tyson Williams, our points leader, but only by 9 points over Josh McCloskey. So, you know, it's anybody's game in that class, especially if McCloskey can get 3 wins. Tyson, realistically, to get this, just needs to finish in front of McCloskey in one of the races, and then it's a reasonable gap back to Buddy Brown and Cooper Sproul and then Buddy Brown.
Yeah, because our 3rd place rider Jake Doyle supposedly isn't here for this round currently, who was in the championship in 3rd. So, yeah, look, Tyson Williams, Josh McCloskey is the battle there for the 14 to 16s. Blake Bohannon, Seth Thomas, 12 to 14s, all in the one race, but so this is going to be awesome.
And almost a full grid combined too. So that start. I actually think that our younger kids are going to be the ones that get the starts, just a power to weight ratio.
It makes sense.
When you look at, say, Tyson Williams as an example, he's like our size, and just that he's probably, when you were talking about Blake Bohannon and how small he looks, he's probably like 30 kilos lighter than some of the older kids.
Maybe not 30. I'll give him 10 to 15, but yeah, maybe not 30 is a big number.
I don't know. I think you'd be surprised. You know, I reckon guys the size of Tyson would probably be around that 50 kilo mark, 50 to...
Yeah, probably.
50, you know, where maybe not 30. I'm being unkind there. Maybe 20. You know.
But our board's turned over. The gate's about to drop. They're away. Plenty to go on here. Look at those bikes get towards that first turn. Who's going to be our leader into the first corner?
It looks like the 23. And
it is.
Darcy Houston with a whole shot. And he is a good starter, Darcy Houston. You often see him up the front. And he's got the pace to match too. So let's see what he can do with it. A great start there in second. Is that McCloskey on the 59? Or is that Sproul?
Yeah,
I think it's McCloskey.
I think it's McCloskey.
So McCloskey putting himself in the best position possible in that 14 to 16 year age group, because normally that 14 to 16s is only about 8 or 9 riders, and there's not that many riders to finish in between as such. Although they're not in the same points.
Ooh.
As we see Seth Thomas railing that corner.
I thought for a second he was going to turn left out the top of that berm. But
yeah, just the way the line sort of shaped up. But Thomas, he's taken a lead fairly quickly there from the 23 of Houston. So not sure where Houston made the error, but Thomas has taken full advantage, and this is what he needed.
Yeah, he's 6 points down on Bohannon, and he knows what he needs to do, and he's currently doing it out from the front. And we'll have to see if we can pick up where Blake is in this field, because he won't want to be giving too many points to Seth this early in the day here.
Oh, Seth.
He's just dropped it.
I was just about to say he's got to stay on the bike. I didn't say it, so it wasn't me. He went down before I said anything. But Seth, that's the last thing he needed to do. And
there's Blake Bohannon currently now second in this moto.
Race.
So,
but actually leading
because
overall. McCloskey is in that 14 to 16s. But Bohannon's not going to want to sit behind him either. And what you said earlier about not knowing, like, is this guy in my class? With the mud,
it's going to make it harder to tell.
It's not going to. You're not really going to know. And Seth has just made work that much harder for himself now.
Well, that could be the championship for him. Like that mistake could be enough that really just destroys the points that he can get from this moto.
Yeah.
So our running order: McCloskey, Bohannon, Buddy Brown, Eliza Dennis, Darcy Houston, Seth Thomas is listed as 6 now. 7th is Kobe Binnon.
Binyon, yeah. So, and then where is Tyson Williams? Because did you call Tyson?
I didn't know. Good point.
So he's our points leader in that 14 to 16s, and McCloskey's just got it all.
He's grabbing his opportunity
under control with both hands. That's for sure. But look,
Tyson Williams is in 9th at the moment.
I can't see Bohannon, doing anything silly here to force a pass. McCloskey has got the pace, and he's clearly not holding anybody up. So, I think Blake he may have realised that he's not in the same race as this rider, and doesn't. I think he'll just methodically work his way up to him, and if the pass is there, he'll take it.
Well, hopefully he saw Seth on the ground as he went past him and recognised that it was Seth, and that would make...
He would know. He would know for sure.
So, hopefully that registered, and that made a bit of a mental note that he doesn't have to go crazy to keep this points gap for him.
Yeah. And Buddy Brown, also one of our 14 to 16s, he's in 3rd place in this race, 2nd in his class, obviously, because of the combined classes. But... not to make Seth feel any worse than he probably already will when he re-watches this on the live stream, but I think he also tried to check out early in that one and possibly should have just settled into the race first, especially with the points lead that he had. Did you see a mistake?
I'm just wondering, at the back of the spot here of the front view, I think as they come across the finish line, I think we got Seth Thomas.
Yeah, well, he's definitely on the pace. He's right up on the back wheel.
So he's not as far back as we were thinking potentially here.
No.
So,
and he's
maybe a bit angry.
Well, I was just about to say, having a crash like that can actually help you in a sense sometimes, because it fires you up.
Well, and we've had a change of the lead.
Focused.
So Bohannon's just made a move on McCloskey. So maybe Bohannon just noticed that Seth is coming through as well, just like we just did. So Bohannon's gone to the front here. McCloskey's in 2nd. You can see the officials just trying to get him away.
Down. There's a rider down just on that drop-off. You can't actually see it. And that's what I was saying to you before about the riders. See how they slowed up when they got to the drop-off? It wasn't just because of the yellow flag. It's because they can't see on the other side. No, look, that's what Bohannon needed to do, although, again, not in the same class as McCloskey as in age group, but just wanting to put as many riders as Thomas already up to 3rd place.
Like I said, I think he's angry.
Yeah.
I think he's angry. He's riding with some red mist right now.
Yeah.
He's got the bit between the teeth and going for it, and he's trying to make up for that mistake that he had early on that lap when he was leading, and he's trying to make up for it in like one lap by the looks of it. So,
well, the pace he's running, by the end of this lap, he's going to be all over Bohannon, and I think he'll get by McCloskey if he hasn't already done so on that previous straight. So Blake's got the points lead. He's got to be smart, and even if Seth gets up to him and passes him, he does have those 6 points to play with. I like that outside.
That was a good line, wasn't it?
He's riding on top of the ridge which is still the track boundary, but he's not risking trying to balance in those ruts. So if Thomas, who's now moved into second around McCloskey, if he can get close, he'll see those lines that Blake is running. Personally, with that anger you're talking about, I don't think he cares about the lines. I think he just wants to get to the front. But
well, hold on a second. I'm predicting a massive fast lap here from Seth Thomas. I'm expecting the purple to show up on the screen here in just a second. So as much as Blake's got it right now, Seth's about to come across the line.
Well,
and when it updates, did it update?
Yep, it did. And Blake picked up his lap time. It was the same lap. They put in the same lap. But then again, Seth did have to make the pass to McCloskey in that one. But I think Blake's pinning his ears back here. And what that does is that puts pressure on Seth to ride even faster. And you know that you can only ride according to the track conditions, race to the track conditions. So you want to go fast, but you don't want to override the conditions and crash again.
Just keeping an eye on out, because we've got two classes on track at the moment, so just keeping an eye on our other one. I just noticed Tyson Williams dropping down the order here as we're coming through the finish line area for the lap update. So I'm not sure what's happening with Tyson, but his championship in the 14 to 16 is in a bit of doubt here at the moment.
Well, again, he wouldn't have got the start. We're talking about the weight of the riders, especially the older riders. As you see, Cooper Sproul. There's Cooper Sproul just gone through in front of Williams.
Yeah.
And both of them are in the top 3 in championship in this older 85s as well.
McCloskey's getting a good run here because he's out a lot further on track position up front of the field. So he's riding with the other class, it seems. But these guys, Tyson and Cooper, are just in the back battling themselves and probably not going to see McCloskey.
Well, they've also got other riders like Buddy Brown, who is in that older age group finishing in front. That's the one benefit for Williams and Sproul, is that most of the riders in between them and McCloskey are younger age groups and not going to affect their points very much. But we'll see what Bohannon does time-wise and whether or not Thomas has been, I think,
well, he's just in screen there.
The gap, but just remember, last lap around, Bohannon was 0.2 of a second quicker. So we'll see if Seth's managed to rectify that. And
so as they're coming through the finish area now, Bohannon's gone over. Thomas is about to go over the finish line now. He's actually missing his front guard, so that's not going to help him with the vision as such.
Now that really is difficult from the point of view that you use your front guard. That's going to slow him up big time.
Yeah, he just off screen. There was a rider down, and Seth was in the line that was the rider in, and he just had to stop and pivot inside of him. So he's just lost probably another 2 or 3 seckons there, has Seth Thomas, to Blake Bohannon.
He was slightly faster, not even a second. It was something of a second. All that split seconds of times that he's made up, he's just lost in that one corner, trying to make his way around that rider. But what I was talking about, your front fender, when you're turning corners, although you're looking inside of your front fender, you're using your front fender as a guide to look over. So when you're looking at that, it just looks weird just to not see your front fender. It messes with what you're normally used to seeing when you're going through ruts.
Yeah, it's a reference point that you just expect to be there, and when it's not, things can just feel a bit weird.
So Bohannon doing everything right, and what I like about the way he's riding at the moment, he's just racing forward. I haven't seen him look over his shoulder once, even though Seth was closing the gap at one point. The other thing with that no rear fender is Seth's going to be getting roost from his own front wheel.
Yes.
That's going to be spraying up into his own goggles. So that's going to be distracting for him as well. So he not only has to deal with the roost of the riders in front of him, but off his own front wheel. See, Blake, you know how I like that line? He's just exploring the track. He's tried that line on the outside ridge, gone, I'll give that a go, but switched back to the middle now down that straight.
Just going where he feels he needs to, but still turning good lap times is Blake Bohannon. So working his way around, ended up on the smooth outside part of that corner there.
And this championship realistically can be decided in this race. I mean, if Blake does get the win, it's really a go all out for Seth. He has to do whatever it takes to get to the front. And they're running out of time. This race is already 10 minutes in. So out of 12 minutes plus a lap, they've probably only got a lap to go before they get the last lap on the next time around. And that is a bit of a gap for Seth to make up. So
it's about 4 seconds or so there, wasn't it?
He
So
does.
yeah,
he's going to have to throw everything at it. And Bohannon is just clicking off the same lap times every single lap. He's not making those mistakes. So Seth's going to have to work for it.
And keeping an eye on our other class, Tyson Williams down in 11th and Cooper Spruill's down 13th or 14th. So those guys, McCloskey's still up in 4th, I believe it was. So there's going to be a bit of a change up in that championship for the 14 to 16 side of things as well from a point of view. So
yeah, well, look, Buddy Brown wasn't too far off, but Darcy Houston's moved in front. So those are all the younger ones. So Josh McCloskey is actually leading the older age group.
Yeah.
And Buddy Brown's going quicker than him. So I think McCloskey must have made a mistake in that last lap because he was almost 10 seconds slower than he normally was. So would have made a mistake there. But Buddy Brown in the same championship as he. Williams has only just crossed the finish line now.
Yeah, he's a long way back in terms of track position, in terms of the overall speed of the leader of this class versus his position. So. And look, 9 points between Williams and McCloskey before this moto. I dare say that's going to come down a lot. Well, I don't know exactly how many riders are between them at the moment. But
well, we could see our points leader has just come back the other way of that tabletop. Thomas is not making any inroads into that lead. And I'm pretty sure they're going to get the last lap next time they come around.
So, look, I guess it's an all or nothing now for Seth Thomas to try and make some sort of last-ditch effort to get to Bohannon and make a pass, but it's going to be rather difficult for him. There's a decent gap on track between the two riders now. So this might be enough gap that Blake needs to hold on to.
Well, fortunately, a good vision there from Blake, seeing the two riders down on the outside. He switched it up, and again, not following at all, and it's good that he didn't because that lap rider got hung up in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, but Thomas is on the charge. You can see that he's pushing. He knows he has to get this win. Will Bohannon just ride this lap out, or will he try and keep that gap? I don't think he's going to try and pull away because, again, that's what Seth tried to do at the start of the race and threw it away early. But I do think that Blake's going to want to keep a little bit of a cushion, at least a couple bike lengths heading into those final corners to not risk a sort of bar banging in the last couple of turns. But I think that personally, I think he's done enough, more than enough, in fact, and I think Seth is running out of time very quickly.
Yeah, if things stay the way they are, this is going to be a 3-point advantage for Blake Bohannon in the championship. So it's going to then add it up to 9 as the gap with only 2 motos left. And if they went, 1-2, which we kind of expect these two guys to do, it's only 6 that Seth could potentially gain. So he's going to fall 3 points short if things go as we expect. But obviously the two races, one of them could still go down and have a bit of a bad moto, which Blake hasn't had yet throughout this championship. Seth has. He's had one. So yeah, look, it's not ideal for Seth to be finishing second right now, but that seems to be the way this is going to finish up because Blake in that whole shot graphics corner, carrying good speed, clearing that next tabletop easily. He's out front. He's leading this moto very well.
Yeah, well, Houston is in this top 5 championship as well, and his next closest rival is Liam Millard. Liam third in points, but Houston about 20-something points behind Millard, and he can make up a bunch of points on him in this race and try and race for that third place podium. So it's not just a race for the championship here. As we see checker flag out, and Bohannon, he knows how important that first race win was. I think that for him will set up his day because you can imagine there was only 6 points coming into this race, right? So if Seth had won that race, the gap would be down to 3 points.
Yeah.
And that changes the whole complex of the day. But Blake getting that win, extending it to 9 points now, just makes it that much easier. If McCloskey comes through, basically winning the older 85s, and that's going to put him in a great position as well.
So yeah, that older 85 class, our championship leader Tyson Williams currently down in 11th, and he's making his way to the finish line as well. But he's going to drop a few points here, so we'll have to get an update on the championship standings before Moto 2, so we can sort of get that picture nice and clear about both these classes, particularly that 14 to 16s class here, because yeah, I think Tyson's giving up a few points in this particular moto. All right, as this moto get wrapped up, we're going to take a quick break here on our coverage of the state titles round 3 at Maitland. We'll be back shortly with more action.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna?
Gentlemente de K.
Hey, boss. Can I sorted it? All good?
Canos. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kennots make your job easy.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So a really interesting race, that one. The 12 to 14s and the 14 to 16 85s all done and dusted. And our top 5 just to, because it was all over the place, them running together. We had in the 12 to 14s, Blake Bohannon with the win in front of Seth Thomas, then Darcy Houston, Sydney Stevenson and Kobe Binion, our top 5. And then the 14 to 16 85s, Josh McCloskey in first place, followed by Buddy Brown, Tyson Williams, Archie Job and Cooper Sproul. So an interesting championship that will be by the time we get to the third race. We do have our 6 to 9 50 cc's lined up, and as much as we have seen controversy as in riders leading and going down and making mistakes, this is going to be the class where we may see a lot of that happening. So our points leader, Archie Blanchette, he has one job today, and that is to stay on the bike. I'm sure that he has the pace to win, but more importantly, to keep that points lead and guarantee the championship, he needs to finish his races. The start, like being that we have quite a big grid in this one, a lot of 50s on the line, it will be crucial because the riders tend to bunch up in the lines. So if we have a rider get stuck in a rut, there ends up being a train wreck of another 3 or 4 riders getting caught up behind him. As we got 5-second board now, we're about to get going with this one. 6 to 9, 50 cc's, a rider right on that outside line, and they're going to come into this turn, well, halfway down the straight. They were third. Must be not such a great line down the straight, but
is that the 3-2-1 or is it?
No, looks like Blanchette's got the whole shot in this one, and that's exactly where he wanted to be. So from there, it's just controlling it, but just getting stuck in a rut there. And he's handed over the lead. I think it is to the. Is that the 3-2-1 you were saying?
No, I think that one's Archie. I think it was the 3-2-1 that got the whole shot. They were the other way around.
All right.
So
all right, no worries. Well, time to go to Specsavers.
But yeah, so Archie's now found himself in the lead.
Yeah, well, that was good how he took a different line. And if you're wondering what that rag is flapping out the back of Archie's pants, some of the riders will opt to put a rag, just tuck it into their pants when they're riding, so that if they go through all their tear-offs or in this case running roll-offs and they get mud stuck on the goggles and it's not cleaning off, or they run out of roll-offs, they can grab that rag and give their goggles a wipe. As you see them cutting through, because they don't do the full track, they're doing a cut-off, and Archie getting through there, and look at the gap he's already put on this first lap on everybody else.
Now, our man 29, Sam, and you can do the surname things, you know how to do it now, but he just had a little moment. He was off track as well, I just saw. So he was up there, but just dropping back. But he might be trying to make his way back through, depending on where we're looking at. But Archie got a nice big hit there as he was coming through the finish line section.
Just there's some ruts that have formed just after that single jump, and it'll be interesting to see again. This is where they cross the track, and they've got to ride
they're giving the kids
muddy,
2 cut-offs.
Yeah, into that muddy bit there. So interesting.
Now, second place is a 2:16 Quade Seymour.
Yeah.
As they're coming across. So that's an awesome ride there for him so far.
And Deegan Mumby in good position. He's in the top 5 in points. So we'll wait to see where Jackson Merchant did. He's currently running second. And Mumby's sitting at third in this race. So a bit of a points grab for him if he can finish in front of Merchant, as well as other riders in the points chase, Archie Diacono and Bonds as well on the number 12. As number 38 is
just trapped there,
trying to get that bike going.
That's Trace Seymour, probably Quade's brother, or
probably. We are Seymours. There's Archie jumping over that step-up jump.
Archie had a nice line through the middle part of that corner there before that tabletop. Just making his way through that corner really well, particularly when there was a lap rider on the outside of that one, sort of blocking the line he might want to have taken. But he made it look easy through the middle section there, and he's doing really well.
No, he is.
Oh,
one. A little bit close.
This is going to be not so good, because he's followed into the corner here for the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, and he's sort of trapped there. He couldn't do much else until just now.
It's almost a safer option in this class. Like, if you'd imagine Archie going to the inside in that turn,
yeah,
he potentially could bog down. Now, he hit a rut here over this jump, and he's got to try and go fast enough to clear those ruts. He did that time.
That time he got it.
The time before, his back wheel landed in the rut, and it just sucked the momentum, almost threw him onto the handlebars of the bike. But you'll also notice with these 50 riders, and it's just the way the 50 bikes are, but a lot of the 50 riders will sit down through the straight line ruts for better balance, where as the kids get older and more experienced, they will stand up then through those lines.
Yeah, well, they'll carry more speed and they'll have a bit more strength to hold it upright through those when they can stand in as they get a bit older. One of the skills they've got to develop too, isn't it? So at this point, but Archie tends to stand up a fair bit through some of these, and hence why he's probably at the front of this pack.
Yeah. Look, he's doing a combination. Like, he sits down where he feels comfortable on some of the ruts for balance.
Oh,
and
a bit of an overbalance.
He stands up. But something definitely happened to Archie Diacono on that first lap, because he's way down the field now. And the reason why, for those that don't understand the sitting and the standing through the ruts, is when you sit through the ruts, the bike sort of sinks in a bit. So standing up, I know it's the same amount of weight on the bike, but it tends to make the bike lighter as such.
Now, just looking at championship side of things, obviously Archie's leading from the front here with a 44-point gap, but our second place in the championship, the 24 of Jackson Merchant, is actually a fair way down this list here on the timing and scoring. So with this moto, if Archie wins this one, it might actually wrap up the championship for him.
It was definitely, for him, needed to finish this first moto to pretty much wrap it up. And like you said, with Merchant being that much further back, it's going to give riders like Mumby who's
Yeah,
running
chance.
third in points to actually make up a bunch of points on him.
Yeah, well, at the moment, like Archie's got a 44-point gap, and if Merchant doesn't come up a bit higher, he's going to obviously give up most of that gap. So he only needs a 50-point. There's only 50 points available for the next two motos, so that would then pretty much secure Archie here if things stay similar to what they are at the moment. So we might have our first class champion of the state titles being crowned here after this moto.
Well, yeah, what was the points deficit back to Merchant?
44
points.
So he only needs 6-point gap here, and he'll have it.
That's it, exactly.
So, yeah, it's looking likely as we see another rider there stuck, unfortunately, in the middle, needing a bit of assistance.
Well, what that does also for Archie, it just takes that pressure off. That he knows regardless of what happens in race 2 or 3, he's got it, and then he can actually enjoy the day. You know, where right now it's business, it's all business, this first moto. I mean, you should be enjoying your riding anyway, regardless of the championship points, because I think when you're enjoying it, you ride better, you have a better mindset. If you get too sort of caught up in the points and that sort of business head, it can actually take your focus away a little bit. You know, if you're just enjoying it, riding the track, riding your bike, having a good time, and often you hear some of the best riders in the world when they get asked before a race day, sort of pre-race interviews, and say, oh, you know, well, how are you going to go? And they go, oh, no, I'm just going to go out there and have fun, you know. And you think, you're like, you guys are racing for hundreds and thousands of dollars, and you're going to go out there and have fun. Like, aren't you take it more seriously? But the reason behind that is having that mindset is less pressure. And again, if you're enjoying your riding, you're going to ride better.
Another lap down for Archie as he came through the finish line here. Definitely doing a very nice job at the front of this field in the 6 to 950cc Division 2. He's got, what are we up to? Oh, the lap time's updated, but he's the only one through onto his 4th lap. Quade Seymour second, Deegan Mumby still in 3rd. We'll wait to see those guys come across the line here and see what the gap is for them. But I did notice that our second place in the championship, Jackson Merchant, had moved up from that 16th. I think he's in 13th now, so maybe he's making a little bit ways up, but he's going to need to get a lot further up to make this championship still not be secured by Archie. But Mikkel, you noticing something here on the screen?
Yeah, just those cross ruts where they're cutting the track back onto the main straight there. Again, while that stays soft and it's muddy, it won't matter. The riders in the next class will just go straight across it. But if it starts to dry up with those cross ruts, can make it quite tricky. You might even see a bobcat go out there at some stage if it dries up and gets nasty.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the practice point that I thought maybe this S-bend after the finish line, they might do some work on it, but they haven't as yet. So we'll see how the rest of this day goes on and if they decide that it's necessary or if they're just planning to leave it and let it get nasty.
Well, what were the 65s doing? Were the 65s going through those two corners or were they going around them? I think they were going around them. I think they were going...
Well, they did in practice. So they're up later in this program. So will they do the same for them by that point, or will they decide that it's okay by that point and I'll go through it? I'm not sure. But so far, all our motos, other than this one, have done the track as set. So
well, Blanchett has
just got that moto win.
He's the only 50 clearing this finish jump, and that is with the ruts and the mud and everything, and he still had the power and the skill to clear that jump. And I think the best thing Archie did in that race is how he made his way through the traffic. Like he was focused forward, picking lines early, not following, or following when he needed to. Like there were some corners where we're talking about the inside being really, really boggy and how you could take a different line and then it ends up worse for you.
Well, let's keep an eye on where Jackson Merchant comes through, because I think what's just happened there for Archie with that checkered flag is he's our first state champion for 2025. Just keeping an eye on where he is.
Well, that's showing him in 3rd place.
Has it updated, has it?
Oh, no.
He's down at, Jackson
No,
Merchant.
sorry, that was the 184 I was looking at. That's Jackson Riley, not Jackson Merchant.
So we're just waiting for it to scroll through. Here we go. So, yeah, Quade Seymour's in second. Jackson Riley in third. Sonny Bonds. Deegan Mumby in fifth. Zio Kirchen sixth. Elijah Holder. Hunter something or other. Sorry there, missed that as it scrolled through. But, yeah, Jackson Merchant is there on the second page of that screen. So I think that's going to give Archie... He's our first champion of this 2025 for New South Wales.
Yeah, he can just go home now.
Well, he could. he could. He's in another class, isn't he? But
no, I'm sure he's going to want to win a trophy. And that, again, also helps him relax for the 65, knowing that regardless of what happens on the 65, he's got the 50 championship in the bag. And not sure what happened to Mumby on that last one. He was running third all moto, and
he's just dropped down, hasn't he?
Dropped down 2 positions, which is going to hurt him. He had the chance to make up some points there on Sonny Bonds, and Sonny Bonds actually made a points on him because Mumby was in front of him. So that's going to be close for that third place, second and third place, sorry, and fourth as well, and Merchant on the 106 points, so it sort of changes up everything. But that's end of the 6950s as the last few riders come through. We've got our girls 12 to 16s coming up next, and not a big grid in that one, so they're able to sort of spread about. It's funny when you look at the classes that have smaller grids. They all still kind of stick together on the start line.
They all just want that one bit of ground, don't they?
Yeah. They go, well, she's parking there, so it must be good. I go, I'm going to park there as well. And then the next one's, well, I'm going to park there too.
Well, there is one rider as we look at the grid there. Well, we're seeing it from the angle over the finish line, but there is one rider far to the right, all by themselves. I can't quite pick up who that is from here, but I'm wondering if that's actually Eliza.
And where did you have Merchant finishing in that last one?
Well, this one still hasn't quite updated for a position because I think it might actually be so far down that Merchant's not going to get really... 24 we're getting here from the scoring. DNF. So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
so
wow.
that definitely confirms Archie is our champ. So,
and that is going to make the battle for second, third and fourth heat up. So unfortunate one there, but for Jackson... he's been in the hunt all series, and that's how quickly it can change, one round, and that's why it's a championship. I've always, it's one of the reasons, like with, say, the junior Australian titles, I'm not a fan of. It's one event, one race, one event, and you're the Australian champion, depending on where the event is. But we're about to get underway with this 12 to 16 girls. And Eliza Dennis will be hoping to get a clean set of heels, get out in front and control this one. Ada Harris, she'll have other plans, and her goal is to, try and race Eliza for the win, as well as try and learn that pace, because she's going to be racing with Eliza in years to come as well. For the rest of the girls, they're also going to want to try and learn that pace as well, and even Ada's picked it up. She's sort of a half a step ahead of the riders behind her. So we talked about the track, that one good line around the track, the second best line. There will be more and more lines that will start to form as the day gets on, but that only really by the third moto is that going to make a difference. And Dennis with a great jump out the middle of the gate on the Yamaha, and she is going to control the first turn, but Ada Harris trying to swing around the outside.
Ada's a good starter, isn't she? She's battling that all the way through that. She wasn't just going to give it up to Eliza, but Eliza's got the move now and trying to run away. Yeah, and we've seen it happen in quite a few races. Hopefully for Eliza's sake, she doesn't do the same. Don't go all out this first lap. Use the first lap just to relearn the track, because it has changed since you've been out there,
And if you're going to pull a lead, do it in your second lap. But all you got to do for your first lap is just control it. We saw Archie Black in the younger 85s. We saw him make a mistake and then regather. We've seen it with Seth Thomas. So Eliza can't afford to make that same mistake because Ada Harris, her closest rival, is right there with her. And that's an interesting line. I haven't seen anybody do that. She's gone to the middle, just around the inside option of that split lane, and shorter way around that corner. A little bit sideways. Those muddy, soft ruts are like porridge ruts.
You just have to find the one that's just right. I was wondering if you'd pick up on that one.
There we go. I was waiting for it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right, so look, points-wise in this championship, Dennis has got 20-point gap over Ada Harris. So, yes, this moto seems like Dennis is going to get out in front here and run away, but one mistake can change this and make this championship battle very interesting.
Yeah, it's 20 points is a race, so it's unlike. Ada Harris! With a big crash. She's kicked up on the up ramp of this finish jump.
She's up,
thankfully she's not hurt.
She better get off that down ramp quickly, before the next place has come through. So
we've got flags waving. So the riders are. She's trying to get that bike started, and probably needs to find neutral first. So she's just trying to pull the clutch in. But her heart rate would be up over 200 right now. That was a massive get off. Like she almost saved it. Very lucky not to go over the handlebars. Jayla Parker's moved up into second place, just in front of Layla White. So we've got a close battle for second now.
Ada's still having some trouble trying to get that bike of hers going, but they've got her off the track to try and give her a better point to start off again. So unfortunately, that's going to put her down at the back of the pack and have to work through if she can get this thing started. That doesn't seem to be wanting to play the game right now.
No, it's not. And
probably going upside down at that sort of rate of knots. Doesn't like the carvy to get some fuel in the right spot, but it's going now.
It is now. A lot of times what can happen is the bikes get so hot that they just don't want to start. Once you go down, especially like you said, if the bike floods, ends up upside down for a while. Fortunately for Ada, she's got 20 points on Mia Cameron, and Mia Cameron is
down in seventh at the moment.
Down in seventh place. So for Ada, that's she'd be up into sixth now.
Because Ada's probably seventh or eighth or ninth, whatever it is now. So yeah,
that's right. But fortunately for Ada, she's not actually losing too many points at all. But it will give Jayla Parker she's another 10 points back from Parker, from Cameron. So she'll be able to make up some points in this one. Currently running second in this race is Eliza Dennis. I reckon that Eliza has the speed to possibly even, I wouldn't say lap the entire field, but I reckon she's going to lap right up there, especially if she keeps going.
She's putting some nice clean laps together. She's not getting caught up in too many of those ruts points that's slowing her down. She's just moving really well throughout the track. So you could be right. We could see her get up into that sort of 5-4 range of the field to make it a bit interesting for her. But she's got a massive gap over the field now that Ada unfortunately went down there after that first lap. So.
And when you look at the times in the race of how long these motos are, it's 10 minutes plus a lap. We're halfway through already. Because they're only done 2 laps, but because of how slow the laps are, because of the conditions, the races go by really, really quickly.
Yeah.
There's our second place rider, Jayla Parker, heading over the finish jump.
And she's almost we're almost a minute between them now in terms of first and second. So yeah,
Layla White coming through for third. Chloe Cyprian, that's our closest battle.
Third, fourth.
I was going to say battle, but they're about as close as any of the other riders on the track.
And Chloe Hart's just come over the line there as well in 5th place on the 67 machine, so she's working her way through as well.
Should be Mia Cameron, our next rider.
I think that's actually Ada.
Ada's made up.
So she's up to 6th place after that big crash of hers, which is good. So, and she's not too far back of those 3rd, 4th, 5th place riders. Mia Cameron's making her way to the finish line now as well, so she'll be coming through the field here in 7th position.
Yeah, well, something must have happened to Mia that lap because she was.
No,
she
sorry.
was in front.
That's Emma Backway. It's 2.8.
Okay.
Not 2.88.
No, you're right.
So, yeah,
something definitely happened to Mia Cameron on that lap.
And look, here comes Eliza Dennis towards the finish line again. So, through that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, she's moving really well today.
Yeah, she's lapped up to 8th. And she is riding in the other 85 class as well, the 12 to 14s, which would be much more of a challenge for her. So she's just, I think, enjoying herself out there, learning the track, maybe trying some different lines so that when she gets out there on the 85, in the other 85 class, that she's got some more line options. But you've got to be careful when exploring the track when it is the way it is now, because you think, oh, yeah, I've got this one, I've got it under control, and hit a muddy line, go over the bars, end your race, as well as potentially a championship. Although she has a really, really big points lead, you can have an injury at the start of the day, and it can end quite quickly. So, yes, it is good for her to try some different lines, but it is also good for her to stick to the lines that she's currently comfortable with. I think, is that Mia Cameron?
I think it is Mia just come over the finish line area now.
With a 4-minute 50 lap time, that's almost
there's something's
double.
happened there, yeah.
Something's definitely happened.
Nothing's happening for Eliza Dennis on screen right now. She is flowing well through that whole shot graphics corner. Look at her go. Look at the technique. She's standing up. She's using her legs well, carrying good speed, using that interesting line, as you said, through the middle to the outside there of that Kennard's corner. Just moving well throughout the track. Nothing seems to be bothering her. Good effort through the rollers. Just got to avoid that rider down there. Unfortunately, another one down in that. It gets some nice ruts right in that braking area of that corner.
So we were talking about the 50s earlier, sitting through some of the straight line ruts, and you've seen Eliza there standing. The bigger wheels make it easier to do that, but you can balance better in a standing body position.
Yeah.
And like I said, the back of the bike's not sinking into the rut either. But yeah, really good style here from Eliza. Just clean laps and no mistakes. So you can imagine how much even faster she'd be riding if the track... Oh, the dust. Did you see that?
There's a little bit. There's a tiny bit.
Coming out of that turn. Might have to get some water on this track.
Maybe not in the last corner.
No, but these corners are forming up quite well after the finish line now. Like Eliza flowed smoothly through that.
Yeah, there's no big hooks or jumps in the middle of those anymore, is it? So she's able to rail them pretty good and keep moving.
Thanks to our 125 riders for that.
Making her way past another lap rider there is Eliza Dennis as they come back across where the start straight intersects the track. And that was the 67 that she's just passed there, Chloe Hart. So she's gone past 6th place on track now, has Eliza Dennis.
Well, look, for pride reasons, I don't think Ada's going to want to be lapped. Running second in points, and she's sort of next on the list in front, but Eliza may run out of time before she gets there. We'll see if Ada can actually move up, catch up to the back of... because there wasn't a lot of distance between our 2nd, 3rd and 4th place rider. So if Ada can close up to them, she could slot all the way through and move up into 2nd place.
I think she might have actually moved up a little bit here, but we'll see. Because I think I can see Jayla Parker and then Ada, or am I missing a couple of riders here as we're trying to look out our scoring area here in the middle of the track?
Well, Parker's just headed towards the end of that sand straight, and I think that might be Ada.
It is,
moved
isn't
up
it?
into 3rd now.
So yeah, I think we've had a bit of a shake-up here, or maybe we've lost one of our other riders in the meantime as well. But Eliza Dennis still on screen there, still leading from the front. There's our battle with what we believe is going to be second and third as they're going to come to the line here. Jayla Parker just crossing the finish line there. She's in second, and this is... it is Ada Harris there coming across. She's moved herself up to third, so she's got herself a fair bit further forward, which is good.
Yeah.
Here comes Layla White for fourth, and right behind her, Eliza Dennis. So she's all the way up to...
I reckon she's just got the last lap board.
She's just made the move on Layla White, so she's gone up to fourth.
Yeah.
So can she get... There's probably, 20 seconds? No, it can't be 20 seconds. It's not even. No, I'm looking at the lap time, not the overall position. So,
I think she wants to do it. I think it's it is a challenge, and you want to challenge yourself. So, honestly, in these conditions, the smart thing to do would just be you know what, take the win. You got the win. But how good does it feel to lap the entire field? And she's not that far off. As we see Harris go up the inside of Parker. Parker went the safer long way around that corner and left the inside open, and Ada Harris took full advantage. And then we see race leader Eliza Dennis coming up behind these two riders that are racing for second place. So this will be the most exciting part of the race. If Dennis, I think she's going to go for it.
She's going to get them.
She's
got half a lap here.
Well, I think she's going to go for it. Whether she gets past Ada as well, I think she's going to make the pass here on Parker.
She has, yep. And she's just got one more to go for the whole field lap.
Yeah.
Look, let's make a comment, but Ada Harris went down massively on that first lap, and she's got up. She had troubles getting the bike going, and she's back up and going, and she's got herself back to second. That's an awesome effort from Ada Harris.
It is. And look, Dennis needs to be careful, because if Ada, accidentally comes into her, and it is a risky to make this happen. But the carrot's dangling right there in front of her, and she got it. She's up the inside. She's got the pass made. So, she's lapped the entire field, Eliza Dennis. And Ada Harris, maybe we should just make Eliza do an extra lap in every moto. Just say, you're only going to win if you can lap everyone.
Not sure how she'd feel about that comment, Mikkel, but maybe.
No, I think she'd accept the challenge.
Awesome
but you
ride.
are right, Ada Harris, that crash, to be able to get up from that and still work her way all the way back to second place.
Very impressive.
Solid effort.
So finish flag there for Eliza Dennis and Ada Harris, missing out on the last lap board. She just has to take that one less lap for this moto. She does get second position, so she does keep the points as close as she could have, given that crash. But Jayla Parker across in third. So interesting moto there for our 12 to 16 years girls class.
Well, where it is, it's going to help Jayla Parker. She's going to move a lot closer in points to that third position. So she's going to be right on Mia Cameron points-wise heading into the next race. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back shortly with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
All right, we're here with Archie Black, number 86. Archie, that was an awesome race, dude. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, I just got a spot on start, and then the whole race, I didn't even know where I was, but I got through it, and everybody was just going all over the place. I had to go through it. There was no jumping and everything. It was just gnarly.
So the conditions out there are pretty wet and sticky. What's the trick to getting to the front and stay in there?
I don't know. I was so nervous coming in because I don't really like mud, but I think I'm a mud rider now.
Mate, I think you are a mud rider too. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, huh? 10 Earth. What was that, love? I said 10 Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
We are back at Maitland. It's the 10 to 12 65cc. Next up on our gate here, just a couple of last riders from our previous girls race clearing the track. But we've got a championship sort of battle because Kai Sproul has got a 42-point gap in this particular class. He's won every moto, back to Blade Regan and then Maxi Harris. But those two, second and third, are tight because there's only a 5-point gap between them as the gate is about to drop here.
Yeah, off we go.
On Moto 1. Who's going to get the whole shot? As we get them coming into view here, is that
is
Kai?
It's a Yamaha. Looks like Sproul.
I can see Archie Black there on the right having a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, he was swapping left and right. And is that Maxi Harris up into second place, possibly? I think so. But Sproul having a much better start than what he did on the 85. And that first lap on the 85 really set him back. I think he ended up catching back up to about 7th place on the 85, but really going to hurt him points-wise. As Maxi Harris, he's in the championship hunt as well. Not for the win, but definitely for the podium. And a great start for him. He's always up there for start anyway. Ada's been probably showing him some tips on how to get a start.
Maybe.
Either that or it just runs in the family.
It might be a fast twitch muscle thing that's genetically imposed.
Yeah, that's it. So, no, look, Sproul, again, and we've seen that from our championship leaders, I think, in most of the classes
they've
today.
They've had good starts.
They've had good starts and they've done what they've needed to do. There's obviously been some classes where the guy in second has stepped up and gained some points and made it closer, but most of our championship leaders have got the job done in their first races today. So let's see if Sproul can do the same thing. It looks like Blade Regan in third place on the gas.
You have to keep an eye on Blade's position in this moto because if Kai stays out front, if Blade drops back even 1 or 2 more positions, it might give enough points gap for Kai to seal this after this first moto. So we have to keep an eye on that, how this moto plays out for Blade Regan here as he's our second place position in the championship. As they're coming across the line for the first time, Kai takes that first lap and lead. Maxi Harris through in second position. Is that Ryder Magdafiglio in third?
The 23. And then he's
made
Blade
the pass
on Regan.
Well, but he's just made a mistake in that final corner and given it back to Blade. So Blade goes back to third. Magdafiglio in fourth. Didn't quite catch. Is that the 409?
Yeah,
Hudson Francis is fifth. So that was our Queenslander, wasn't it?
Yes. And then we got Archie Black, Flynn Burgess, Caden Riley, Chad Warland, and Cruz White, our top 10. But, Magdafiglio, he's one of the taller riders in this class. So if he is going to get sort of stuck in those deeper ruts, he's got bigger paddles than anybody else to get through them, or balance even, like those aquaplane, the airplanes that have the forget what you call them underneath them.
I'm just letting you bury yourself right now.
Where they can land on the water, he's got those. We'll just call them crutches.
A marine plane?
That's it, a marine plane. That's an aquaplane. It just sounded like I'm in a car hitting a big puddle of water. So, yeah. Anyway, no such problems for our leader, Sproul. He's already opened up a little bit of a gap, a comfortable gap where he can run some outside lines, not have to worry about anybody tucking up underneath, and also clear vision. No lap riders yet. So, sorry, Kai, too soon. But second place, Maxi Harris, also big gap for him to the next rider.
Well, Maxi will be trying to get in front, stay in front of Blade, because there's only a 5-point gap between Maxi and Blade in this championship. As much as we're just saying about Blade's position for keeping Kai within mathematical reach for a championship securement after this moto. But yeah, the real battle here is Maxi trying to get in front of Blade from second in the championship with that 5-point difference between the two.
Well, Sproul looks really comfortable in this one. Just clicking off the laps. He looks like he's got his line sorted and not going for that finish jump there, just a rider paddling around the outside. But see how much better the ruts are now for these little bikes. They can flow through them Kai's using that inside where Maxi's using the outside line in that Kennard's left-hander. As Regan is back in front of Matafiglio, and that's quite a close one for third place now.
Keep an eye on Kai there going through. If you notice, he's got two different coloured plates on his bike at the moment. He's got the nice red championship leader plate on the front bike there, provided by our Whole Shot Graphics. And you'll notice that throughout the classes that some of the plates are that red front plate, and that's that championship lead.
There's our second place, Maxi Harris, the big overhead shot. And then we got Blade Regan and Ryder Matafiglio, and that's the battle on track right now for third. So Matafiglio did have it and then made that mistake just after the finish line. So we'll try and stay with these two kids as they fight for that final position on the podium in this race anyway. Regan obviously racing not just for podium but for championship, as is Matafiglio. I mean, Matafiglio is only 8 points behind Regan as well. So Maxi Harris or Ryder Matafiglio or Blade Regan, every single position is crucial right now. And Matafiglio definitely had the pace because he did catch up and move past Regan, but then made that mistake.
We see him running that high line, the smooth line through that berm, trying to stay out of the ruts that are on the inside of the track there.
Yeah.
Keeping themselves rather close together here as this moto is going on. I think Magdafiglio's is coming back towards Blade here a bit in this Kennard's high corner. There's sort of the gap is tightening up here.
Yeah, we jumped that canyon jump that Regan didn't do, and he made up a bunch of time on that. So, but no lap traffic yet to speak of. They are still following in similar sort of lines, so it's going to be hard for Matafiglio to make a pass if he's following. But then again, we talked about it before that at some points on the track you kind of have to follow. But he's looking at setting up a pass here.
Oh, I think
What's
he might
Regan
have him.
going to do? He's going to have the inside. Regan's going to swing way out wide. And, Matafiglio.
If he hadn't made that mistake, I think he might have held it, but he might still.
He's got him anyway, maybe. But Regan's going to sort of slingshot around the outside there. And he just kind of moved over a touch just to let him know that he was there. I think Matafiglio knew he was there.
Well,
so
let's
we'll see what they do here.
Yeah, last corner. Let's see what they do. They're going to take different lines. One's on the inside, one's on the outside. They're actually going to come together, those lines, and funnel back to the inside. Well, what's Magdafiglio going to do? He's taken the inside there to try and get a different one, but it's come out basically the same, hasn't it?
It has, and what's difficult because of the ruts is you can't go across.
Well, here we go. Magdafiglio made a nice sweeping line through the corner before that, got a good run at the jump, whereas Blade Regan didn't, and sort of slowed up on the face of that tabletop, and that allowed the pass to happen. So Magdafiglio has gone to third position. There's a rider down that they're trying to go past. Hopefully that's not one of our leaders.
I
can't tell from that angle of the elevation there, but
we've got a rider stuck right on this finish line here. But anyway, Matafiglio jumping those jumps like you said, and look at the gap he's put on him already. So he's now able to go after Maxi Harris in that second place, although he's got a fair bit of
there's
time
a bit of a gap there, yeah.
So he jumps over the top of that lap rider. But on the pegs, standing all the way to the corner, opting for that easy outside line there, and he has third place under lock now, and he can start working towards second place. As we look out for our race leader, who is probably heading towards the end of this first lap. You're seeing a few riders crossing the finish line, and heading into the second last corner now, our race leader. So our race leader, second last turn, and we'll be coming back towards the final turn now, heading towards the finish line, and we'll begin the last lap board too this time around. As you see, Matafiglio legs off. So there goes our race leader. One more lap to go.
So as the timing and scoring updates, our order is Kai Sproul, Maxi Harris, Blade Regan, Ryder Magdafiglio, Archie Black in 5th, Hudson Francis 6th, Flynn Burgess 7th, Caden Riley in 8th, as they run through there. So that's your top 8 in this moto here for the 10 to 12 years, 65 cc's on our last lap.
Yeah. Well, there's Maxi Harris and Ryder Matafiglio and Kai Sproul just out of our camera view. But there he is there, our race leader. And had a perfect race so far. He just needs to keep it together. This is the most dangerous part of the race. Actually, in these conditions, the most dangerous part of the race is the first lap and the last lap. Everything in the middle is like, okay, because you're settled.
You're paying attention. You're well and truly on top of your mental game at that point, knowing what you're doing. But yeah, now we might be relaxed because there's nobody pressuring him. There's nobody really in front of him either to sort of pay attention to, because the lap riders are just either pretty much fallen over or on the side of the track stuck. So, yeah, he's got to just keep his wits about him here for the last half of this lap to ensure that he gets this moto win, and he'll be very close to securing this championship. I don't think he's quite going to have enough points. He's going to be about 47, 48 points up with a potential 50 to go here for the final 2 motos.
Look, it's a massive weight off knowing that all you've got to do is score 2 points in your next moto.
Pretty much he just has to make sure he finishes the next moto anywhere, right, and he's champion.
Yeah,
so
anywhere in the top 20,
yeah.
There's still quite a big class. This one or just over 20 riders, but track's starting to dry up quite well. I think it's going to get very racy, and what I said about the ruts stops you from cutting people off. That's actually also a positive thing, because then it's who's the best through the lines. And if you can roll through a rut better than the guy next to you, you're going to pass him and not have to worry about that rider cutting across your wheels to block you.
So I'm just doing some bad math here. With the current positions with Blade Regan in 4th, that would be a 7-point loss that he would get for this moto. We're going to have a 49-point gap. So basically he's...
So there's still a chance.
There's a chance. I'm telling you there's a chance, but it's very small.
All right.
So Kai Sproul has come across the finish line. He's going to have to basically just line up for this second moto and get 1 point, and he will be your champion of this class. But it's not secured just yet. So Kai Sproul, 2nd Maxi Harris, 3rd Ryder Magdafiglio, 4th Blade Regan, 5th Archie Black. That's your top 5 in this Moto 1 here for the 10-12 65cc.
Yeah, we'll go to a break and we'll be back soon with the next race at round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
All right, we're here with Bohannon. Bohannon, you are the current points leader going into this championship, mate. It's really, really close. Seth was coming for you. Tell me a little bit about your race.
Oh, I just got a pretty good start. Then just hold my laps, and I saw Seth go down, and I knew I had to get past McCloskey, and I got past him, and then from there I just maintained the gap with Seth. The track was super hard. It was like sticky. My goggles held up good, and yeah, I just rode my own race from there.
Mate, you did really well. Congratulations.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So 7 to 10, 65s on the line, and a bigger class in this one, David. The track's starting to form up really well now. Might be, and again, the track changed heaps since these kids have been out there, but a better track for them. The only thing with this rutted turn after the finish line here is how deep the ruts are getting. Sometimes the ruts can get deep to the point that the back wheel on these little bikes comes off the ground. And it's like hitting neutral. So your weight throws forward and you fall off. So sometimes you can't lean too much because the rut will actually stand the bike up. You've almost just got to go with whatever the lean of the rut is. The other way to look at it is sometimes the ruts will lean and riders are uncomfortable leaning that much and they try and stand the bike up more, but then they get off balance and fall over the top of the rut. So you've got to go with the lean of the rut that's formed there. What I mean by that is you're not necessarily riding the bike in the bottom of the rut. You're actually riding on the wall of the rut. It's like almost like on a berm.
Yeah, well, especially these little bikes, it's very difficult because their pegs are so much lower to the ground. So the ruts, as soon as they build up, inside or outside, can catch. And yeah, like you said, they either tip in and grab the peg and lift the rear off the ground, or they lean out and they end up overbalancing and going out the other side. So I think we're just having a little break here for a minute because there seems to be
very scenic view.
Well, there is
clouds in the background. It's almost like AI. You know?
Yeah, it's actually good looking at the moment. There's no water in the back of that, so there's no flooding in the area, which has been all through this place over the recent times. But there's just a few things moving around. But I think we're going to be getting back to our start. The board's turned over, so we're going to see a start here for this race, and we've got a rider stuck in a gate already. That's not a good way to start the race.
No, he's seen it change to 5-second board and
thought that was the go point.
Yeah.
All right, our leader. Who's going to get there first? Is that Stella?
Yeah, looks like
she swept around the outside there of the 272. Hudson Gould,
Gould.
Those are our two championship contenders in this class. So Hudson was trying to make a move there, but Stella didn't let him have it.
No, Stella's. She's got her eye on the prize, and I don't think she was going to let Hudson get in front of her on the start there. We see the rider in second place as Gould has dropped back to third, now fourth place for Gould. So he's got to regroup and get it together if he wants any chance of challenging Stella for the win and for the championship.
Yeah, well, he's 25 points back in the championship standing, so he needs to get wins today and hope that something, some bad motos happen for Stella. But at this point, Stella's doing what she needs to do. She's out front.
Yeah, she is, and I was just watching them over that big centre jump. Some of the older 65s are jumping that all the way to the end, where the younger 65s, it's not a power problem, it's a confidence and to go for those bigger jumps. We forget how young some of the kids are. Some of the kids in this class as young as 7 years of age, and then we're expecting them to jump 20-metre tabletops.
It's a long way up in the air when you're only about a metre or so tall. So it's a big feat for some of these kids, but they're all doing really well in terms of just getting around the track today. So that should be a big achievement and a big confidence boost for all of them.
Yeah, well, Stella, I'm sure she trains in conditions that are not just high pack and easy. So she would love the conditions right now, the ruts. You can see her, she's got really good technique, balancing the bike through the rut. And even that turn there where it's like a bit of a rut, then it's a flat surface, then back to a rut again. So just lining it all up and, putting in a clean lap, really. And look at the gap she's opened up over second place already.
Yeah, and it's gone really well for that opening lap. And this class is actually doing that little cut-off that we were talking about that the 50s are doing. They're missing the nasty section of the track here, that S-bend that goes across the finish line. So they're going to use this alternate line to miss that section and come back on to the other side of the track there. But our leader is still Stella, and we'll just wait. We'll get a few of these riders through. We'll give you a list here. So it's 266, Tate Biddick in second, 418, Malachi in third, Harley Rose fourth, Chase Irvine in fifth. So a bit of a few different names there in this particular list today here so far in this moto.
Yeah, well, Malachi Van Mondenberg, I'm going to go with, from Harvey Bay. Again, a Queensland rider coming racing here in New South Wales. And we did talk about some of the interstate riders finishing in between some of our championship runners. Obviously, interstate riders not doing all the rounds of the series. But still, what I really like about that is that our New South Wales riders are the ones that are out front. And I think these conditions not really used to, the Queensland riders not really used to these types of conditions. Their tracks are a lot more loamier, sandier. This is like a Toowoomba.
It's a thick clay, this one.
Yeah, Toowoomba will be similar, very similar to this in the way it forms up and the nature of the dirt and the ruts. But there's not that many hard pack tracks up in Queensland, so it will favour our New South Wales riders. As we see Francis, is that just in front of Mondenberg?
It's hard to tell from this drone shot for particularly who's there at that point. But there's a big gap between.
Oh, so not Francis, Hudson Gould, should I say? But there's definitely Van Mondenberg on the gas machine, and he is closed right up onto the back wheel of that. Is that our second or third place rider?
Is that Malachi with the four on the back there, the 418?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'll be our third place. Malachi currently sitting third in this moto.
Oh, Tate Biddick on the 266.
Yeah, okay,
so he's coming over, and Van Mondenberg is closed up.
So
Close up a little bit on him.
Yeah, they're fairly close there for second and third on track, but there's a big gap in front of them and a big gap behind them. So not much going on there other than second and third. So we'll probably try and stick with those guys on track because you see him going through past the rider that's stuck there, unfortunately.
And Stella is just in her own class at the moment. Almost 10 seconds a lap quicker than the next person. Another rider in this championship who I've not seen near the front is Mason Ryan, and he's one of our smaller riders, so it would be more tricky conditions for him, but and he would go better on the I would say the flatter, drier surfaces. I don't think he's liking the ruts too much today, but it is what it is, and it's the same for everybody. As we see Biddick on the 266, and he has pulled away from the Queenslander, so really secured himself in that second place. And all these riders pretty spread out. Archie Blanchette winning on the 50, currently running fifth in this 65 class, and although this is his second year though in this class, isn't it? Because this would be his final year, I'd say, in the 50s. So that would make him, 8 years old or 8 or 9 years old. So he'd maybe only have another year in this I'd say be last year 50s, but be running in this class. So to come fifth at the moment with all the kids in front of him being older gives him a lot of confidence for next year when some of these guys move out.
And Archie currently third in this championship in this class as well, only 6 points back from Hudson Gould and only 1 point ahead of Mason Ryan. So look, he's up there in the position that he probably needs to be to try and hold on to this podium, but he's right behind Hudson Gould, who's fourth in this moto.
Well, I haven't really seen Biddick shine in the first couple of rounds. Not sure if Biddick did all the rounds, but he's having a great day today in second.
Yeah, look, his Lakes results for Tate Biddick aren't anything great. Just sort of mid-pack, and just he's come on strong here in definitely the last moto at Dubbo. But yeah, he's put a good strong showing here this morning so far.
Well, just looking for even Jackson Riley in this one, running second on the 50. I don't even see him in the top 20 in the 65 class, unless he's opting not to ride in it, but and just focus on the 50 only. If anything, the track will be easier to ride on a 65 than a 50, and good practice if you were focusing on that class. Good practice to ride the track, as we see Biddick there, just standing up.
A lot of lap traffic for him to navigate. Just here.
Yeah, he had to change direction there.
Lucky not to go down.
No, that's right. Grabbed a hand for the throttle and then had to change direction again and go the other way. So, look, doing a great job getting through these lap riders and making some line choices early to change direction. So, I'd like to see him a little bit further forward on the seat going through the turn, so he's got a bit more control on that front wheel. But every rider has a different style. Some riders like to sit right up on the tank. Others will sit further back in the middle. I find on the hard pack stuff, you got much more control sitting on the front of the bike, whereas on the in say sand or soft muddy conditions, getting more towards the middle gives you more sort of drive through the turn. But sitting back, like I said, on hard pack, you tend to tuck the front easier in your corners. As rider with the bike inspired in that left hand, as we see Biddick. There's our race leader, Stella Harding, who's cleaning up at the moment.
Stella's massively out front here in this particular moto too, so she's doing an awesome job. I should say a stellar job that Stella is doing. So, and look at that, like just clearing that jump off the back of the seat to get the lift. Doing a great job. She is out front and she's coming towards the finish flag. She's going to get this moto win. Well done to Stella Harding. So that's going to put her in a good stead. She's not quite got the championship wrapped up, but she's making another step towards getting this particular class to her name. So well done, Stella Harding, Moto 1 winner.
Yeah, and in that overhead shot, we saw the awning over the start line, and not many tracks have that facility of having an awning, and you might not think much of it on a day like today. You probably want a little bit of sun, but in really hot conditions, it's such a pleasure to be sitting underneath that awning on the start line waiting for your race. Or if it's going to be raining, have that. You know you're going to get wet anyway, but at least it's like, okay, at least I'm going to start dry.
I got 2 minutes to keep my goggles dry and clean and everything. Yeah, it's a bit more pleasant. It is a nice facility here at Maitland District Motorcycle Club. So we're just watching a few of these riders come across the finish line. We've had our first three come through, which is Stella Harding, Tate Biddick, and Malachi on the 4:18 came through. Archie Blanchett has come through in fourth. He's jumped up. He was in fifth, so he's made a move into fourth there. So that'll change up our championship positions maybe just a touch, or at least tighten it up there from second and third. So
yeah, and again, it can change in a race. Anything can happen. And for these riders that are just trying to put it all together, especially like we were talking about the interstate riders coming in, taking points away, as Blanchett ended up getting up into fourth in that one. So even better for his championship, trying to solidify that podium, trying to get that podium position.
So that's our first round complete of all these motos. We're going to have a quick break here. We're going to come back. We're going to start Moto 2s for all these classes very shortly.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics. Dantia. Finance My Bike.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, it's Moto 2 time. It is the 15 to 17s, 125s that's chasing off the start line here, and I think that's the 99 of Cooper Bowman getting the whole shot. It is. He's out front. He's made another nice start here, and that's Burgess, I think, in second, and Mason Ryan third.
Not Mason Ryan, Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones, run of the. We're close. We're getting there.
We're close.
But I have some information from our man Russ down in the pits after that first moto. We remember we lost Eisel there from second at one point. He actually dropped it, got caught up with a lap rider. So that's how we ended up from second into fourth position. So awesome work there from Russ in the pits for us, helping us out with some information. So we'll see if he can do a bit better effort this time and not get caught up with those guys. But Cooper Bowman out front. Awesome start.
Yeah, he has been hot on the starts, and he's been quick too. If you remember that first moto when Burgess got out front, Bowman actually closed up on him a little bit, and then Burgess picked up the pace. Now, Bowman's got to be careful here. He's ran really wide in that first outside, and Burgess tried that alternate line on the outside, inside, outside, and nearly got around him. Ryan Jones, third place. He's got to pick it up a little bit and keep the pressure on Burgess. He cannot allow Burgess to run away with another race. He's got to try and stay close in this one.
Well, this is where this will be really important, because they got this Burgess with that win in the last one, and Jones with a third brought this points gap that was 8 down to 3. So basically, we're down to if
it's 1 point now.
Well, in this position here,
as they
run, we're 1 point apart. So this championship is well and truly alive in this particular class here today at Maitland.
It is, and Jones actually has the opportunity here to, if he can get Burgess and finish in front of him in this one race, he potentially puts himself in a position where he can let Burgess beat him in the next one. But when I say let him beat him, Burgess's pace has been... Like in the last race, he was the fastest guy. So Bowman done everything right so far, got the start. I like how the guys are cutting back. They're going that outside into that turn, and then they're cutting across all the ruts to exit that turn on the inside. And that's a line that's been formed by these riders in their first race, and then all the other bikes have just followed through. So it's going to be difficult here for Burgess, but just because... they're kind of running the same lines, and he also has to be careful because Jones is close enough where if Burgess does explore, where you see him putting in a charge now, and he nearly got him in the split lane last time around, tried to push it up the inside, that just wasn't close enough, and
I think he left his knee in that corner.
Yeah, he did, yeah. It's all right, he can pick the cartilage up in the next lap around. But he's trying to force a pass out early, and I think he knows that Jones is right there. So he's putting in a charge. And if he can get in front of Bowman.
I think this race is going to be awesome. We've got the 2 championship battle going on between Burgess and Jones. But we've got the other 2 riders either side of them wedging them in here. And they're going at it. They're all in the one shot here. Look at that from Bowman. Sideways. Losing traction. Burgess has got the move done.
Well, Burgess did what I was talking about earlier. In the sand section, he got onto his left, which then gave him the inside to control that left-hand turn. So there's only a couple passing spots on this track, and Burgess used one of them, and now he has the race lead. And Ryan Jones, as much as his eyes were lighting up when he saw Burgess right in front of him, his eyes would be losing hope now watching get away.
He's just made the move on Bowman,
and he has. Yeah.
We are now tied for the points as they run.
Yeah, and Eisel's coming through as well. So Eisel's on the move too. Bowman's gone from first to fourth in the space of a lap, and he'd really got the wind taken out of his sails. But Ryan Jones has definitely picked up the pace from last race to this race, and he knows how crucial this race would be. I'd say it would be the most important race in the championship.
Well, this could make or break a few things here because they're battling at the front now, but we still have Eisel as a potential spoiler here to split up some points as well. So if they finish as they are, it's winner take all in the last moto. So this will be awesome to see if they stay this way. Even if they don't, it's still potentially winner take all.
Well,
so
I think Jones is going to go for it here. I think he is going to go do whatever he needs to do to try and get this win, and he kind of has to. Because if he does that, if he makes it pass in whatever way, shape or form, I'm not going to say that pass comes.
You're not indicating it might be dirty pass.
No. Just that sometimes an aggressive pass with no contact is required to get it done. Because what that means is then a 6-point deficit going in the final moto where he can relax a bit. Where he can't relax at all because Burgess has done exactly what he's needed to do so far today, and they've just managed to get away from Eisel a little bit here.
Well, I think we've actually lost Eisel because Bowman's just come through in third position, so we've lost Eisel again.
And there goes Jones up the inside, they're side by side through that S-bend, and didn't quite have enough. Burgess with a little bit more momentum, but Jones feeling really racy right now, going up the inside line. And gets it done. So it was really close. Let's see what Burgess can do. Jones definitely with a pace here. Burgess switches it up, but Jones looks like he's completed the pass. They're going to slot into the same line there, into the left hand around the Kennard's turn. And Jones, with a fire in his belly, is starting to pull away. Burgess has got to pull his pants back up and get back after it.
Oh, Burgess with a bit of a mistake there. He got wide into that berm as he's trying to make up some ground again back towards Jones. But yeah, this race has just come alive. Ryan has found something here because he hasn't really had the lead from the front pace in any of our motos throughout the season, but he's coming back. Burgess, he's put the foot down, almost slid right off the back of the bike. I thought he was going to run straight into Ryan there in that corner. Luckily, he was able to stop.
Well, that was really respectful from Riley because he could have used Ryan as a brake, and he actually backed out of that. Although, because he was off balance, I reckon if he had run into Ryan...
he would have went straight down.
He would have gone down too, or they both would have gone down, and then Cooper Bowman would have said thank you very much. So what a battle these guys are having, and they've both got their spots on track. This is that outside line round the sand I was talking about, which gives you the inside, and he's made it work again. And Burgess, one of the better riders on the brakes in this class. If you watch him heading into his turns, he tends to brake later than the other guys and let the brakes go. Whereas,
You notice that last corner there too, the National Motorcycle Alliance one. Burgess was the one jumping into the corner, so he just gained a little bit on the corner entry there as well. So just a different line. Keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. It might be a little bit of a quicker section for Burgess there because he definitely did something different compared to Jones.
Well, Riley's picked it up now as well as they head out of the Finance My Bike turn into this next left-hander, and that pass that Jones put on him has woken him up a bit. So Burgess has sort of got his second wind now and gone, hang on, I can't just ride this race from front. I'm going to need to go. I'm going to need to pull away.
Ooh, foot dab.
Paddle. And Jones is unfortunately wasn't. He looks over. Burgess moved over slightly on that tabletop, and Jones had nowhere to go. He had to exit left as they come over the big jump here. A little bit of a whip by both of them. They're both going to funnel into that outside line. There's no real option for a pass on the inside. So this is where Burgess seems to make up a bit of time. He's got a much quicker line exit out of that turn. Jones needs to pick up on that. But then in the next corner where Burgess goes inside, he loses ground. And funny enough, Burgess is opting for that inside-outside option through that section where everybody else is doing the outside inside.
Yeah, Burgess in that section too, because he went that early inside line before one of those jumps. Jones actually was able to clear the jump. Burgess didn't. So Burgess is actually losing time in that tighter section of the track.
Yeah, he makes up time in the corner before. He's really fast through here. He holds the power on a lot longer. He's going outside. See Jones kind of picking up on that line, but in the process, because he's not used to taking it, because it looks like he's trying to learn Burgess's lines, he's losing time because now he's riding lines that he's not used to taking. And Burgess is just in the zone right now as he starts to pull away. And look, the championship not slipping away from Jones as such, because it's
still tight.
They're going to head into the final race time points if they finish as they are, but he could secure the championship if he can get back onto the tail of Burgess and challenge him.
Well, as this just calms down for just a second in this moto, have a look back to third and fourth. The gap now back there is nearly 13 seconds. Those four were together tightly on those opening few laps going back and forth. But these two, the championship contenders, have gapped themselves from the field and they've just taken themselves away. That's what this championship battle has done here. They've just run away from the rest of them.
Yeah, that's right. And even the riders further down the field, like Brodie Collins, he's trying to secure a third place finish in this championship, and he did it. Remember, he got the whole shot in the first race, and he finished in front of everybody he needed to control that third place. He's doing the same thing again this race. Deacon Do is the next rider in the championship hunt, and Cameron Shaw that's trying to close that gap on him, as well as Bailey Harris. But Harris is further down the field as well. So Collins doing exactly what he needs to do to try and keep third. As again, even though Bowman's up there in third place in this race, he lost a lot of points with that DNF at Dubbo in one of the races. But Burgess back in control.
Just putting a little time between him and Ryan Jones too at the moment. The gap's just opened up enough that, there's no lunges that could be possible from this distance. So
no, and other than a couple leg swags and off balance, I also think that the track's tacked up. Now that it's started to dry up, it's tacked up nicely. So there's heaps of grip out there. It's really just in the ruts where it's catching the guys out. And Jones is, he's got to be careful here too. Although he can try and win this championship in this race by pushing to get the pass made on Burgess, he could also throw it away. And he's not that type of rider. I see it as he'll go the pace that he needs to go, and if he's going to catch him, he's going to catch him. For him, it might just have to come down to the final moto.
Yeah, it looks like that at this point in time. Now, just catching a glimpse of Corey Eisel in fourth as he went past our scoring spot here. And you can tell when he dropped from that position up high where we thought we'd lost him at one point, the whole back of him's covered in mud. So he's definitely had a little bit of a lay down at some point.
Yeah,
so.
And rolled onto his back too.
Yeah.
Or been slapped onto the back. But like you said, this race really settled down. It's almost to the point of boring for Riley, and boring is good for Riley Burgess because hey, he doesn't want the excitement. He just, it's.
Well, this is the section of track that he maybe should be not so worried about being bored and actually try those other lines in now. He's got a little bit of a gap because this is where I think he's losing some time. That jump onto the table that he's doing that Ryan Jones is able to clear over from running the outside line into that is just maybe making a bit of a difference through that whole section. So something to look at for before Moto 3 for him.
Yeah, well, I wonder if Ryan's been able to learn the lines. We'll see when their lap times when they come over. I mean, if Burgess is still going quicker, then Jones hasn't been able to pick up on some of those lines that Burgess is taking because the gap has looked like it's gotten bigger.
And there's that jump into the corner bit that we were just sort of talking about. He didn't actually do it that time. He sort of slowed down on it, but Burgess was jumping into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner from the inside there. As they come over the line.
Yeah, so second and a half almost faster Burgess that time, and Cooper Bowman obviously he's going to be a bit further back time-wise, but lap time-wise, still pretty good.
Yeah, just over 2 seconds, so still within reach. Corey Eisel's time's a bit slower that time around at 2:08 versus the 2:02s and 2:03s of the front two, so...
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to catch Bowman either, as this race is... we've probably only got a couple laps.
I think the next one's the last one. We're at 14 minutes on the time clock, so it's got to be the next one around will be the last lap. So we're getting towards the end of this one, and we're setting ourselves up for a tied championship battle here.
It's awesome for us, not so much for the riders, but or not so much for Ryan Jones for that matter, but it's awesome for Riley Burgess, and like you said, really exciting for us. And, you know, Burgess has ridden a great race. He's fought back where he's needed to. Ryan Jones, you've got to give it to him as well. I mean, the guy, he didn't get the whole shot. He had to work his way through. He actually worked his way through to first place, and then Burgess clicked up a gear and went back by him. But still, the positive for Jones is that he knows he's got the pace to run with him. He did that early in the race. All he has to do now is buy a start and try and get in front of him. Because
are they expensive to buy?
They can be, yeah. I think if you were to say to riders, what would you rather have, the prize money or a whole shot? I think they'd take the whole shot every time.
It depends on how much the prize money
well,
is,
then
really.
again, I suppose.
Come on.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's...
all right, that's Burgess
there
just getting
goes.
his last lap board there. So 1 lap left of this race. Jones is just looking at it going, what could I have done differently in this one to maybe keep those couple of points gap? But we're now equal, so he's going to have to deal with that between now and, well, he's probably got an hour or something before the next moto. So
I don't think there was a lot he could do, honestly. Even the first moto where, what was he, third in the first moto?
He was, yeah.
Behind Bowman.
So
yep. I actually don't think that third place makes any difference, because even if he had come second, he'd only have 2 points in front of Riley. So even if Riley...
It's still a winner-take-all at that point, isn't it?
It's still a winner-take-all, that's right.
Yeah,
exactly. So I don't think he's done anything wrong, and if anything, I think he's done everything right. He challenged for the lead. He didn't just let Riley have it. But he's going to need to, find something in that final moto. A start is... really what he's looking for, but he's never... Look, he's always been a reasonable starter. He's sort of like that third, fourth, fifth into the first corner, but, at this level, when everybody is so close and, it's not just between 1 or 2 riders. There's 4 or 5 riders in this class that could win. As you Burgess going up the inside there, he's just got to finish this one off, get around any lap traffic that he's got to get around. Keep it tidy. Don't make any mistakes. Don't want to give it away right at the end here.
So if you're Ryan Jones, when you go into the pits after this race before the next moto, what's the one thing you're going to do or do to yourself to try and make sure that this goes well into the next moto?
Oh, look, I don't think there's...
Are you eating? Are you drinking? Are you able to eat and drink at this point? Like with the nerves and stuff?
Yeah, look, I think it's... I think that these guys have been racing for years. As Burgess looks over his shoulder one last
checking.
time. Just making sure. He's like, have I got this? Have I actually got it? And he does.
He does. That's the win for him.
And you know what? I was wondering if he's thinking, I wonder if something's happened to Ryan because I don't see him anymore. But just haven't looked. I think he knew he had the lead on him. And I think all Ryan can do is he can't be deflated after this. He has to go back and regroup because if he... it's kind of hard not to be deflated when you've just lost two motos, but he can definitely go out in that third one. And
well, he has to just win one moto of the day, and then he's won the whole thing. So that's the plan, I think, for him. Cooper Bowman's come across in second. Corey Eisel's come across in fourth. So that's your top 4: Burgess, Jones, Bowman, Eisel for that second moto of the 15 to 17 years 125 class. So we'll have a break here on our coverage of round 3, the final round of our championship for New South Wales Motocross State titles. We'll have a break and we'll be back with more action.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Okay, 9 to 12, 85s, and it's been the Archie Black show so far in this class, and he had a whole shot by about at least 3 or 4 bike links in that one. So, yeah, he's definitely got the star styled. As we see Birchall go down, there's Matafiglio in about 6th spot. I see Sproul's in 4th. Looks like Maxi Harris in 3rd place. Didn't quite catch 2nd. Might have been Regan on the 103, but we see Black go through, and that is Regan. Yep. And then Harris. And Sproul in 4th. So much better start for Sproul. Don't know what happened to him in that first one early in the race, but he did come back to 7th after being dead last over the line in the first lap. Sounds impressive. Not going to help him championship-wise, but all overall for the day. But he's definitely making up for in this one. And Archie Black, wow, he's just, if he can keep this together. Look, quick look over his shoulder. Don't do it.
He's already like, I can't hear anybody. Where is everybody? I better check.
I better check, yeah. No, they're still there, Archie. Yeah. Unless you play Excite Bike. You play Excite Bike?
I haven't,
on
no.
the Nintendo?
No.
Where you just can race by yourself. You try and beat your lap times. Sorry, it's really old. But Blade Regan, this kid he's always in the top 5, and it's like he's like one of those riders that's always there. I'd love to see him get a win at some stage. He's going to have to, because he's almost running that similar sort of pace that. Similar sort of pace that the leaders are running, but he's just consistently up near the front. But I'm sure he'd love to get a win sooner rather than later. And Harris in that 3rd position. Sproul again not getting great starts, having to work his way through. We'll see what he can do in that 4th position. But Regan keeping the leader in check here. Archie, obviously, I don't think he's overriding the track right now. I think he's got that. That's the beauty of having the whole shot out front, is you can ride your pace, and you only need to do what Riley Burgess did: pick the pace up. If a guy passes you, and go, okay, hang on, I need to go faster. Again, what makes it really challenging for these guys? They're all taking the same lines. Very, very hard.
That one section, I think they all have to. That seems to be the only way through there safely and quickly. So that was your top 4 guys going through, and you just caught the 5th place rider, which is Hudson Francis, and the 6th place is actually Ryder Magnafiglio. There's a massive gap from 6th back to 7th already in this race. So,
well, as we've seen in previous rounds, lap traffic, I think, is potentially going to play a part in this one. Not that we could see much in the coverage, like we were more focused on wherever the cameras were, but so we couldn't see if any lap riders played a part in how things went. As didn't realise there was actually a split lane heading into that jump. You know where Burgess wasn't jumping and Ryan Jones was? There is actually a split in there.
Yeah, I think he's using the wrong side of that to get started on that whole section of track there, and that's where he sort of was losing time in that moto. Not a massive amount, but just a little bit that kept bringing Ryan back into that one. But Archie looking good over that jump just then, still leading from the front. Oh, he made a pass on somebody there for a lap rider. So, yeah, a bit of traffic.
And that's only on his second lap.
Yeah,
so
it's early.
But no, he's...
well, he's actually gone through the middle to the inside of that corner, which is a bit rare so far. And having another massive look back. He's still just checking. Yeah, they're still there. Still there.
Probably wondering if he's in the right class. It's just like, where are these guys? As he's opted for the inside option that time. And the inside's become a much better line, I think, than that outside. Although, second and third place both going to that outside. Sproul going the inside and not coming out of it. So he's gone down just behind that sign there. We can't see him, but as our leader just come out of the Finance My Bike turn. But Sproul, is he up? Up and going again? I think he is. No? No, he's still there. He's still on that inside. He's got caught up in that rut and he's dropping a heap of positions and time.
Not a day for Kai on the 85.
Not on the 85. He'd be wanting to sell it after just ride the 65 for the rest of the year. But look, you know, these kids are going to be big wheel 85 next year.
Yes.
Some of them, like Archie Black, Kai Sproul. You know, you look at Liam Millard on the... Liam Millard. He's stepped up. He's not in this race, but he's the same age group, and he's got an early birthday the year. He's riding 12 to 14s this year, running top 3 in that championship. Blake Bohannon, his first year in that 12 to 14s, winning that leading that championship. Seth Thomas also moved up to 12 to 14s a year early. This obviously being his second year in that class, which really should be his first year, or second or third year now. I can't remember. Time flies, but certainly flying for Archie Black, as he is just over halfway through this moto.
How's he going to navigate that one?
Well, you know what worked out well for him there is the riders in front didn't make a mistake.
Well, but I'm glad that he kind of didn't try to force a line change in the middle of those ruts and get away from them, because I think that might have been worse than anything. He just sort of slowed down, took his medicine on that case, because he sort of made the bad decision earlier just to stick there, and it all worked out in the end. So not too bad, but he's got the room to do so as well. He's got a nice gap on the field at this point. So as he comes towards our finish line area here to tick off another lap in this moto, at the front of the pack does Archie Black. And Blade Regan still coming through in second. Maxi Harris still there in third. But we won't have our fourth place on that list there.
Regan's just gone down, I think. Is that... No, sorry, that's a lap rider in front of our leader. And Regan got stuck in the same line. That's what it was. It wasn't so much that Black made the mistake. It's that the lap rider went down in the line that they were in. And they were having to climb out of that rut. And fortunately, Archie... Because Archie's not a tall rider. He looks over his shoulder again. I'm going to have to speak to his coach about that, about telling him to focus forward. If he's watching this again, Archie, stop looking over your shoulder.
Let's get some strapping tape and tape his front of his helmet to his handlebar so he can't turn his head.
I do that with the kids at home.
Yeah.
Make them...
Look, what you do in your private life is your private things, right? But Archie does keep looking around, so there's an issue here. He needs to just focus forward, as we say.
No, you brought it up.
Yeah. All right, Archie Black leading his way through. We'll have to check how far back that second place and third place are now after that little moment at the end of the track there, the last part of the circuit, where they got caught up with the lap rider that had gone down. So we'll see how that's played out for them as we watch them through the drone footage here. You can see the different ways they get through the track and the lines that are a part of that as well when you get that overhead shot. And this is where all those split lane sections are that we keep talking about. So he's gone outside in for this part here. It's hard to tell if that's our second place, right? I think it might be there, and our third place,
Regan and Harris. So that's our closest battle on the track right now as Black pulls away. So we'll try and stay with those two guys as we got an awesome overhead shot with a drone to be able to keep on those two riders and also see their line options. Gives you a great overview of the line options and how. Look at those long straight ruts.
Yeah.
Those ruts are starting from the landing of that tabletop all the way down the straight. The balance that some of these kids have, as Harris is now closed right up onto the back of Regan. Regan taking that line you're talking about, going from the outside, cutting back to the middle. I think Archie was cutting back to the inside, but Harris has definitely picked up his game, and he's closed up onto the back wheel of Regan here. We'll see if he can mount a challenge for that second place. And these guys are racing again for championship position. Harris does have a little bit of points to play with, so he can afford to let Regan beat him in this one. But it's also not just championship. You know, these kids race against each other every weekend almost. They don't want to get beaten by each other. As we see Matafiglio just gone past us as well.
Well, with the rough day for Kai Sproul in this class, Maxi Harris was only a couple of points back, 3 points back, and Regan 14 points back of Maxi. So there's a chance for both those guys to get to second at this point in the championship with Kai's struggles. So look, there's a bit of play there for those two positions, that second and third battle going on.
Yeah, that's right, and I think Regan knows he's there. He's picked it up again. Every time Harris tends to close that accordion, Blade opens it back up again.
So we see Archie Black back on screen here, heading to that whole shot graphics corner. He runs nice and high in that one at the exit of the corner. It's just his line that he's taking to get to that outside section of the track, as he avoids the down rider there on the inside of the track, getting to the yellow flags through that section.
Oh, is that it's only one rider.
Yeah.
And then the marshal with the flag. Well, no one's getting through there.
No, that split lane is closed for the moment. Yep.
No, the marshal's closing the line. He's going to need to jump out the way if anybody goes that inside. But what we're talking about, that accordion effect or yo-yo effect where the rider closes up. Maxi Harris, this part of the track seems to have some better lines. And when you talked earlier about Burgess not learning that line where Jones is making up time, hard to learn when you're in front because you can't see what the guys behind you doing. Yep. And when he watches the live stream, because he'll be racing tomorrow, he'll go, okay, know what you're talking about, because a lot of the riders comment and say that they watch the live stream to pick up on lines and things that they were doing that they could do better for the next day. Even kids that are racing the same day will go and play back the live stream of their race so they can kind of see what went wrong. Obviously, it doesn't always. You're not always going to have the camera on you unless you're leading the race. So
no. And while you're talking about the coverage, I think we should make a good point about Motorcycle New South Wales bringing this to the sport for us, so that this is available to the kids to watch and learn from, and just get some exposure for our sport. So yeah, awesome that we have this in place, and something that we didn't have as kids coming through, trying to figure out what the fast line was on a track for a race day. This is awesome coverage that they get exposure for, both their sponsors and the learning ability of the track as well. So yeah,
we had nothing when we were kids. We didn't even have coaches. The coaches that we did have didn't really show us how to ride. They kind of just go, follow me, let's go for a ride somewhere. There's a lot more focus now. But look at Harris.
He's closed up again, hasn't he?
He's right up now onto the back of Regan. Regan pushing it. He's giving it everything to hang on to that second place, and we are getting to the part of the track where Harris seems to have a little bit of extra pace. So, but he's not there. See how they sort of maintain that like 3 bike length gap. You can't sit 3 bike lengths behind someone and expect to be close enough to make a move, even if you are faster than a rider in a particular section. If you're too far back when you get there, you're not close enough to capitalise or make that pass.
Yeah, it's hard to make that stick from that distance, even if you can lunge all the way down. So we see him heading down, long overhead shot here towards the back part of the circuit. This is the furthest part that they are away from the pits and start gates there. They loop around and come back towards us. And as there's those long ruts you're talking about, Mikel, on the straight there.
Little mistake there by Regan.
Oh, and it's given Maxi a chance.
He got off balance in that right-hander, and Maxi's going to sweep around the outside here and get it done.
We had to close that off with that rider on the outside there, the lap rider on the outside. And this is the last lap. We've just seen the finish flag.
He got it 2 corners to go.
Well, hold on. They're battling right to the finish line here.
Yep.
Maxi's going to just get that by a bike length.
Oh, man.
That's an awesome finish and
it is.
An awesome point to make the move.
Maxi hasn't had enough. He's going to do a parade lap.
I think he got caught in that rut and couldn't get out of it and thought, I better go follow it along before I crash. So, no, that was an awesome finish there for our... what was that? Is our 9 to 12? No.
Yeah, 9 to 12.
9 to 12. 85s. So yeah, an awesome finish.
Another race win for Archie.
So Archie Black out front. Maxi Harris got the second. Blade Regan third. Ryder Magnifiglio is coming across in fourth. We're waiting for our fifth place rider. It's going to be Hudson Francis. So that's our top 5 there for that 85 9 to 12 years.
We'll take a break and we'll be back soon with round 3 of New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
Eliza Dennis, she is the current points leader. Eliza, you got the whole shot, you led the whole race. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I got the whole shot, got a whole shot, and then just rode my own race. The ruts are tricky out there, but if you just be patient and then, you're fine.
How is line selection playing into the whole race for you?
I sort of think about it on the line where I'm going to go, and I just sort of, if there's a better line, I move to the better line, and then
Excellent. And how is the mud out there? Is it starting to dry out and get a bit more rideable?
Yeah, the mud is drying out, thank God. But like the lines are drying up, and we're able to get around now. So it's good.
Awesome. Good job. Keep it up. We'll see you on the next one.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
We are back at Maitland, round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Well underway on day 1 here. Had some awesome racing so far throughout. We're deep into Moto 2s here. Some awesome shots from the drone there, Mikel, over that start gate area, start line section. You can see the Maitland and Rutherford in the background there of the shot as we're flying over.
Yep, I just hope the drone doesn't run out of coal. Fuel.
I'm wondering why the coal was involved. Like it's a lithium-powered battery in that thing, mate. Anyway.
Oh, I'm just joking.
All right, we've got our next riders on the gate. Big field here. We'll just be checking who we've got on this one. This is our combined class. It's the 12 to 14 85cc, 14 to 16 85s. Now, this is the one that we saw Seth Thomas go down in early from the lead, then fight his way back to second to try and keep the gap here with this championship battle, but it was a bit hard for him with Blake Bohannon taking that win. In the 14 to 16 side of things, McCloskey got the moto win on that class. Obviously, the combined classes are running differently on the field. And Tyson Williams still just narrowly holding on to the championship lead there in that 14 to 16. So the moto's about to start here. We'll see what happens in terms of the results and the outrights for this one, because it's going to be an interesting one to go into final third motos for both these classes.
Yeah, really exciting race. Looking forward to this one, especially, to see obviously our championship leaders, but also everybody else. I mean, there's a lot of fast riders. Unfortunately for Seth Thomas, himself and Blake Bohannon are so far out in front. It's very hard for riders to finish in between them. So from Blake's perspective, he's going to want to try and do what he did in the last race, get a good start, stay on the bike, and he did that last race and actually won the race, and he had the pace to do it too.
So who's our hole shotter here? Is that the 83?
No, that's
23.
Darcy Houston again.
Darcy
another
Houston.
hole shot. And but gives up the lead early.
Is it Seth Thomas again?
Yeah, Thomas.
Can he stay on the bike this time? He
Well-
did this exact same thing first moto.
Oh, and he's paddling.
He tried to throw it away.
Yeah, he tried. But Bohannon is right there in third, where he needs to be. Thomas looking over his shoulder. I wouldn't worry about that right now. But all Seth can do is lead this race, click off laps, and win. There's absolutely nothing that he can do to change the result. It's really all in the hands of Blake Bohannon and what he can do, or what he's going to do. So Bohannon needs to relax here because, yes, Darcy Houston's there in front of him. And he's not that type of rider that'll get, I think, panic mode and want to try and make an early pass. I think he'll just sort of wait it out. There's lots of time left in this race. He's got the start that he needed, and he's in the position that he needs to be in. Is that McCloskey maybe in fourth place, which would then be leading the older ones, I think? We'll tell when they come through the finish line. But Thomas starting to check out already in this one. And as Bohannon tries to go around the outside, same move that Burgess pulled twice in the 125 race. Didn't quite work out. He ran out of room getting into that next left-hander and just opted the smart option just to back off and let him go. But that's one lap down now as Houston. He's in the middle of this championship, literally, right in between these guys. Look at Bohannon in that inside rut. Wow, he just greased that inside corner. And
that was beautiful.
Made it look easy.
That was an awesome move there. As we see Thomas leaving the Finance My Bikes corner, leading the way for all this combined moto here for the 85 cc's.
Yeah, and while we were focusing on that pass, I didn't actually have a look or wait for timing to switch screens. But yeah, McCloskey, another great start in front of Buddy Brown, and having Buddy Brown behind him, he's like a linebacker in American football, where Buddy Brown's there just protecting the quarterback with the ball, and just giving more points to McCloskey to make up on Tyson Williams. So not a great start for Williams.
Did you notice where Williams was? Because I didn't notice his number there on the screen. I should have looked further down. Here we go. He's in 8th. So yeah, not a great day going for Tyson Williams at this point. He was about that point in the first moto as well.
But he's third in his actual class. So, yes, he's giving up some points. He realistically does need to try and catch up and get around Buddy Brown. And nothing stopping Seth Thomas right now. I mean, the pace that this kid has got, I mean, you could arguably say he's the fastest 85 in Australia. Some of the times that he can put down. But, that mistake is in the first race.
It's costly.
There's other mistakes too. If you look at previous rounds.
He's done similar things, hasn't he? The speed hasn't equaled consistency.
And quick look over is obviously Bohannon is there. I would like to see if see their lap times as they come through, but also see if Bohannon will what he's going to do. Is he going to just let him run, or and if I reckon Bohannon's not going to actually push it too hard to catch him, but at the same time he's going to want to keep that gap the same to say, hey, I'm just as quick and I can. And he proved that in the last race where Thomas got into second, put a charge in, Bohannon stepped it up, as we see Millard on the 601. He's our rider in third. He was third in the start of the day in the championship, but didn't have the best race in that first moto, so he gave away a few points.
You're talking about there, Blake deciding what he's going to do in this moto, whether he wants to go after Seth or not. As they run, it's still a 6-point gap in this championship, so with one moto to go. So, we expect them to go 1-2 again in the next moto. It's okay for Blake, but look, I think you still try and push forward and see if you can get Seth into one of those mistakes that we've seen him make. So that would be my plan. Sit on him as close as I can, stay with him. I don't have to necessarily make a move, but I'll see if I can push him into a mistake.
Look, absolutely, and And again, if you're winning races, as this is a good battle here with McCloskey and Buddy Brown, and that is a race for position because they are in the same class. As Brown's going to go the inside here on this drone shot, we can see, but the inside on the way out of the turn's not so great. And McCloskey, the time that Brown made up, he lost. Again, try to take that line, but McCloskey went to the outside of that split lane and then didn't jump the jump and then lost time. So Buddy Brown all over the back wheel of McCloskey, and Josh cannot afford to let Buddy Brown get him because that Buddy Brown is Tyson Williams' best friend right now. Because that's going to help him, help him or hurt him. He won't be his best friend if he doesn't pass him, because then he's actually finishing in between, costing him extra points.
Yeah, there might be a few words after that one. Why couldn't you stay in front of him?
He won't share his lunch with him.
No, exactly not.
But yeah, close battle here as they go through the New South Wales left-hander. And look, I think McCloskey would be a bit nervous, although he had a great finish in race one, getting that win in the older age group. Nervous because he knows he's got to make up points to actually win this championship, and then having Buddy Brown breathing down his neck as well doesn't help. So he's got to keep it together. Also can't afford those, any sort of big mistake. And it looks like he's managed to open it back up. Looks like someone who's doing burnouts on the grass overnight. But it's just the tyre tracks from the...
it's just so wet around here.
So wet, yeah.
Oh, as we see a few riders getting caught up there in that softer section of the track, and they all go into that very edge section there that we talked about earlier in the day, trying to find some firm ground to get themselves propelling forward still.
Well, Seth Thomas still a race leader, but that last lap around Bohannon was a second quicker. So closing the gap slightly. Is it going to be enough to catch for the lead?
Well, he's within the shot, looks closer now, so he's murking his way forward. Like I said, I think he's trying to just keep the pressure on Seth to see if he can get him to make one of those mistakes that he's made over the last few rounds and maybe hand him the lead, not necessarily have to take it from him. So
I just went through the medical area there. Thankfully, there's no jumps. We've got a rider off track that the medics are attending to.
Well, Seth with a big look back. He's feeling that pressure from Blake, I think.
Well, he definitely knows that he's there. But, as young as these kids are, it's a massive whip on an 85. And Bohannon's definitely closed the gap on him. So he's closer, probably the closest he's ever been.
Yeah, this race is definitely not over as we get towards, where are we? Probably just past halfway in this moto. So still plenty of laps to do here. And Blake is definitely closing on Seth.
He is. And I think he's just so methodical. Bohannon, like smooth. See how you got that rutted line there? His riders rode around the deep part of the rut. So they're in the rut, and then where it got to that hole, we're going just to the left of it, missing the hole. And that's a vision thing. A rider without vision will just be dropping into those big holes. But Bohannon all over the back wheel now of Thomas, and the best time of the race to close right up, because we saw in the last race a rider make a pass. It was on Regan. I'm trying to think of who the other rider was now that made that pass.
Regan and Maxi.
Maxi Harris making that pass, 2 corners to go.
Wow.
And that's how quickly it can unfold.
Blake is definitely coming towards the back of Seth here. He's following all the same lines, so he's not necessarily going to lose any time here because he's doing the same thing that Seth is, just creeping up. So Blake's making this interesting. They're going to just keep following each other nose to tail here for a little bit. We'll see what happens and see if what I've said is what Blake's going to do and just sit there and wait.
Another look over.
But yeah, Seth's getting worried.
Well, look, even if they finish as they are, Blake can walk away from the day going, hey, you can beat me in a race, but I do have the pace to run.
Yeah, I got the championship.
But not just I got the championship. I didn't win because I got lucky.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? I do have the pace to win. So, and he's right on him now.
Look at it now, yeah.
So a couple more laps to go in this one. Even the people on the finish aren't even counting anymore. They
how close did they get to there? Blake went to that inside line.
Mistake.
Oh, he's lost the ground here. That might be enough that Seth needs to sort of hold this moto win.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
Blake had a nice dive there, but he went for that inside line. They almost came together on the exit because the lines sort of merged there, but just missed out on it and then, made a mistake in the next right.
This is the danger for Blake. As much as he wants to prove that he's got the pace, this is where the cool head prevails. And that mistake, like, he's lost a fair bit of ground. Like, to try and catch up to Seth at this point in the moto, maybe needs to just use that mistake as a wake-up call to go, you know what?
I've got this championship in control.
I need to win this championship. Yes, I want to win the race too. I want to show that I got the speed. He's shown he's had the speed because he managed to close the gap slightly anyway.
Yeah.
As we see Millard there coming through and getting cross-rutted and steps off the bike and stalls it somehow. That was a very unusual mistake there from Liam, but gets back going pretty quick. And Seth looking over, he can see that he's got the lead.
There's a decent gap there now, isn't there, between Seth and Blake after that little mistake from Blake as Seth navigates past a couple of those lap riders, and you can see there's the gap. There's Blake just in the screen. So Seth's leaving that corner, Blake's entering that one. That's our gap, basically. We're sort of 2-3 seconds.
I think we're going to get one to go next time they come by.
So we keep an eye on. There's Blake Bohannon on his Yamaha. Just trying to control this championship from this second position.
Well, he hasn't settled. Blake hasn't sort of gone, okay, I made that mistake, I'll just take second this one. He is still pushing, but so is Thomas. Thomas is he's also trying to say, hey, I am the quickest one.
Well, just as we get into this corner here, the rider that Seth Thomas is about to take past is Tyson Williams, who was our championship leader in the 14 to 16s class, and he's got his goggles dangling around his arm, so he's not had a good moto.
No, he's not enjoying life right now. And there's one more to go for our two leaders, and we still haven't seen third place cross the line yet.
No, the two guys, Seth and Blake, are definitely in a class of their own in this particular category, aren't they? So doing really well. They're obviously very competitive riders, very strong in this class. But Seth there, just carrying some momentum.
Amazing also to see the you got the younger class and the older class, and it's the younger class that's
outdoing.
Yeah, as much as the older. That's why the older riders don't want to ride in a combined class, because they don't want to be beaten by the younger riders. But just amazing to see how, as Blake has closed right up again. Like he's not in a passing contention, but he certainly hasn't just settled for that second place. He is going for it.
Yeah, the pressure's still on for Seth Thomas as they're coming around here on this last lap. So one mistake could change things. Blake's definitely closed back up. Look at that. Last lap round, I talked about them. One was leaving the corner as the other was entering, and that was the gap, but they're both entering the corner at the same time now. So it's tightened up here on this last lap. It's not quite over just yet.
You also might find that from Seth's point of view, he could see that he had the gap and he's just trying to bring this one home. But at the same time, I mean, Blake is charging hard. Like, he has definitely turned it up and is pushing all the way to the finish line, which is amazing. Like,
and look at this. They're in the one shot as they cross the finish line. There's the finish flag.
That is so awesome.
So Seth Thomas does get the win there. Blake Bohannon very close second. So the championship will be 6 points as they come into the final moto between those two in the 12 to 14 years 85cc. We'll have to check back through the rest of the field now. We'll give you an update on where those other riders are finishing because the 14 to 16s are out here too. So it's Thomas, Bohannon, Darcy Houston in third, Buddy Brown, Josh McCloskey, Ollie Chandler, Eliza Dennis in seventh. Nice work, Eliza. Kobe Binion, Liam Millard ninth, and I just missed who was our 10th rider there as we're coming through. So no, Tyson Williams is there listed as 16th. So that's not good for his championship chances in the 14 to 16 years 85cc.
No, but just remember that is a combined finish.
It is combined.
So he might be third or fourth.
So we'll have to see what that plays out of. We'll grab some score sheets here for this one, ready ahead of Moto 3, so we can give you the accurate update. But, yeah, interesting to see how that one ends up.
Oh, Buddy Brown nearly went over the bars. I think he hit the same kicker that Ada Harris hit.
Not how you want to finish a moto.
No. So we'll head to a break, and we'll be back soon with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Maitland.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Eating. I love eating. I can play basketball.
I'm pretty good at everything I try. Like Dad always tells me, I'm like heaps. Forgot the word.
Eating.
Sprinting and track.
Play Oz tag.
Basketball.
So just another rider to cross the line, and we'll get going soon with the 6 to 950cc class, and that's been led by Archie Blanchette. He's been in full control of that one.
Every moto of every round. So, yeah, Archie has been definitely in control of this one. And he's the champion already.
He is, yep. He's already the state champion, barring any protests. I don't think there were any. But another hole shot for the 3-2-1 again. Out in front. He's been great on the starts.
Yeah.
Looks like Kirchin's up to third now. Blanchette making a quick pass there on Mumby.
As he did in the first moto as well.
Yeah, it was almost
similar
a replica start to the moto. And again, look at the track position. Like some of the riders are only just getting out of the first corner. And he's halfway down the third straight because just clear track and can go. Everyone else is just playing follow the leader. I like how he's riding inside of the main rut there, where all your bigger bikes, they're all hitting the ruts. It's more important for these 50s to choose better lines than the big bikes because they're on the smallest bikes with the smallest wheels, and they're the youngest age, so really hard for them to do that. Like most of these kids wouldn't even know what vision is, never mind actually using it. So, you know, for Archie to spot that, and you know, you got a half a dozen line choices to choose from, and he's picked the right one.
Yeah, no, he's done that really, really well to get through that section and not just wedge the bike in there because it would pretty much, you know, go in with the foot pegs into the side walls of the rut because it's a much smaller bike. So, as we're just seeing a bit of there's a rider down on our start line. Unfortunately, there's some red cross flags out as Archie's going across there, navigating it okay. But yeah, rider getting attended to on the start, as you can see there on our drone shot. But Archie's in the Finance My Bike corner, leading this from the front. Massive gap already, 1 lap down as he heads through over that tabletop there. Checking out his form through that left-hand corner, sorry. And flying over the tabletop. So Archie's one of those kids that just doesn't matter that he's on a 50, he's jumping the jumps no matter what.
And even though he doesn't need to, like, he's just enjoying it out there. He knows he's got this championship wrapped up, and what's good for him is this is like he's trying to get third on the 65 as well. And as far as clearing jumps, he just jumped that next tabletop as well. Like, he's doing stuff that the other guys aren't doing, and every one of those jumps that he makes is 2 to 4 seconds gain that the other kids can't do. Even that one there where he's jumping the smaller tabletop, the bigger tabletop, jumping over halfway. A lot of the other kids aren't doing that. They're landing on top, or what you could say, singling the jump as opposed to clearing and landing on the landing.
Just all out there by himself, isn't he? I was
just
watching it going, I wonder where the next kid is. And
I was trying to see from
nobody
drone
in shot
to see where second is. And I think they might have snuck underneath us there.
Well, I'm just looking at one of the riders that's down here on the end. There's maybe a rider that's from one of our other classes that I know the name from, but Malachi is down, not crossed the finish line just yet. So wondering if he was maybe the rider that was getting attended to. But there's a few riders still on that list, so maybe they just haven't caught up yet.
Yeah, that's right. There's our second place rider. So we do have a battle for second place.
So our running order is Archie Blanchett out the front, Deegan Mumby on the 3-2-1, Jackson Riley, Zio Kirchen, Sam...
Archie Diacono.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right.
So we got those few runs running up there in the top four.
Yeah, it is quite close, as we've just seen Mumby and Jackson Riley coming through that turn. And our rider in second in points is Jackson Merchant, and he is really struggling today. DNF in the first motor. I'm not even sure.
He's 12th listed at the moment. 11th, sorry. 11th, okay. Yeah, 11th just updated.
So
he's come
let's
over.
See what. Anyway, so he's really he'd be hoping to just hang on to a podium by the end of today. The way his day's gone so far.
Well, Deegan Mumby was only 23 points back on him, so he's probably going to creep up towards him. But Sam was only 3 points back of him, and 1 point back was Sonny Bonds. So that third, fourth, fifth even is close. And if they're getting good motos, which Deegan Mumby is today, if he does it again in the final one and Jackson has a bad one, maybe he sneaks up into second place there. And
well, unfortunately for Deegan, is he was running third in that first moto, and he dropped back to fifth. So the points that he potentially was making up in that first race, he lost. He can't do that again in this race. He's got to stay where he is and score maximum points. When I say maximum, I mean
as many as he can get.
Yeah, as many as he can get. Archie Blanchett is obviously scoring maximum points. Looks like Mumby, is that Mumby there on screen heading over the tabletop jump? Or is that Riley?
That's the 184.
That's Jackson Riley. So Mumby has dropped back a position, and he's got Zio Kirchen right behind him.
Yeah, just as they come over that finish line area.
Kirchen's about a foot taller than Mumby. Mumby's this tiny little kid. He stands up, he's only an inch off the seat when he stands up on the bike. So for him to ride this track, he's doing really, really well.
As we're watching those guys, we're just about to catch those guys there in second, third, fourth. So
Riley's starting to run away with second place. We talk about running away. Blanchett's not running away. He's sprinting away from these guys. There's Mumby and Kirchen following that rider. Mumby on the seat, Kirchen balancing on the pegs.
Yeah, Kirchen was doing a nice job of that too, just standing up on the pegs there, but just observing what's happening in front of him as he was trying to navigate that section.
Just really difficult though for those guys to, Kirchen's looking to make a move, but he can't because he had to follow through that section. And when I say he had to follow, I reckon if he took the other line, he would have got bogged down or potentially lose the position. As we look at Riley on screen, that's Jackson Riley. And in a very, very comfortable second place right now.
Just watching him go through the cutoff there is the 50s. Oh, right it down there.
That's Riley. Riley got cross-rutted.
Oh, and he might be stuck here.
He's trapped under the bike there, so he's going to lose a few positions. I mean, he wasn't in the championship hunt, but definitely in the position for overall today. And that's going to move Kirchen and Mumby up. I'm not sure if Kirchen actually got the pass on Mumby. Yeah, I think he did. Yes, he has. So,
yeah, not what Jackson wanted there, because that's going to drop him right down the order. He's a bit stuck at the moment. I think he was just getting out. He's just getting up, as we're looking out the window here, trying to give you an update on what's happened there. But he's just up, so he's going to have lost a good 10 positions there, I'd say, something like that.
Well, Kirchin's up to second now in this race, and I didn't see where he got in the first one. I don't think he was in the top 5 in the first one. So much better race for him. And this is what I was saying with Mumby. If he wants to move up in the championship order, he can't be giving away positions. And let's see if he can keep the pressure on Kirchin and maybe make a pass back. But he's got a couple of lappers there he's got to get around first. As does Kirchin.
Well, there's Kirchin just at the bottom of the screen.
No, he's going the other option.
He's because that other rider was in that line. But Mumby's followed up behind those two, so he's probably going to lose a little bit of ground here.
That was actually a good move by Kirchin. He actually got through the lappers and it was relatively safe.
He's got one more to navigate there. That's just sort of taking the line away as they're coming out of that corner. And a bit
twice. Jeez.
Bit of a schmozzle there.
Is that Sonny Bond? Or was that a lap rider that just
I'm not sure.
Blew by him? Because he looks like he's going.
You can't read the front of that plate at all, can you? But we've got a finish flag out here, so Archie has come across the line to take that moto win. So we are on our last lap here.
That's Quade Seymour. I reckon Quade might have moved up because...
Well, Quade got second in our first moto, so he's obviously on pace today.
Yeah, I reckon he's sort of snuck around them right at the end here to potentially get a second place.
Well, Mumby's coming back in there too. He's right to the back wheel of Kirchin, so he's trying to get some points here to get this championship position.
Claw some points back, but Seymour trying to nail down a second place overall for the day. If he can, Kirchin, he doesn't want him to have it, and he's gone up the inside. They're going to be side by side, and I think Kirchin's got it.
Yeah,
so
he has.
Great move by Kirchin in that inside. So jump the jump.
So we're watching him here. They'll come over the finish line in just a second. You're going to see Kirchin pop up here. He's going to grab, what's that going to be, third place? Second place. Oh, that was tight between Mumby and Seymour, because they were right on the end. So what have we got there?
And Archie Diacono, although the laps haven't actually clicked over yet.
We'll just wait for that to update on the screen here, and then we'll give you the accurate picture of what that finishing order was for this 6 to 9 years 50cc Division 2 race. So, interesting finish there. It's going to affect where this second, third, fourth in the championship is, because as we said before, Archie's already confirmed the championship. Now, second was Zio Kirchin, third was Deegan Mumby, fourth is Sam Arkidia Akano. I'm going to say it poorly again. Fifth, Quade Seymour. So, yeah, bit of a shake-up there. But Zio Kirchin gets the second place in that moto.
It's Archie Diacono.
Archie Diacono. Apologies, Sam. I'll get there eventually.
No worries. We'll go to an interview and we'll be back soon.
So we're here with the Deputy Chair of Motorcycling New South Wales, Nathan Hussey. Nathan, thanks for joining us this weekend at the state titles here in Maitland. How does it feel to be at one of these events?
It's fantastic. We've got fantastic weather finally, which is lovely to see out here, and an absolutely massive turnout, particularly the juniors today. Looking forward to it. Already seen some really great racing this morning, and more to come this afternoon, and seniors tomorrow.
Beautiful. So your history started off as a junior rider. Does this bring back memories for you?
It does, actually. I mean, I don't think I ever rode at an event this big, but started off doing mini Kana and spent a lot of time at Karingai Mini Wheels when I was younger. Moved to road bikes as soon as I could, but since having kids myself, it's probably taken a fair bit of a back seat in my life. So it's good to get back out here and see how far the sport's come in recent years.
Awesome. Volunteer for our board. The volunteers that have made this event possible this weekend from Maitland Motorcycle Club. What do you have to say to those people that have really made this happen in really trying conditions?
Yeah, I mean, look, volunteering in any sport, and particularly one as big and everything else as motorcycling is a huge undertaking for everybody. I mean, I'm very happy that I can do my part and try and help the sport from the board side of things in terms of where we go in the future. But the reality is the guys that are out here volunteering each weekend and massive events like this, they're the ones that make sure this can keep happening now and in the future. So a huge thanks to all of them, really, and this sport wouldn't exist without them. They are the nuts and bolts of it.
So we're back on. and we're here with the 12 to 16, 85 girls. Eliza Dennis checking out early, or trying to anyway. Ada Harris slotting into that second place very, very quickly. And Dennis just trying to run and hide in this one, make it easy on herself. She lapped every single rider in the last race, which is impressive to say the least. I don't know many riders that can honestly say they've done that. I know Ricky Carmichael did it in 2006, I think it was, lapped the entire field, including riders like Chad Reed and James Stewart, in the muddy conditions, and the guy's only like 5 foot tall. So, you know, which is, when you think, if you don't know what I'm talking about, obviously really hard to ride well in mud when you're short, because if you need to put your foot down, you can't really. So you're relying more just on your control, your balance, and your throttle. But what do you think about today's racing? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, g'day guys, it's Russ here. I've been down on the field there, trackside, interviewing a few of the riders as they come off. It's been awesome to see how this place has shaped up. Start of this week, it wasn't looking good. It was looking pretty scary and pretty dire. But I think the track crew's done an awesome job. The track's come up really nice. We're starting to see a few clouds of dust even, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, I think it's shaped up to be a great weekend of racing. I think tomorrow for the seniors will be especially good. But the girls on track right now, mate, these junior girls are really ripping in. It's great to see.
Yeah, it is. Great that they've got their own class as well. I mean, a lot of these girls will be racing in the sort of combined class, if you will. I mean, it's not a boys class and a girls class. It just is the 12 to 14s or 14 to 1685. But the girls do get the option of having their own race as well, which is nice for them. Somebody like Eliza Dennis, very, very competitive. She would probably enjoy racing the combined class because it gives her a challenge and pushes her. Nothing worse. It doesn't matter what class you're in. If you're the leader of that class, the person setting the pace, and you've got nobody to challenge you or push you, you can't actually improve or get any faster because you've got no one to make you any faster.
Absolutely. I think that's such a huge advantage for the girls to go and ride with the boys and really see where they stand out. The girls and the boys tend to have a different style of riding too, so I think it's great for the girls to see the aggressiveness of the boys. The girls tend to have a little bit more of an accurate, smoother style. I think it's great for them to mix it up and really helps them bring their riding up and bring their pace up. But yeah, the girls here are doing great, especially in these tricky conditions.
And also, when they ride in the combined class, it's almost a full grid. So there's so many more riders to actually race against, and especially that start. Like, you think about getting a good start and you've got 40 people on the line, that's pretty scary going into turn one, and who's going to, break the latest, or, my philosophy is always don't brake till the guy next to you brakes. And I was racing it was a dirt X round here at Maitland with Jai Roberts, and look, Jai Roberts, is
phenomenal rider.
Well, he's a phenomenal rider, and look, he's I'm probably old enough to be his dad, but anyway, I was like, I'm going to beat him on the start this race, and we come out together into the first turn, and this is when the first turn used to go into a little bit more to the right into that berm, not the left it does now. It sort of went right and then left, and we were fifth gear wide open to enter the straight. I looked over, he looked over, neither one of us braked, and then next minute the corner came up and I went sliding almost off the track. He was the line he was in, he was able to go to the berm and use the berm to slingshot around, but I nearly killed us both. And it's only been a couple of times where the guy next to me's had the same idea of don't back off till the guy next to you backs off. So
yeah, playing that sort of games with a guy like Jai Roberts might be a dangerous thing for your health moving forward, mate, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, we had a good laugh about it afterwards. He's like, I thought He's like, you weren't backing off. I thought you were going to back off. So, good way to get a hole shot, but also a good way to run off the track and not make the first turn.
Absolutely. And that start in all motocross is just so important, right? And we've seen that here today. I was just watching the 50s before, and I couldn't believe how long those guys held it into the first corner too. Yeah. But you're right about the different gates. The girls in this class have got a lot of room down the start straight, a lot of gates to choose from. To jump into a 40-man gate really changes things up. It really makes the gate pick far more important, I think. Makes the drive down the straight more important, and makes that entry to that first corner far more crucial.
And when you talk about the start being crucial, like, take nothing away from the other girls in the class, but Eliza Dennis is just that many steps ahead of them, but still she wants a hole shot. Like, she could be, a bit arrogant and say, let everybody go, and go, you know what, I'll let you all go and I'll catch up. But she didn't want to risk herself. It's like, you know what, I don't need to do that. I don't need to play games on how fast I am. I remember, funny enough, Chad Reed did that at a race I was at Lakes one year. He had just gone over he's just about to go over the race World Championships, and he let us all go. And then he crashed in the first corner. He hit the guy in second last, and he only called back up to fourth.
Yeah, right.
I was just, it was funny for us. It wasn't funny for Chad, but I mean, there is a part to that is actually quite good training. If you're a really good rider, you go to a club day, and you've got everybody covered, and it's just a club day, and you go, okay, I'm going to use today as good passing practice. Let everybody go. And get to the first corner, and then you go. But you've got to keep your head about you. It's when you sort of that overconfidence that you think, hey, I've got this. I got this. I can do this, no problem. And then, especially some of the riders at the back of the field, they can go in any direction at any time. And
that's right. And, you put yourself in traffic there, and that can be a little bit dangerous. We've seen that with Dylan Wills. We might see a little bit of that out of him tomorrow if he shows up.
Yeah.
But when you've got someone that is just head and shoulders above the rest of the class, they could start behind. It's got its pros and cons though too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Getting back to this race, Ada Harris. She had a big stack. I've just seen another rider hit a kicker on this up ramp. So,
that one in the first race was brutal. I happened to be standing right there at the down ramp when she came a gutser on that first one, and that was a big slap. I think she did really well to get herself up and going again. I did have a chat to her afterwards, and you could definitely see that she was hurting. There was definitely some pain that she was riding through from that. But man, I tell you what, these girls are tough to get up from a big slap down like that. Be able to hold it together for an interview and then come back for the next race is just super impressive. So it's great to see the level that these girls are riding at, and it's great to see the hits that they can take. It's a rough sport, and if you can't get up from those hits, it's going to be a short career. So for the girls today, it's great to see them out there really pushing, and just not having anything hold them back.
So, Russ, with your racing or riding, tell us, so for everybody that's watching, a little bit about yourself and more so about your riding and stuff.
For sure. So I only grew up riding a little bit in the bush. Never really got into motocross myself, but as I got older, really fell in love with enduro riding. I do a lot of hard enduro stuff now, so I do like the challenge in the bush. I like the head game from hard enduro. Looking at big obstacles, logs, rocks, hills. Just recently got back from the hard enduro in Kosciuszko, so that was a ton of fun. But for me, I'm lucky enough to work at a bike shop, so I get to play around with a lot of different sorts of bikes. So for me, I love the fact that I can jump on a track bike and go to Eastern Creek and run some laps, jump on an adventure bike the next weekend, and then jump on a trail bike too. So I don't do any at a particularly high level, but I do get to do a lot of riding, which is tons of fun. And then my kids have grown up now doing a bit of motocross. So they started out at Gwendolyn Junior Trials Club, which a lot of people here racing today started out there. And then we're members at Lakes Club as well.
Yeah, well, I'd rather hit a big triple than try and climb up a big rock, to be honest. Like, I'd find that less daunting. Than,
well, I'm definitely the opposite. You put me in some of these ruts, mate, and not much happens. End up laying on the ground.
You get some ruts in enduro. I was talking to David earlier about the New South Wales enduro that was here a couple of weeks ago, and they had to call it because of the rain that was coming down, and the ruts were just so deep. Bikes were just getting swallowed up. So, no, look, my first enduro that I ever did, after doing that, I had a lot of respect for enduro riders, like fitness-wise.
Yep.
I think the first enduro I did was an 8-hour enduro in a team of 4, so we only had to do like 8 laps in the 8 hours, but there were 20-minute laps. And,
that's right.
Look, my fitness probably wasn't where it needed to be either, so that didn't help. But for those of you that do enduro, or those of you that haven't done enduro yet, do yourself a favour and buy a tube of pawpaw cream before you go and do it. You won't know what that means, but when you do the enduro, you'll know what it means.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, us enduro riders like to tease the motocross guys every now and then. They like a perfectly groomed track, and we live for the rain and the mud and the ruts and the holes and all that sort of stuff. So, ton of fun. But yeah, it's great to see the two different sports really sort of coming together. It was great to be here the other week for the off-roads and to see how we could integrate a motocross track with a bit of enduro. Conditions were absolutely diabolical. I was actually here representing Dunlop Tyres on the day, selling some tyres and supporting some riders, and it was just, bikes were smoking left and right, and riders were covered in mud from head to toe. There was, posse tracks and excavators digging bikes out. So it was diabolical conditions, but as enduro riders, they kind of soak all that up. So really glad to see that the track, what the crew's been able to do since that day to today, in constant rain, it's super impressive to see the track as good as it is today.
Well, I like this overhead shot. Just while you've been talking, I've been watching this battle between Jayla Parker and I think that's Layla White behind her on the 608. And Layla was actually in front of Jayla. Jayla set up that pass and got in front of her in that couple corners ago. And let's see if Layla can respond to that. So Jayla with a third place in that first race, because Ada Harris went all the way to second after being down for a while on this finish jump. But Layla's still right there though, and they are taking similar lines. You were talking about the girls being more sort of accurate and careful, cautious with the way they ride, the lines that they take. I do notice that they tend to follow rather than it's almost like if the person in front of me gets to that line good, I'm taking that line as well. And it's that kind of mindset. At the same, like as I say that, Layla's like, no, look, I went to the outside. So
proving you wrong, right there.
Yeah.
Nah, look, I think girls just probably have a little bit more leniency to self-preservation as well, right? They're probably, especially at this age, I'd almost go as far to say they're probably a little smarter than some of the boys.
I'd say a lot smarter.
They'll set up the rider. They'll follow a little longer. They'll really wait and see where they can make a safe pass. You'll see the boys, especially 12 to 16-year-olds, will just hold it wide open and close their eyes and hope for the best a little bit sometimes. So I think the girls, it is interesting to watch how they plan their moves. They're definitely smoother on the bike, smoother on the throttle, a little more planned.
Well, we just had Eliza Dennis cross the finish line to take another race win. Didn't lap the entire field that time, but...
a little disappointing almost.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. Come on, pick up your game, Eliza. But no, look, what a massive lead. I mean, Ada Harris coming in second. Hasn't crossed the line yet, but, 10 seconds off the pace of Dennis, and then another 7 seconds further back time-wise is Jayla and Layla, pretty close, those two. So we've got our flag for our winner, and we'll just wait for Ada to come through as she just gets around the lap rider going into the New South Wales corner there for the last time in this one. And then quite a decent way back to everybody else. So Eliza looking really good championship-wise. I mean, she's pretty much got it wrapped up now for the series. And she'll be, I would say, the number one contender for the junior girls across Australia going to the Junior Aussies this year in South Australia. So
I'd say so. Yeah, she's really stepped up. She's risen the level, and she's riding amazing. So, yeah, congratulations to her. She's doing really great.
Yeah. And that's the end of our 12 to 16 girls as Jayla Parker and Layla White, they are almost at the finish line now. Jayla coming through for third, another third place, and a podium finish, and looking at a podium, potentially a podium finish in the championship because she's made up some points on Mia Cameron.
Yeah, very well done there. Great ride by all the girls. I might head back down to the dirty section, mate. I'll leave you boys up here in your lovely air-conditioned office here with your comfortable chairs.
Yep.
I'll head back down to the mud and the dirt, mate, and let you guys do your thing.
Yep, no, for sure. And just a shout-out to Eliza Dennis. Definitely confirmed as the New South Wales state champion in this class. Hasn't dropped a moto yet, so still one to go. Let's see if she can make it a clean sweep.
Unbelievable.
Thanks, Russ. We'll catch you next time.
Thanks for having me, man.
Looking good, eh?
Keno.
What do you think, Donna? Gentlemen to the K.
10 to 12, 65s. Maxie Harris with a great start out in front of Matafiglio on the 23. Archie Black on the left-hand side there on the 86, on the right-hand side on the Yamaha. Kai Sproul. This is the 65s. Blade Regan on the 103 behind him. And Harris, this is his first whole shot of the day. He has been great on the starts, always been sort of up on the podium, but this is the first time he's actually led a lap. So let's see what he can do with it. And Matafiglio, great start as well. He's just made a couple of mistakes here and there. Sproul moves up into third. So Sproul hasn't dropped a moto yet on this in the 65 class, and he's also going to, after having a bad run on the 85, he's hungry for a win to try and get a clean sweep here. But he's got a couple of riders in front of him that are not going to just let it have him all his own way. And Harris and Matafiglio both go to the outside. They're all these riders favouring that outside-inside split lane. As we saw, Burgess was the opposite in the 125. He liked the inside-outside and kind of made it work. Matafiglio legs off, heading in that left-hander. I think his toes actually caught the edges of those straight-line ruts, and it's actually taken his feet off the foot pegs because he was completely straight going in to that rutted section, but that's how deep these ruts are. Now they all kind of funnel into the same lines here as Harris starting to pull away a little bit from Matafiglio, and our championship leader Sproul closing up. He's put some distance between himself and Archie Black. Black really favouring the 85 in this state championship. Pretty much almost got that 85 championship wrapped up. Came into the day with a 22-point lead on Sproul, and I think that he's unofficially, I need to see the results to confirm, but I think Archie might have it if he just has a solid ride in his third race. So Harris from Matafiglio. Sproul, a little bit of a kick on that tabletop, and Black looks like he's even closed it back up again. So those top four, still nothing in it between the four of them. Then a bit of a gap back to the next rider. I think that might be Regan on the 103. And David, just how these races have gone today, they've blown by. We talked about the lap times being a lot slower than normal dry conditions. See these 65s flying over that centre jump where the younger 65s don't. And it's actually a good opportunity for the younger 65s to look at what these older ones are doing and go, hang on, they're on a 65 as well. If they can jump it, I can jump it. And, whatever bike you're on, if you're looking at a jump and going, oh, I don't think I can do it, can somebody else on a similar size bike do it? If they can, you're out of half your excuses. And And the second thing is have you jumped that far before? And if you have, well, then you've got no excuses left.
Yeah.
So,
but you're right, but like with the coverage and these kids sitting here on the gates, because they're the next one out as the younger age group in the same bike size, they're sitting there watching them. They should be able to pick it out and go, right, they're doing it, I can do it. But then they can, if they can't see it for today, they can definitely watch the coverage tonight and be like, I should have been jumping that jump, you know, like, and that's what the beauty of this live stream is from Motorcycling New South Wales. They can pick up some extra skills and go, all right, that's how I need to do it next time. Maxie Harris still leading from the front here. Got a nice start from what I saw as I was coming back onto the commentating seat here. So he's doing pretty well in this particular moto. He's trying to make up some points here to get back into this, well, try and get in front of Blade Regan here. Only 5 points down was what they came into the championship final round here. And we'll try and pick up a bit of where they finished in terms of the point standing for this. And it should be Maxi actually making a bit of a step to second here. If he stays in this position, he might grab this here.
Well, Sprowley just got a 2-for-1 sale. Matafiglio and Harris come together where Harris made a mistake. Matafiglio was in the same rut, had nowhere to go. Sproul was in a different rut completely.
Just went straight round.
Went around the outside of him.
This is why you don't follow, kids.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, too, this particular moto, this class, this is the first time that Kai Sproul hasn't been in front.
Well, he's in front now because
he got Maxi too, did he?
Well, he passed them both in that one spot. As I said, Maxi made a mistake.
Wow. Well, he's on track then to do all motos so far.
So far,
yeah, continue his streak. Yeah. But yeah, that was probably the longest he wasn't in front of one of these races too. So
looking at that big centre jump that they just jumped, most would disagree with me, but it's easier to jump that on a 65 than it is a 450. Because on a 65, it's just wide open fifth gear.
Just give it to it all it's got.
And you're going to make it. You hit that wide open on a 450, you're going to end up I don't know where you're going to end up. Probably the moon. First moon landing. Because the others were all a hoax. So, anyway, NASA's going to come find me tonight and get rid of me.
They'll send you up to the moon to show you that they could make it.
FBI are on their way. But no, Sprowley's stretched it out now a little bit anyway. Sorry, I thought
Max,
he has.
Maxi's still there.
Sorry, there's a lap rider there, and they were both on Yamahas, and that's what I thought he had. But it was actually the lap rider. So Harris, he's probably a bit annoyed that he made that mistake and cost him the position. Matafiglio, he probably would have been annoyed that he was in the same line and had nowhere to go.
Well, look, championship-wise, I think Maxi's going to be stepping in front of Blade Regan at this point with this things finished the way they are after this moto. But Magnafiglio as well might be getting up towards where Regan is. So there's a battle here for second, third, fourth in this championship. And I know which one they don't want to get, and that's the fourth position.
Well, I think they go back to top 5 in championship. They did last year. So,
but still, it means more 1, 2, 3. So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like fourth and fifth are great. But you want 1, 2, 3. I think that's where you want to be. And these kids have got the opportunity to do that at the moment. So, yeah, look, where they are is good. But this final moto after this one will be where the points get really paid out and the championship trophies really make an impact.
Well, even Archie. I think Archie actually has the opportunity to go right up to 5th place in championship with the results that he's gotten today.
Archie's got a bit of room to make up. So he is actually on 72 points, but Magnafiglio in 4th is 100.
Yeah, but he's only, what I'm saying, for 5th. I mean, in the championship, Cooper Bennett was the next rider in front of him, 85 points in front. And
yeah, but still, technically, Ollie Kale might still hold on to that with 91, but he's not here today.
He's not here today.
But yeah, he should be jumping into that 5th place. So yeah, there's some movement to happen.
Not that, like, for him, he's probably thinking, oh, whatever, 5th. Like, he's winning on the 85. I think that's all that matters to him right now. And look, if Archie can finish on the podium today and get 5th in the championship, like on the podium overall for the day, I mean, and 5th in the championship on the 65, considering the series that he's had on the 65, I think he'd be happy. I think Matafiglio is having a solid ride in 3rd, and he's obviously trying to get that top 3 in the championship as well.
Well, and I just noticed too, Archie's up in the 4th and Blade Regan's back to 5th. So there's a few more points that Blade Regan is potentially giving up to Maxi and Ryder in this battle for second in the championship. But Kai Sproul continues the lead. Last lap round, he's got the fastest lap. That purple time there on the screen, 2:16. That's a pretty quick lap time for a 65cc around here at the moment. So he's doing rather well out from the front there. Whoa, and the 2 riders get real close. Was that Maxi Harris trying to bump into a lap rider potentially? And that rider's just gone down too as well. I think it might have been Maxi bumping into a lap rider trying to get the same piece of real estate there, Mikkel.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to bump into him. But
I think it just came together.
Yeah. As Matafiglio is still right there with him. Even Harris dropping his lap time to 2:16, so only a couple seconds off.
Well, Kai's gone faster again from what I just said, 2:14. So yeah, he's gone faster on that most recent lap. So the pace is hot at the moment with these kids. They're going really well, but like we said, there's a battle for that second in the championship that they're all wanting a piece of. Maxi not wanting to give it up to Ryder, and Ryder not wanting to give it up to Blade, and all around vice versa.
I think you also find that. I think you're also going to find that that again the lap times are going to get quicker as the day goes, because the track's just going to get better. The lines are going to dry up. It's going to get faster, and that's difficult to adapt to. When you look at the pace, especially of like our 125 riders that are going quite fast. Now all of a sudden they can go that much faster, and the track's still very rutted and tricky. As a matter of fact, Figlio goes up the inside. What a move. And he took that line, was it Elijah Dennis who was taking that line? It was just outside of the inside there. Through the middle. He's used that line and where Harris went around the outside. That berm where Matafiglio made the pass, and unfortunately Harris has now got a lap rider stuck between them as well, so he's giving up even more time. But that corner where Ryder made the pass is the outside line. You can't rail that berm. It's like a very short berm, but flat. So it's not like you can get against it like a wall. So you generally just roll around that berm. And Matafiglio, he's just gone through the middle rut that's formed there and made a pass. And on the last lap too, as Sproul takes another race win, Matafiglio,
he's happy with himself. He got a bit of fist pump there for second.
Yeah. No fist pump from Maxi.
No.
He's annoyed.
I'd say Ryder knows what that means in the championship in terms of keeping himself involved there. So that we'll have to see what those points break down to, but that's going to be an interesting battle here for the final moto of the day for that class, or second to last moto of the day for that class.
And Archie Black coming through there in 4th place. Not where he wants to be, but, top 5 is still pretty good.
So yeah, top 3, Sproul, Matafiglio and Harris, and we'll take a break here. We've got one more moto in this second lot of motos for the day before we head into round 3. So we'll be back shortly.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looking good, eh?
Hello. What do you think, Donna? Giramento de cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Keno's make your job easy.
All right, welcome back to Maitland for round 3 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. It is day 1 and we are deep into our motos. We're almost at the end of our Moto 2s for all of our classes. This is the last race in our round here, and it is the 7 to 10 years 65s that will be on the line next here, unless I've just got that mistake. No, definitely. So we're watching up from our drone shots here, looking down the start straight. You can see the roof there. That's where the riders are tucking under at the moment as the revs are going up for this gate drop. And they're away in this last Moto 4 round 2. Let's see who we're going to get the whole shot here we're looking for. And I think that is Stella Harding leading the way into turn 1 on the 268 Yamaha. She's leading this championship. She's won pretty much most of these motos over the last few rounds. And she's doing so again, leading from the front here, getting a great start. Out in front is Stella Harding.
Yeah, she's been so good. And also one of the top contenders, not just obviously trying to wrap up a championship here at state level, but heading to the Junior Aussies. She will want to be the top rider, male or female, on that podium at the end of September. But she does have a rider really close to her.
Haven't picked up who that is as yet, but whoa, that rider is hanging off the side of the bike butt as they've just gone down. You can't see it behind the trees.
No.
I'm looking out the window to see if I could pick up the number, and they were hanging off the side of the bike through the long ruts on that straight, and they've gone down. So second place is no longer with us. As we can see, they're just picking the bike up, getting it going, so they're okay. But who that is, we can't quite tell. Oh, is that the... No?
It might be.
There's other riders having troubles there as well that are going down. I'm wondering if that was the 418 of Malachi.
Yeah,
not sure.
I didn't see Malachi van Monenberg. Might have been him, but yeah, I'd be guessing at the stage. So.
Well, whoever it was, they've gone down from that second position. They've given Stella a massive gap over the rest of the field at this point in time.
Yep, and we were just having a look at the championship results for the 65 10 to 12s, and Kai Sparrow is confirmed the state champion with one race to go. Doesn't need to ride the last race, but I'm sure we'll be going out there to try and get a clean sweep of that class. So another state champion crowned before the end of the day with a moto to go. And Stella Harding, she's trying to do the same. In this one, Hudson Gould come into the day 25 points down.
Well, that'll be 28 points by now. Oh, no, it'll be more than that. It'll be nearly 30-something. So as long as Stella stays where she is, she's going to be confirmed as a state champ here as well by the end of this moto. So,
well, that's Hudson Gould there in second place.
So, yeah, Stella's looking good at this point. So she'll have more than 25 points heading into that final round if things stay as they are.
Yeah, Archie Blanchette, what a great run. He's having in third spot, trying to wrap up that podium. Mason Harvey, great starts for Mason today. And running in the top 5. I think I've seen Sam Archidiakona up there as well. Oh, no, sorry. He's further back. Was another rider that looked like the 29. So Sam had an up and down day, let's say, today. But Archie Blanchette all over the back wheel of Gould here. And trying to actually make a pass on him.
I feel like Archie's doing a lot better on the 65 today than he has in previous rounds.
Yeah.
Like he's been okay, but I feel like he's actually up towards the front battling. So whether he's maybe just gotten a bit more comfortable on the bigger bike, or maybe he's grown a little bit and got a bit stronger.
Well, it could be a combination of things. I think also, again, he's got the 50 championship wrapped up. But I also think that he's a well-rounded rider, even at the age that he's at say, maybe 8 years old. Doesn't just train easy tracks, will ride. They live up on the border, Puffs Harbour, so they've got a combination of sand as well as hard pack tracks to ride, and I think that's what I mean by well-rounded.
Benefiting from that different terrains that he can train on, which is
Absolutely.
obviously key in making a nice rider be able to compete on all surfaces.
Well, when you look at some of the riders that do well on the hard pack surfaces, they're nowhere in the top 10. Riders that are in the top 5 in points. So Archie's going to work here on Gould, and Gould, he's trying to secure that second place in the championship. I think he's resigned to the fact that Stella's going to win it. And even though, like, this race isn't over and anything can happen, Hudson's just put himself in the best possible place that he could to potentially, strike if there's a opportunity. But if he doesn't, well, he's still going to get second, which is still a great finish.
Well, in saying that, Stella Harding's just come over our finish line, and Hudson and Archie are back, 2 corners back on the track. So plenty of gap, but there's a bit of a battle brewing here. Archie's trying to get to the inside, but I think Hudson just closed that line off as he looked over at him as they were heading towards that corner. So he's holding on the second still on this lap as they kick off another one. But like I said, Archie's looking a lot better today.
No, and one of the riders that we're missing from the 65 class is Harrison Rex. And I haven't seen Harrison since round 1 at Lakes, and
he put in a strong performance there.
Just smashed everybody at round 1, and then round 2. He was at round 1, even on the 85, Harrison finished 3rd overall at Lakes. So, but we haven't seen him since then. So obviously, either I haven't spoken to his dad or him. I don't know what happened, if it was an injury. But he was looking like he was going to dominate this year. But Gould has done a good job to fend off the challenge from Blanchett, and he's not going to want the younger rider to catch him and make a pass him either, especially that he's trying to nail down second in this championship. And time-wise, Stella Harding 5 seconds a lap quicker than these guys, at least than Hudson at the moment. Blanchett put a slightly quicker lap time in. That was really close. 2 riders landing on the finish jump there, nearly almost landing on the back of the other rider.
Now, just as we're going through, obviously the Moto 1 race was still Stella winning, but Tate Biddick and the 418 of Malachi were up there in the positions. We've just been handed some notes here about the championship status of this class, and obviously Stella's well and truly out front, but our 2nd place and 3rd place on track, Hudson Gould and Archie Blanchett, are actually tied on points for 2nd overall in this championship based on their moto finishes from the day so far. So this is all to play for. This position on track is not just position on track, it's championship time.
Yeah, it is, and Archie can smell it. And so can Gould. They are, but neither one of them is giving an inch. And Archie's got his spots on the track. Gould's obviously riding a solid race. As far as, like, when I say his racecraft, it's almost like he knows where Archie is without looking over his shoulder, and he's able to just control that position. So Archie's going to have to.
He's going to have to do something different, isn't he?
Yeah, change it up a bit, or get close and set something up. When you're going to make a pass on someone, you can't just make a pass on them unless they make a mistake. You've got to set it up. So it might take 3 corners to pass someone, or a jump and a couple corners where you jump, you get close, and then you set it up, and then you complete the pass. You can't just think about, I'll pass him in this corner, I'll pass him in that corner. You've got to start to set it up. So that's what Archie's got to do. He's got to find somewhere on the track where he feels like I can make a pass in that turn, use the corners before or the jumps before to get close, and then make it happen.
Just watching our overheads and keeping an eye on how this track is, and you can see those dark, deep ruts heading into that corner all the way through in some sections as well, but there's still those lighter sections. We're getting some dust on those now as we go through the day, but the jumps have been nice and firm, nice and compressed, so there's no ruts on those jump faces, which is a nice way to go. Tribute to the track crew that put together here and managed to make this track rideable from the Maitland District Motorcycle Club. Watching what's happening there in that corner, I think, is that Archie getting hung up with a lap rider?
Yeah, Hudson was just able to squeeze through, and Archie got caught behind, so it's going to cost him a bunch of time. And at this stage in the race, there's not really much time left to do anything, but he's now going to have to close that gap back up again. But ebbs and flows. I find with lappers is sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes you get unlucky. So, Archie got hung up there. Will Hudson get lucky again and get a clean run through, or will he get stuck? But it is the last lap though anyway, so time-wise he's out.
Stella Harding's just taken the finish flag, so it's over for Stella. We've got the last, 2 corners here for Hudson Gould and Archie Blanchett.
It looks like he's got it.
Well, yeah, Archie's not giving up on it, but Hudson's got a tiny gap here, and I think he's going to hold on to this, and that's going to mean that they are 2 points separated going into the last moto for second and third in this championship. And Hudson, whoa, geez, Archie got pretty close and found the kicker. Oh, he's gone down. Archie has found the kicker on that finish line, and he's gone down hard over that jump there. He's on the other side of that finish line jump that we're looking at from the coverage point of view. I hope Archie's okay from that one, but that's a 2-point gap there for them in this championship as we head to the third and final moto for this 7 to 10 years, 65 cc's, and good to see Archie has just jumped to his feet. Looks a little bit ginger, but he's up and about. So if you're going to crash, I guess after the finish line is probably where you want to do it. So
yeah, look, that kicker, there's been quite a few riders that have hit it, and Ada crashed on it. Other riders have hit it, and Archie's just hit it there. He's found it. So very hard to see on that up ramp where it is, and especially with the light and the sun in your eyes too, if it is.
For anybody watching on the coverage, I think it's to the left side of the finish jump. Seems to be where this kicker is. So when they come, a few riders are coming towards the finish line together, and they don't take that middle to right. That's when the riders tend to find it on the left side. So if you can avoid the left side of this jump face, I'd probably advise it. So, but that will conclude our round 2 motos here. So we're going to be back at the top of our program with Moto 3s and the 15 to 17 years 125s here in just a second. So just watch a few more kids come across the finish line. And we'll take a break here as we reset for our third moto. So we'll be back with all that action and be crowning a few more champions here at the New South Wales State Titles.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, 15 to 17, 125 class, and it has been a hotly contested class. Burgess swinging around the outside. Where is Jones? He's there in third. Collins got a great side in second place. Burgess pinning his ears back and trying to run and hide you. Jones just ploughing through the middle of the mud there, and he knows it's all or nothing. And great to have our 2 championship leaders, first and second, because
they are tied on points, aren't they?
They're tied on points. It's up to, who wants it. Who wants it more? Who wants it more?
So this is winner take all in this particular race, and we have the 2 that are going to take it at the front of the pack, and they've already gapped third place already. So they are going for championship here. This is what matters. This is what counts as they head into that whole shot graphics corner. Burgess leading the way. Jones, there's that line again. We're talking about this last moto. They're doing that separate line there. Jones is able to jump that entire section. Burgess not maybe able to clear it and just losing a tiny bit.
Yeah, but he didn't. He just, unfortunately, it doesn't give him the line going back into that next turn. So he can't just, he can get close. It's good. He can use it to catch up and make time on him. But to make a pass is another story altogether. So we'll see we'll see if, like at this point, to see Burgess getting away a little bit, and that's, as I said, it's a good opportunity for Ryan to catch up. But yeah, all or nothing. And from Ryan's perspective, he would have wanted to get in front of Burgess. He's got to work for it now.
As they both in that final corner, taking some different lines, but they're very close. And I think that Jones has just made a pass, but Burgess is able to carry more momentum on the exit of the corner, and he's got it back as they head into that Finance My Bike corner. Burgess back to the lead.
Well, it's almost like a split lane through there, through those ruts where Burgess is choosing the inside, outside, Jones with the outside, inside, and it's just the way the ruts have formed up, and that fortunately put Burgess going into the inside of the next turn. So Jones has got to get that inside even better, so he's able to move across the straight and close it off. But he's just trying everywhere right now.
Jones is making runs, isn't he? He's just taking different lines and just trying to get himself just in front of them. But he hasn't been able to sort of secure the move. Look, different line again into that corner. Got a different run here.
He's going to need a big scrub over this jump.
Bit of a drag race down to the next corner. Who's going to get there first? At this point, Burgess looks like he's going to hold it as they head into this section. There's only really one line in this corner.
There is, yeah. Look, you can go inside, but he would have just lost time. Where here he's close now. He can use this line, although Burgess has worked it out.
They've ended up in the same spot there, basically.
Yeah.
And both didn't end up jumping that jump, but they've gone the split lane here. Jones on the inside, Burgess on the outside. Burgess obviously favouring that outside throughout his motos today.
I think I know why he is because it gives him the inside to this whole Shot Graphics corner. So he probably feels like even if Jones catches him through that section, Burgess is guaranteed the inside to that next left-hander.
He's holding track position at that point, isn't he? He's blocking it off, so he's not giving him an opening.
Now, Jones has definitely learned in that sand straight and corner, he's learned the line of Burgess because he's using the exact same line and he looks like he's getting it better. But one thing that works against him is every lap that these guys do, Burgess is getting more and more comfortable. So he can't afford that. He can't let Burgess get comfortable. And this was his good section.
I think Jones has got a much better line in that first left-hand Kennard's corner after the finish line. He's going one rut out from Burgess and he's just carrying a lot more momentum towards the exit of the corner and just gaining on him. And he's right to the back wheel again is Jones on Burgess as we go into our next lap.
Now will Burgess switch it up? And I think Jones needs to be ready for Burgess to switch it up to his line. And if he does, he's got to be ready to dive to the other line and not follow him in the line he's comfortable taking.
Well, a bit of a not great exit there from Ryan Jones on that particular corner, but still within striking distance. This race is going to go probably all the way to the end and the wire for who's going to get this one. I don't see either of them giving up much here at any point in this particular moto.
No, and I think, Jones could afford to let Burgess get the last race and let it go. But Riley also, he did everything right in that last moto. And this race, though, Jones can't afford it. There's
the difference in lines. Yeah,
that extra. And this time he switches it up.
Oh, they've both switched.
Yeah, they both switched. And that's what I said before with the other line is that Jones needs to be ready to switch lines.
What Burgess did on the exit of that split lane section is what I expect Jones to do when he gets the opportunity to come out of it and block off the outside line as they come to that roller section, and that's how you're then going to get that track position back for that next corner that you spoke about last time around.
Now, what I think Burgess will do is, I reckon he's just switched up the line just so Ryan going into that section next time, he's not going to know where Burgess is going to go, and that's a little bit of racecraft. You switch up the line that you're used to taking, so the rider behind you then has no idea the following up where you're going to go, or after that, because at any point you could switch up a line.
Now watch this rut. Oh, they both ended up on the very inside this time, which I think was bad by Ryan Jones. He's much better in that one out that I spoke about last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he followed. Maybe he thought Burgess was going to switch it up, and by the time he's seen that it's too late.
Well, maybe he's got a chance. Like, we're in the middle part of the moto here. Maybe he's got a chance just to check a few lines, and he was just following to see if that one was any better or not. But hopefully he realised, is that Eisel going down?
Yeah, possibly.
Or is it a lap rider? No, I think that's one of our lap riders. A bit further down. Is it 292?
Yep.
So that'll be Ryland Brown. Sorry, Ryland, but we caught you right on screen as you went and hit the dirt. But we're back to our leaders now as we see them tackling this midsection of the track.
I like how Ryan's going into that outside from the very outside. He's carrying a lot more speed. Burgess looks over his shoulder.
He knows he's there.
He's right there. Now, this is Jones' spot. Can he get really close to him, jump next to him, and set up a pass through this section? Or is Burgess going to sort of figure out what he's doing? No, he was definitely not close enough now. And he follows in the same sort of, well, not the same line, so it looked like they were, but Burgess, see what I'm saying? He switched it back.
Yeah, changed it up on him.
Just for that one
keeping
lap,
him guessing.
Keeping him guessing, exactly.
But they're back in the same corner again. They're back on top of each other. So it doesn't take much, despite the fact that they had a little gap there and he sort of played a bit of games and got him off the centre of the track there. Did Burgess, threw Jones a curveball. They're back to each other, within touching distance.
And because these guys are going faster now than they were earlier, they're doing more laps too. So this race is
could be an extra.
It's going to be a long one for these guys, I think, and especially at this pace and the amount of energy that these guys would be expelling at, with the battles.
We're going to find out, because not really have they previously had a motor where they're this intense for this long. Yeah. We're going to find out who's the fitter of the two.
Look, fitness is if you're both going the same speed, it's whoever's either willing to push it that much harder, or it's going to come down to fitness. So Jones needs to stay close, though. He cannot afford to allow what happened in the last race where Burgess rode away from him. Yeah, I think Burgess found some really good lines, and he pulled away, and Ryan just couldn't stay with him.
Well, they're basically doing same lap times. 1:59s is what they're at. So they've broken that 2-minute barrier. So like we've been talking about all day, the track's coming around. It's getting faster and faster. Obviously, there's a bit of pressure going into this speed in this particular model as well in the battle for this championship as we're coming down to the wire here. We're probably halfway into this moto, maybe just past. So there's still plenty of laps to go here. Hopefully the two of them can keep this nice and exciting. Oh, and he has tried the inside there, has Ryan Jones.
No.
Found how bad that line might be.
Yeah, no, look, it's... look, there were two spots on the track for Ryan. One was this jump where he was jumping. He's not doing it now. And the other is after the finish jump, that left-right. Those are his two spots on the track where I feel he had a chance to get Riley. Trying to find something new at this point in the day, at this point in the race.
A bit difficult to do, isn't it?
Well, the risk is what we just seen.
Yeah.
He gave up.
He gave a couple of seconds to
Riley. At least a couple of seconds. Now, to try and... giving up seconds is easy. Trying to make seconds is
well, that's the trick now, isn't it? Can he get himself back to the back wheel, or has that ruined his chance at this championship with that one particular, let's try this line and see what happens move? So we see him come across. There is Burgess over the finish line. You can see he's probably got a 2-second gap now over Ryan Jones. But, Burgess has made a mistake in that corner and just sort of given some of that time back to him.
Yeah, a little bit, but then Jones kind of came out of that turn a bit squirrely and gave it right back. So Riley, he's trying to break him now and run away with this one.
Well, as we've got a second to breathe here, we'll quickly look at third and fourth. It's Corey Eisel, Bowman, and then fifth is Brody Collins. Sixth, Soren Sordinger. Seventh, Deacon Dew. Eighth, Bailey Harris. Ninth, Billy Clark. 10th, Seth Mainwaring. 11th, Aaron Ayrton Neal. 12th is Ryland Brown. And 13th, Caden Holder. We've got a couple of DNFs here, Richie Lawler and Cooper Reed as well, or DNSs. So,
who I haven't seen is... Kobe Reed. I haven't seen Kobe Reed.
No, he's not here this weekend for whatever reason. Yeah. So, he's not a part of this battle. But, look, the times have just updated as they've come past again. And Riley Burgess still in the 159s with that move that Ryan Jones did over that inside roller put him out to a 2-minute lap time. So, just shows that one was basically just a second and a half that he's lost in trying that one line.
Yeah, and I think it's given Riley a bit of confidence too, because he's starting to ride away from him now, and every lap that Riley, especially with a bit of a lead now, giving him more confidence. he's just going to settle more and more into this race, and it's just starting to slip away from Jones. But, you know, again, anything can happen, as we've just seen a lap rider.
Jones just almost caught in the rut there and almost collected the back of a lap rider that was stuck or just stalled coming into that corner.
Yeah. Yeah, he's lost a fair bit of ground now. And so there's Eisel. Eisel in third. And Bowman. I mean, those two riders are not too far off the back wheel there of Jones. So
yeah, Jones better be careful here.
Well, it's only going to make a difference for the overall.
For the day.
That's right. And
yeah,
I don't think,
not for the championship.
I don't think that Ryan's going to care whether he comes second or third overall for the day. It's more about coming first or second in the championship. But then again, you still don't want to be giving up positions if you can help it. So, but Eisel, you know, he's on the charge, as is Bowman. And all these boys can win. They're all running similar paces. Riley.
Well, speaking of the pace, Burgess has dropped down to back to a 2:02. Jones to a 2:05, but Eisel and Bowman 2 minutes and 2:02s. So they're the faster guys on track at the moment.
Yeah, and we have seen a couple mistakes from our leaders, but you know, ultimately Riley has put it all together, and you know, to come back from that one race deficit that he gave up at Lakes to, if he wins this championship, you know, it just shows that you never give up. You cannot write yourself off and say, well, I DNF'd that race, my championship's done. You know, the best way to fix that is go win some races. You go and win races, and you know, you can make those points back up.
So from a DNF for the very first moto of the championship to winning the final moto and potentially and will be the champion once this is done. We've got probably a couple of laps still to go here, but the story for the season starts out with nothing to everything at the end of it. It's a pretty good effort here to stay in it with Riley Burgess for this 125 class. As he comes across the line yet again. Still a couple of laps to go. No sign of that last lap board just yet. Ryan Jones still just there, but Eisel's coming right to the back of Jones now. So that's probably more our battle. And Eisel is the fastest man on track. He's just gone a 159. So he's picking up his pace because he can see some potential easy pass maybe coming up here shortly.
Yeah, that's right.
As we see them on screen there, Eisel and Jones. So keeping an eye on second and third.
I think Ryan, you know, I think he's a bit deflated right now. You know, because he's thrown everything at Riley at the start of this race, and he hasn't let him go. I mean, he's still in sight, but he's thrown everything at him, and you know, he now finds himself in second. He's probably already thinking about, oh man, you know, there's the championship just riding away from me as Riley throws a big whip, enjoying himself out front. But then, you know, Corey Eisel, he's right there. He smells blood in the water, and seeing what Burgess did there, he was able to, you know, just carefully negotiate that middle of that corner, which is a slow line, but just to get around that lap rider, he's got the space. In saying that,
closing up a little
Ryan
bit there.
Jones, well, he's inflated.
Second and final win, maybe?
Yeah, final win for sure.
Yeah.
Now, can he use this confidence that he's all of a sudden, I don't know where he's found it, but he has found it.
Maybe he just took a lap or two to get his breathing back under control, and here he is to try and put something else together for the final push. Because I dare say, looking at the guy at the finish line here, he's holding the last lap board. It's probably going to come out this time around.
Yeah.
So this is one. Yeah, it is. It's popping out. It's going to be one lap to go as we come to the finish line here. Has Jones got anything for Burgess, or is Burgess going to be your champion for the New South Wales State Championship here in this 125 15 to 17cc class? We've got one lap to go.
One to go, and Ryan is going to have to put it all on the line here. All on the line.
He put those couple of S-bends together really nicely. He's closing.
Well, the acceleration bumps in those ruts. Because you see how the bike was
just chattering its way out of it.
Kicking around.
You know what's interesting here? Eisel's not far behind both of them. He could spoil this whole thing.
Yeah, he could. Both the riders in front are like Corey, go away.
Yes,
Leave
not
us alone.
now.
Dude, we were trying to... Oh, he nearly ran into the back of Jones. Jones switched up his line there, not to block the line from Eisel, but to try and sort of cut to the inside on Riley, and Eisel nearly run into him. Not Eisel's fault either. He didn't know that Ryan was going to cut across like that, and I don't think Ryan knew Eisel was that close.
Yeah, probably not. But
half a lap to go.
There's not much to go here, so we've got these last couple of split lanes, which is where Jones has been pretty good through these motos today, but he's not really close enough to do anything with it just yet. He's going to have to hope for maybe a second last or last corner push here to try and make something happen, but Burgess got just enough breathing room at the moment with this quarter lap to go. They're heading through the rollers for the last time.
Yeah, look, I mean, Riley, he's just got to keep it together for like 3 more corners, and I think he feels like he's got this. I'd say he's got just enough breathing room where he doesn't have to worry about Ryan, making that aggressive pass if needed. But one thing I have noticed in not just this class, a lot of classes is there's actually hardly been any aggressive passes. Everyone's been pretty respectful of each other, and I'm not a fan of dirty riding at all. If you've got to make a block pass where you not taking the guy out, that's a different story. But great respect from those guys, and unofficially, Riley Burgess is
your state champ.
Is your state champ in this
with
class.
With a win in that moto, should give him the win in the championship. So Riley Burgess, he's been riding for the Coastal Motorcycle, Atlantic Oil, Boyd's Motorcycle Surgeries, and Antonio Barber's co. He must get some good haircuts there as well. So Burgess, his sponsors, his bike, he should be your state champion in the 125cc, 15 to 17 years class. Ryan Jones, a valiant effort there, but just not enough there on that last lap to do anything about it. He's going to fall basically 3 points short in the championship chase, unfortunately. So we will take a break. Congratulations to Riley Burgess on your championship in that class, and we'll be back with more action for this final round of motos.
Looking good, eh?
Yeah. Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
Kennards make your job easy.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
All right, we are back at Maitland. Moto 3s are happening. We've had our champion for the 17s, 125s in Riley Burgess. We've got our next class on the gate here. It's the 85cc 9 to 12-year-olds. And we have our Archie Black is a man on the mission today. He's leading this. He should be your champion based on the points already. He is. We're looking for the 29 and the 280 and the 103. They are 150, 147, and 145 championship points as we head into this final moto. So it's between them to get this second position in the championship standings.
Yeah, that's very close. Yeah, that's very close.
As we drop the gate, they're away. Let's see if we can pick up those guys that are battling in this championship and if they've got the start. But it's Archie Black just showing them the way to the first corner.
Well, that's what he's done. And he's done that all year. It hasn't just been in this race. He's got the start dialed on that 85, not on the 65 though. And a lot of that is because the riders are, you have to adapt. The two bikes are different off the line. He just seemed to be really happy on the 85 off the line. Regan, another good start. Blade Regan on the gas up in a second place. And there's Maxi Harris in third, Sproul in fourth, and it looks like Birchall on the 22 behind him.
Well, it seems like those riders that we're looking for in second, third, fourth in the championship are second, third, fourth on track at the moment behind Archie Black. So what will those three riders be able to do as we get through this moto? Are they going to stay close? Is one of them going to get away from each other? At this point, Maxi's got the 3-point gap over Kai. So as long as he stays close to him, basically either in front of him or just be one place behind him, it should be okay for second in that championship. But we'll see what they do. And the number 280, Kai Sproul, in second, I believe.
Yeah, well, look, Blade Regan's in that second place.
Oh, sorry,
and,
yep. Kai's trying to get on the
stop, but Regan goes to the outside there, and I feel that was a mistake because
Kai's
you could
made
see
the move.
Kai was on the inside, and Kai just didn't use the split lane. He just went to the middle. We've seen a few passes through the middle of that turn because you can't really rail that outside.
Now that move is actually because Maxi Harris, I noticed he's dropped back. Duke Sharonbaum's gone down moved past Maxi Harris. So Maxi's actually dropping out of the positions here, and so giving this chance to Kai to move up into the second position in the championship. But we're just watching the riders are coming around to the finish line area, and there is a rider down, and we're just going to have probably a red cross flag come out for this section of track to try and slow the riders down and make sure that rider is A-OK.
Yep.
As we see Black and then Sproul go through. Sharonbaum is actually past Regan.
Yeah, he has. And
then Maxi Harris is coming through. So Maxi's got some work to do if he wants to get himself back in this championship hunt.
Sprowley went down again.
Well, that'll help.
Yeah,
that'll help Maxi Harris's case, but it won't help Kai Sproul.
It's not going to help Kai. And he gets going pretty quick, but he gave up a couple positions and gets up just in front of Harris.
And that'll only be a 2-point difference, and that'll still give that 1-point advantage to Maxi Harris if they stay where they are. And the rider that was down at the finish line is just starting to get to their hands and knees, so hopefully A-OK there. But we'll check back on them. But it's Archie Black on screen leading this moto with that red plate, with the championship in hand. It's been a great season for Archie Black on this particular bike at these rounds.
No, it has. And just as Kai was about to try and put some pressure on him, he makes that mistake, and Archie just running away again, done what he's done all year on the 85.
So we get a different look there at the backside of the track. And we can see that's Maxi on screen in that white and green coloured gear, trying to chase down Kai Sproul, who after his crash brought him back towards him. But there's all the action for this second, third, fourth position on track and on championship.
Sharaban's in second, and then we got Regan there in third. Regan's now seen that line that Sproul used, so Sproul's not going to be able to use that line again unless Regan switches up and goes back to the outside. I think Regan used it because of the lap riders, and he's seen Sharaban use it, but let's hope he's picked up on that line and continues to use it.
So we can see the track's getting a bit more shaded and a bit less sunlight on it in this afternoon as we're getting through our race program here at Maitland. So we keep an eye on Archie coming through that Motorcycling New South Wales corner. Making his way past some lap traffic already in this moto. Only a couple laps in. Already getting some riders put down a lap down. As he comes over that finish line. Nice. Throws the bike sideways across there just because he can now.
Yeah, I would say there was a nice little bum whip. Goes Sproul up the inside of Regan. And how are they going to exit this next right-hand turn? Can he get it done? No, Regan just nailed that inside right. And Sproul's going to have to go back to work on him. Inside.
I'm not sure what's happened to Maxi Harris in this moto, but he got second in the moto before. He was holding that second position in the championship. Couple of points up on Sproul, but this moto, it's not going very well. He's, down in, fifth, sixth, whatever it is.
And he didn't have a good first moto either.
No, so look, it's not playing out for Maxi Harris at this point, but it's going to play out. Kai Sproul's going to work his way back into second maybe in this championship.
Well, Blade Regan, don't forget about him. He's only 2 points behind Sproul, so if he stays in front of Sproul...
They tie,
and I think maybe Kai's got some wins. So on countback, Kai would win in a tie. So Blade, nothing really Regan can do here. All he can do is just try and hang on to that second place. If Kai gets him, it's actually not going to change Regan's position. Unless, of course, that then allows Harris to actually move up a position or not.
Well, the only thing that would have to happen would be Blade to take then on Duke Sharonbone in second to try and get that extra position up and actually split the equal points if that was where they were to go. So still a bit of racing to go here in this moto. But at this stage, Archie's just doing what he's done most of the season from the front. I think he's only missed out on 2 motos across this whole season. So very convincing championship win here for Archie Black in this 85cc class. You see him still using that very top outside of that Motorcycling New South Wales corner. It seems to be the smoothest, safest option around there for most of these guys. There are a few alternates, but that's the most consistently used line as you see him bouncing around across a couple of the holes there in the lead up. There's that whip again over the finish line. He's enjoying this final moto as he basically takes a parade lap for his championship win.
Yeah, that's right. He's doing it easy right now, really. And when you look at the depth of competition in this class, you think, well, you're not just going to do it easy. There's lots of kids in this class that can win, but he's just making it look easy right now.
So Sharonbaum's still holding second. Sproul's trying to catch up in third. And Reagan's sitting there in fourth. Maxi Harris fifth. So they haven't necessarily spread out too far, but they've dropped just off the back a little bit of Archie. And they're not really challenging each other at the minute, but Kai Sproul is the fastest one on track at a 2:13, a second or two faster than the guys around him. So he's on the move despite that little crash that he had earlier on in the moto.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll catch Archie. The gap from him to the next rider, I think it's just too far.
He sort of threw that opportunity away when he dropped it earlier in the moto, didn't he? He was probably likely to challenge, but yeah, when he dropped it, that was sort of all that was all done. So. And
then again, would it have made any difference? Not really. Archie's still going to get the overall win for the day. The 2 wins in a second. Archie's still going to win the championship. So it's really just that racing for pride.
Well, it might have helped Sproul with the second place in the championship because that 3-point buffer might have helped, but we'll have to see if it must still play out that way anyway.
So anyway, especially if Regan finishes behind him between himself and Harris, and Ryder Birchall's in front of Harris as well.
Yeah, so like I said, Maxi's not having a great final moto here. It's whether the pressure's got to him, maybe he's just not gelling with his track here at Maitland. But yeah, it's not been the day he would hope, considering he's in the chance to get this second place in the championship. See another little whip there and a bit of a rev of that bike from Archie Black and that Sato's Power Sport KTM Australia motorcycle there that he's throwing around.
Well, it's tightened right up now.
Whoa, Sproul has taken Sharonbaum for second.
Yeah, he has. And,
So Sproul is moving forward.
He is. And Regan and a few places back, but...
So look, that position for Sproul in second would give him second in this championship. So that's a big move there to catch Sharonborough.
Yeah, and last lap as well. One to go. I don't think Maxi's going to be able to close up the time on him, unfortunately.
No, and I dare say where he's sitting as well. Where's Regan? Because Regan's only 5 points back from Maxi Harris, and Maxi being in sixth there. If Regan can get himself maybe in the third here on this last lap, that might be enough for him to secure third in the championship as well and drop Maxi down to fourth. So Maxi might want to try and do something here and get that fifth place back because Blade Regan's in fourth at the moment. So he might still grab that.
Yeah, I don't know. Harris he's not clocking a good lap time at the moment. It's almost like he's just cruising in that position. Definitely not moving forward. But
well, this race is sort of winding up here on this last lap. We've probably got half a lap to go, maybe not even for Archie, depending on where he is. I think he's coming towards the finish line.
Yeah, he is. Oh, there he is. He's in the whole shot corner out the back. But two, three turns to go. There's a rider down. They've got flags out that he's got to just carefully, it was down that straight, gets by. And, take a bow, Archie Black. It's, he won round one, clean swept all the motos. Come finish second overall of round two. And he's come out today and, won all three motos again. So, he again, didn't get lucky. He won the championship.
So Archie Black is your champion in the 9 to 12 years, 85cc category. Kai Sproul's come across the line in second, so that's going to give him second in the championship.
Yeah.
Duke Sharonborough comes across the line in third, Blade Regan in fourth. We'll have to check and see where that puts the positions for the third position on the championship. I think that might still just hang on to Maxi Harris, but we're not 100% certain. He's yet to come across the line, so we'll see how that all plays out. But Archie Black, your champion in this class.
Well, there's Harris there crossing the finish line.
Yeah. It's like we said, not the motor that Maxi was looking for there in this final one for this class, but not all of them go the way you hope they do.
Yeah, so we're going to be coming up, that was the end of the 9 to 12 85s. Archie Black, you could say unofficially, officially, the New South Wales state champion in the 9 to 12 85 class. And some champions are already crowned, others are having to be crowned after the final moto. We watched a really exciting race. Previous race with the 15 and 17 125s where the 2 points leaders were tie on points coming in. And those close battles coming right down to the wire. Our next class will be the 6 to 9 50 cc's, and in that one, Archie Blanchett is already wrapped up.
No, I don't think we're on the 50s, Mikel. I
Sorry.
think we're on the 12.
Oh, yeah, we're on the 12.
14,
so that's the next
and
one.
14, 16, 85, our combined class.
Yes.
And so we've got some updated positions here for our championship to let you know as we head to the gate drop here. So in the 12 to 14s, Blake Bohannon is on 188 points, 6 points up on Seth Thomas. So, like we were saying about that one, a bit hard for Seth here, but he's going to have to get a moto win and hope that something happens a little bit to Blake Bohannon. In the 14 to 16s, it's Josh McCloskey leading on 171. He's taken the championship lead over Tyson Williams, who's had it the whole way through this championship up until this moto. He is 3 points back, so it is a winner-take-all scenario in that particular one with Tyson and McCloskey. 2 points, sorry, my bad, 2 points.
Well,
so
he's got the same number as his points. 169 is his riding number, and 169 points is what he has. But like you said, more importantly, he's 2 points off the lead. So it's between those two. And what makes it interesting is the fact that it's a combined moto. So there's riders that aren't going to take points away, but they're going to get in the way potentially. And McCloskey's been better on the starts. He's been in the top 5 every single start, where Tyson struggled on the start. So.
Yeah, Tyson hasn't been quite the same since Lake's opening round, where he won all 3 motos. He has been just off the pace at Dubbo. He was in the 3rd positions mostly, and today he hasn't been up the front much at all. But we're away with this combined moto. Who's our hole shotter?
It looks like Bohannon.
That's the first time for today for him in this class.
Well, I think he looks hungry after that last race, and this is now all-out war between these two. And I think Bohannon's going to want to...
And that's Thomas in second, bud, isn't it? So the two contenders up front, ready to go to battle yet again.
Yeah.
We'll have to try and find our other 2 for our other class that'll be somewhere in this pack as well, and how they're going to shake this out.
Well, from Bohannon's perspective, I think that Seth is actually in a better position being behind. Not that Bohannon is easily pressured into making a mistake, but again, they're racing for bragging rights in this one. Bohannon, he can afford to just let Seth go and not race.
Yeah, he
him.
can just ride second here, can't he? He's got the points advantage.
He's got the points, but I don't think he wants to.
Well, Seth just made the move around the outside as a little mistake and a dab of the foot of Bohannon. So maybe Blake's, now that he's lost that position, maybe he rides just safely along in the back wheel of Seth.
I don't know. He didn't in the last race, though. So
no, but that was that race. This is this race, and this is definite championship contention, and he definitely doesn't have to pass him for those points differentials. So,
well, that's right. He doesn't need to push it. He can ride his lines, ride within himself, within his limits. But I don't know, man.
He's making a move, isn't he? He's not just sitting there. So maybe maybe that's not even crossed his mind yet.
Well, again, at the end of the day, these guys are, how much better is it to win a championship winning the race as well?
All right, so that's McCloskey coming across the line 3rd, and Tyson Williams 4th, right on his back tyre. So
what a race that's going to be. Too bad we can't have a split screen here and watch both of them. But
they both got the memo. They knew what was on the line here, and they're going for it. So this is fantastic.
Sure. Well, look, definitely a closer battle with our front 2. McCloskey and, that was a little bit sideways there.
So Bohannon's got back in front.
Yeah, he's made the pass back. And McCloskey is at least a little bit ahead of Williams there. I think he just made a pass on someone too. But Bohannon, he's certainly not settling for second or settling for a championship. Different riders you go through a career that you race against different guys. And it's just like, not you again,
Well, these two have got to know each other very well at this point, because they are always looking at each other's front or back plates. So
well, they are, but I mean, even from Seth's point of view, like for years, Seth and Dave have been battling, and it's almost like they're a nemesis. But now Seth's got another nemesis, and there's also a Yamaha rider. He's like, come on, But we talked earlier about the riders pushing each other, and that's what makes them so good and so fast. If you've got somebody to push you. Look, Blake is riding a good race right now. But Seth he's searching that track. He's switched outside, inside. He looks like he's got just a tiny bit extra pace through that section. Yeah, he's going to the outside.
He's going around. Nice work there from Blake just to close that line off and that opportunity for Seth there.
No, for sure.
But they're right together as they head into that Kennard's high corner. Blake's made a little overbalance move. And Seth, right in the same rut, couldn't do anything about it. Had to wait until he got out of the way before they could take off.
Yeah.
As we look back to see where our other riders are for that 14 to 16s, the number 4 of Sydney Stevenson has jumped in front of both McCloskey and Williams.
McCloskey with a mistake.
Williams is trying to take the inside line and get him. I think he's going to he's made the pass. So we've had a change for the lead in the 14 to 16 side of things. Williams has got back in front. Will that stay that way for long?
Wow.
McCloskey will be spewing with that little effort that he made there, and then just mistake in the corner to give it to Williams. So
yeah, that's right. Look,
won't be happy.
I don't think that one's over though.
Oh, no.
McCloskey's going to, I reckon he's going to throw the kitchen sink at him.
Well, he should. It's the final moto of the championship day. So
well, it is, and it's for the championship.
Exactly.
Where with these front two, it's not. You know, these guys are just racing to say, hey, I beat you, or the other way around. Blake trying to break him right now, but look, Seth is. These two, they've just got they're so close in pace that. I don't think Blake can actually break Seth or the other way around. I think it's just really who's going to win the dogfight.
Yeah, who doesn't make the little mistake that gives the other one just a tiny advantage? Because that seems to be what's happened with these two. Did Seth just make a little mistake and drop off a tiny bit there?
Little one. He nearly tucked the front, and that would have been the end of this battle. But he's able to close up before, and he only lost a tiny bit of ground. There is a lap rider there. And they both clear that rider pretty cleanly. And try and scroll back to our
4th and 5th on track.
4th and 5th, who I think are right on top of each other.
Well, they're actually not so close at the moment. Sydney Stevenson's still holding 3rd on track. Tyson Williams is 4th on track.
Sorry,
there's probably a 2 or 3 second gap
battle
there to McCloskey now. So he's just dropping back just a fraction off the back wheel of Tyson Williams in this 14 to 16s championship. So there's still battles to go on here because we've still got time. We've got plenty of time in this moto.
Yeah, we do. And Williams has done a great job to actually pull away.
Well, actually, that's not actually McCloskey behind Williams.
Oh, okay.
McCloskey has dropped off about 5 spots. He must have put it down.
He must have put it down. Well, that's
the pressure got to him, let's say.
Oh, look, it does. Just seeing the bike
bit of a twitch there, wasn't there?
Step out for a second. And these two are pushing hard. Like, Bohannon is this is a statement ride from both these kids. When I say statement ride, I'm not talking about this race. I'm talking about today, just from both of them. And they seem to just outdo each other. When I say that, I don't mean as far as who finishes in front of who. I mean, every time I see these kids race together, they seem to just step it up even to a higher level. So we'll see if Seth can actually close up and mount a charge. As like you said, that Tyson Williams McCloskey battle is pretty much over.
And from what we just saw on that track, that one's probably done for the moment. Unless something else dramatically happens, that's done. But Blake Bohannon, Seth Thomas, they are still within striking distance of each other here as they run 1-2 on track in this final moto for their 12 to 14s 85cc category. Nothing between them as they throw both identical whips over the finish line jump. Tackling this left and right section here, New South Wales Mining corner.
Oh, Seth just got that inside, so good.
Side by side as they go. I think Seth's got the upper hand as he heads into that finance by bike corner.
He got him.
And he has. He's taken the lead back.
Yeah, he got a better run out that previous corner and then had the wider entry heading into that next turn. You see Ollie Cole on screen, I think it is, on the 152. And there's Thomas there. Bohannon hasn't let him go. And they are both paddling. They both did a knack-knack coming out of that corner where, if you know what a knack-knack is, it's a trick where you step your foot off the bike. But they both did it by accident. And the inside, they're both in the same spot. So that rut caught their foot, pulled their foot right off the bike. And, they both managed to save it. So they'll have to be wary of that next time around. Bohannon going to different line there over that hump to the inside. Connor had to do that because of the lap riders. Didn't lose any time though, but he does have a lap rider here. He's got to jump over. He does. And see what they do through his next turn. Different options through the split lane. And Thomas starting to edge away a little bit here.
He's just made a little bit of gap here, hasn't he? Just another little bit of breathing room, but it's as quickly as he's done it, he can quickly lose it with just a tiny mistake in one of these rutted corners or straights. So can't rest just yet, can Seth Thomas. He's coming towards the finish area of this track, but I don't think we're quite to last lap boards yet, so there's still plenty of time.
No, that's right, and I think Seth, if he can get a win in this one, get the overall win for the day, it's something. You know, we had that round one where Seth lost a few points on Blake in that one race, and as close as they are, those few points make a difference in the end. So Hannah's still charging after him, though. He's still getting after it.
Well, actually,
something happened to Tyson Williams, because I just seen the scoring have him down in 16th place.
Oh, let's keep an eye out and see, because maybe that title that we're talking about isn't necessarily over.
No, that's right. Yeah. No, look, he's. I'm having a look for McCloskey. McCloskey's in 7th, and Tyson's dropped right out of it. So
yeah, he's down in 16th on this thing. So
something happened to Williams somewhere along the line, and.
Has he dropped the transponder off, or has he actually had a moment?
Well, we'll have to watch next time the riders come through the finish line just to check on. There's Sydney Stevenson, but I think he's a lap. No, he's not a lap down. That's not Seth Thomas.
Now, I'm going to bring up something here that will just remind people of what happened at the opening rounds, because I was looking at my book for the scores for the 12 to 14s, and I had Seth. When you said about Seth lost some points, I'm like, I've got Seth as winning all three motos. And he did, but he got a penalty in the final moto of the day. And that difference of penalty and points dropped him from a 25 to an 18.
Yes.
And that's potentially going to be the difference in him winning the championship or not. So, look, not ideal, but they're going to... This is where it's going to be.
Far from ideal, that's for sure. You know, it's if what could have been, and... But, you know, there was still round 2 at Dubbo that could have gone either way. And, you know, it is easy to pick something. I mean, you know, pick something to say, well, that's why I lost or that's why I won. But, you know, nothing in it between our leaders still as we try and scroll back in the field to see.
Just try and find Tyson still.
Well, there's... It's a 44. I'd say he's a lap down.
Yeah, the 44 is Jai Lees.
Another rider that's been in it today has been Darcy Houston on the 23. He's sort of been a quiet third today. Obviously, these two guys out front are just...
Well, here comes Darcy towards the finish line area of our track. So he's going to come across third on track at the moment. In this combined class. So that's... Whoa! He's found that kicker as well.
He found that kicker as well. That was close.
And not far behind him, I don't know whether it's actually on track or lapped, but that was Eliza Dennis as well, went past. There's 89.
There's Buddy Brown, so he'd be leading the older age group, potentially looking at an overall win today, if he can bring this one home. And Liam Millard just coming through as well. He's trying to sew up third place in this championship. Ollie Chandler... couple positions back. There's the 38.
Well, there's the 59 of McCloskey
in front of Stevenson.
So we'll keep an eye out for Tyson Williams at this point, because he was the man that was in front of McCloskey and running third on track for a minute there, but we've seemed to have lost him at the moment.
There's Sproul. Sproul on the 208, and then the 191 of Levi Ellis on the Yamaha.
Now we're on the last lap board is out here, and I think we're going to see as Seth Thomas comes to the line, he's going to get the moto win.
He is, and the overall for the day.
Yep, and Blake Bohannon's coming through in second. Yep. So that's 1-2 there for our 12 to 14s, 85s.
Great contest between those two,
and
right to the end.
And that'll mean that Blake Bohannon is your state champion in that particular class.
That's right.
So well done, Blake Bohannon and the Yamaha team there that he rides for. So as we look for our other riders coming through the finish area, we still haven't spotted, and here he is, Tyson Williams. He just came through again, no goggles on. So he's had another crash maybe?
Yeah.
Or something with the goggles that's gone on?
I don't know if it's a goggles thing. A lot of riders, when they have a crash, they take their goggles off and go, I'm done. And it just looked like that body language that he was done too.
Well, we'll be waiting here then.
McCloskey still needs to finish this race.
McCloskey to come across the line, because that will then confirm that he is the champ in that 14 to 16s 85 class. So probably he only just came across not long before the finish flag came out there. So probably another 20 seconds or so before he gets himself across this line and confirms that he is a champ.
Well, Eliza Dennis coming through in 4th place there behind
there's Buddy Brown.
23 at Darcy Houston. So Buddy Brown winning
Liam Millard across the line.
race in that older age group. The overall's probably still going to go to McCloskey, because
and here is McCloskey now. So he's just crossed the line there, so that should mean that he is the champ.
And he knows it too. He puts his head back. He would have seen Tyson on the ground
more than likely
when he went past him, and probably couldn't believe it, because when he went down himself, he probably thought, that
was the end of it. Yeah,
I thought he was done, and until I seen the timing. But wow. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, busy end to that particular moto with the two classes running combined today. So a lot happening there, but your two champions are going to be Blake Bohannon and Joshua McCloskey in the two particular classes. So awesome racing there. And we're going to just have a bit of a break here in our coverage of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Round 3. We've only got a couple motos left here and a few more champions to crown.
So what do you think's going to make you have a good race today? What are you going to have to do to get up the front?
Just not crash and keep in the main lines, don't go out of them, and that should go good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, dude.
A good start for sure, but probably just you need to keep your momentum. You can't let off the throttle.
So the advice from Levi is keep it wide open. Good work, buddy.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, we're here with Archie Black, number 86. Archie, that was an awesome race, dude. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, I just got a spot on start, and then the whole race I didn't even know where I was, but I got through it, and everybody was just going all over the place. I had to go through it. There was no jumping and everything. It was just gnarly.
So the conditions out there are pretty wet and sticky. What's the trick to getting to the front and stay in there?
I don't know. I was so nervous coming in because I don't really like mud, but I think I'm a mud rider now.
Mate, I think you are a mud rider too. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, we are back with our coverage on day one of the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles here at Maitland. We are deep in Moto 3s now. We've got our 50cc 6 to 9 year olds on the gate here, ready to go. You can hear them.
Go. Wow, what a start from the outside. Deegan Mumby has been amazing out of the gate. And look how small he is. He's probably so much lighter than these guys. He's got that power to weight ratio, and it's working for him right now. He's got Blanchett up into second place very, very quickly. Kirchen's into third. And Blanchett just trying to click off another win. But this is an opportunity here for Mumby. He's got a fifth and a third, and he's got really good starts, but just hasn't been able to, like he did in the last race, he managed to hang on to that third place, but gave up a few positions in that first one. And this is another chance for him to grab some points and try and get this top 3 overall podium today. As Blanchett squeezes up the inside as they head towards the cutoff. Makes quick work of Mumby, and because of that hole shot and with Archie being there just in front of him, Mumby's got some clear track now as Blanchett gets away very, very quickly, and Mumby with a bit of a gap to the next rider, which should be Kirchen. Kirchen going to the inside line around that corner.
Oh, thought a couple of riders would stop there.
Yeah, well, they stopped for a second and they fast forwarded, so it looked like they were on the gas, but...
Well, Mumby in second doing what he needs to do to try and get himself in the second in the championship here. We'll get you an update on these points here shortly as to where the second, third and fourths are in the positions. But as we know, Archie is trying to just clean sweep all these motos for all 3 rounds. So he's definitely out in front and confirmed as your champ already, as we did earlier in the day. But the important points for second, third, fourth still up for grabs.
Well, I'm not sure where Sam Archidiakono finished in that first race. I don't think he had a good finish in that first race, or one of his first or second races, because he was close between himself and Mumby. And so Mumby in great position for second overall. Jackson Merchant just trying to hang on to a third overall.
Yeah, he's been dropping today, hasn't he? And Zio Kirchen then fourth.
Zio Kirchen's
only
nipping at his heels back. And Kirchen is in front of him in this race. Jackson Riley then a few more points back. But yeah, Kirchen up into third. He's potentially looking at third overall in this championship for state titles, which would be...
Jackson Merchant down in 8th, so he's not doing so flash. He hasn't had a good day today in his other motos either, so he needs to find something special here if he wants to hold on to third in the championship, because at the moment it looks like Kirchen might jump him. That's Blanchett on screen.
Oh, he's in a class of his own.
Has been all season with this particular 50cc class. As he comes over our finish line jump here. Massive gap,
he
as
actually
always.
jumped that jump earlier. I think maybe he didn't do it that time because the lap rider was in front of him, but that's a big jump on a 50.
Mumby still holding second, so he's doing what he needs to do, and there's Kirchen in third, so he's doing what he needs to do as well to try and get himself to second and third in this championship. Fourth across the line is the 216. Is that Seymour? It is Quade Seymour.
It is Quade.
Followed closely by Jackson Riley in fifth on the 184.
So Jackson Riley's not out of this. Yes, he's 5 points down on Kirchen, but if he can move up into second place with Kirchen in fourth, is potential that he can get a top 3 in this championship as well. So there's still a lot to play for in the 65 age group, but you know, not for this guy. I mean, although he's got to be careful, he's following the lap rider in that lane, but he's got it all to himself.
Well, he should be looking at some different lines for his next moto coming up on the 65, because he is only 2 points back for second in his class in that 7 to 10 for the 65. So he should be having a look around here and just figuring out what he should be doing for that moto with this massive gap that he's got here in the 50s class.
Yeah, and because he's already got the championship wrapped up and he's got a big lead as well, he can't afford to sort of move around.
Rider just on the ground there that he's just gone past. Duck, you just see the head popping up there just behind the jump.
These kids are so small, they fall off, and you've really got to look to see, especially jumping. Sometimes these riders can fall on the landing of a jump, and no one can see them there until another rider hits them, and next thing you know, you got a pile up.
Well, it's actually, I just remembered too, it's actually good to see Archie up and going all right as well in this rope moto, because he did crash at the end of that moto when he hit the kicker on the finish line. So hopefully that means he's all good and ready to go for that final one.
Well, you'd say so. If he was back on the bike on the 50, he's going to be okay for the 65. But, you know, like you talk about how the track is formed up, and yeah, it's actually turned out to be a great day. And tomorrow I think it's going to be even better because it's had a full day of sun on the track, plus bikes riding it. I was walking around the pits this morning when we were just trying to get everything ready for the day. And, you know, I heard parents saying, I should have cancelled it. This is, I'm not going to mention some of the words. And, you know, look how it's turned out.
It's just fine.
Like, I think what's hard for, it's hard on both sides. What's hard from the competitor's point of view is no one wants to ride in really muddy, bad conditions. But from the organiser's point of view and the club's point of view, you can't just cancel a race day every time it rains. Like, there's only 52 weekends in a year, actually 40 usable weekends roughly when you
take out summer break, Christmas.
Well, lots
Christmas
of
holidays.
things, Christmas holidays, Christmas and really December and January. There's not really anything on. Take out Christmas and Easter. You've got roughly 40 weekends to use. You can't just keep cancelling events and finding new dates, and that hurts other clubs when bigger events like state titles go, well, you know what, we're going to run on this weekend, and then they burn a few club days. But look at, is that Kirchen and Riley battling for that position? And Kirchen gets hung up. And this is what I was saying with Riley. If he can get Kirchen and then go further ahead and make up another position, he can get third in this championship. Was that Riley, though, that passed him? I think it was. But he's still going to have to catch Mumby. And Mumby's been going well in this one. So, but it's actually, no, it's 5 points. It's 5 points. He's going to need to finish 2 positions in front. And there's no way Blanchette's going to give away a win in this one. So it looks like Kirchen might get it by a point. Got Riley on screen, Jackson Riley. Oh, sorry, that's our race leader, Blanchette, on screen, should I say?
On his last lap there through that New South Wales mining corner. Probably got, what, half a lap to go? Yeah. And he's going to get himself a case of 9 wins across 9 motos. So a perfect season for Archie Blanchette here in New South Wales Motocross 50cc class racing.
Well, I think what would be sweeter for him, honestly, I think he always knew he was going to win the 50. I think it would be sweeter for him to come second on the 65.
Well, he's got that ahead of him, hasn't he?
I think he's going to enjoy that more if he can get it. I mean, Hudson Gould will have a lot to say about that. I'm sure Hudson's going to give us his best in that last 65 motor. He's not going to want to give up second place as Blanchette gets another checkered flag, another win. And Gould doesn't ride the, or does he ride the 85 as well? I'm not sure if it's just on 65 or does he do 85. I'm just saying that from a fitness point of view.
Yeah.
Blanchette's having to do his 5th race right now. Like maybe Gould is riding the 85 as well.
So as we look for our second place rider to come through the finish area, we're looking for that 3-2-1 of Deegan Mumby, and here he comes. Ooh. There's someone there chasing him across the line. Well, that was actually the 184.
Right. Did he get him?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the screen to update, but he was very close at the bottom of the jump there.
Honestly, if he did get him, I still think Kirchen gets him by a point. So, like, it'd be a great comeback for Riley because he did charge all the way to the end there. And look, our timing.
No, he hasn't quite got him. Mumby holds him off. Riley in third.
Was it less than 100th of a second?
Yeah. You know? So Kirchen
0.077 or something of a second.
So it looks like the championship will be Archie Blanchette will be your overall winner. The 3.25 of Mumby in second, and the 24 that was in that position will probably drop down and will move up Zio Kirchen into third. Not sure how that will go, how far up, whether the 184 of Riley will jump Merchant or not, or with how close that'll be. So
because he's only going to finish a couple points behind Zio, so it just depends how this where Merchant finished in this last one. But I have a feeling, if I had to guess, I'd say that he has. But Merchant still get that would knock him out of the top 5 completely. Which coming into the day in second place, falling out of the top 5 is that's a hard.
Unfortunate.
That's a hard pill.
All right, well, that concludes our 50cc race. We've just got a few of the riders coming through the finish area. And then we'll be on to our next one. I believe that'll be our 12 to 16 girls class coming up next. So you can see them there, sitting there on their gate, ready for their last moto of this championship.
That's been the Eliza Dennis show.
It has.
For the year. And about to bring down the curtain in this last one.
Well, she also has done the perfect season to date. So she's looking for one more moto to get 9 moto wins here from 9 moto starts. So we'll have to see if she can pull that off. And so far today, I wouldn't bet against that.
So we're here about to go with the 12 to 16, 85 girls, and Dennis trying to get it. Looks like Ada Harris might have it.
Well, we got a 3-way battle into this corner. Ada's going to hold it, but
Layla White?
I think so. Layla's a sneaky good starter. She's got a whole shot before in this class, so she's just showed what she can do off the gate. But Ada Harris has managed to sneak in front of Eliza Dennis here for the early part of this first lap.
Yeah, we'll see what she can do with that. Now, Dennis already looking at making a move around the outside. She does. She clears that tabletop and takes the position. So, great opportunity for Ada to just try and hang on for a little bit. See if she can keep up with her.
Now, in this class, things we should watch for in the championship side of things. Obviously, Eliza Dennis is going to be your champion. She already has got that wrapped up. Ada Harris is going to be wrapped up in second, but our third position, there is 1 point between them. It's the 58 of Jayla Parker and the 288 of Mia Cameron. They are separated by 1 point. So whoever gets in front of the other one here will be your third place in the championship for the 12 to 16 girls. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as this race unfolds.
Look, Jayla has been having a pretty good day so far, and Mia has been having the opposite. So, that also plays a part. But can you hit the reset button in your head before entering the race and go, okay, I still got a chance here. Let's just forget about how the day's gone. But very difficult to do that. If you've had a poor day up until that race, it's very hard to switch to confidence mode. And same goes if you've been having a great day. You're just feeling it. You're feeling good. But as is Eliza Dennis, she was second for about 3 corners, and then she's taken the lead, and now she's gone.
Well, as we see there on the screen in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, that is Jayla Parker. She's third on track at the moment. So she's looking to take that third position in the championship. She's in front of the competition that she needs to be in terms of Mia Cameron.
Is that Cameron in fourth place, maybe?
No, I don't think so. I think that's the 67 of Chloe Hart, and it is as she's come across the line. And then a close battle there for Layla White and Cyprian. And then we've got Mia Cameron, I believe.
So Mia really been struggling on the starts today. As she does almost make a pass. She does on Cyprian, so moves up a position.
track distance-wise, she's not too far back of Jayla, but there's a few riders in between at the moment. So a bit of work to be done there if she wants to try and steal that third position away.
Well, two names I'll mention, McCloskey and Williams. So anything can happen. Not that we wish anything on either of them. I'm just saying that it's not over until that checkered flag's waving.
Very true. As we see Eliza Dennis making her way through that whole shot graphics corner. Over the couple of little jumps there. She's heading in that split lane, taking the outside line.
Well, that middle rut has really formed up well. She was one of the first riders I've seen take that line, and it'd be better than the outside straight away. A lot of other riders using that line as a passing option.
Keep an eye on her through the trees there. The shadows are getting a bit longer. The sun's getting a bit lower. It's going to start getting back in their eyes on a different angle here this afternoon. Sort of spoke about that a little bit this morning. She was very inside on that corner. I don't think I've seen too many people do that today. Maybe the track's finally coming around on that side of the side of the venue as well in terms of a different line option. So,
well, with the shadows that you mentioned before, is that because the sun moves, the shadows are in different spots to what they were earlier. So the challenging ruts that were in the shadows earlier today, it's now in places where you wouldn't expect it until you actually get out there onto the track. Because obviously these riders don't see the track until they actually get out there. There's no sight laps or anything. Just trying to adjust at pace with your eyes to work out the lines. You know, it's not like, it's different if you're walking the track. You walk in the track, you can look at the lines. But when you're actually riding and you're trying to go fast, and then pick lines, it's track's coming up on you quick. You don't have a lot of time to figure it out.
just tiptoeing around that corner, just found a bit of a rough spot there that she didn't quite get the momentum to carry through the middle of the corner there, did Dennis, but clearing that jump nice and easy, making it look simple today and all weekend and all previous rounds. Does Eliza Dennis, really?
She has. And, you know, a very bright future for her. There's been a few young Australian girls that have gone and raced. Obviously, we have one of the strongest enduro teams in the world that does the 6-day every year, and we normally win that, the senior Australian girls.
Very much so, and a couple of them actually from the majority of those teams, Taylor Jones and Jess Gardner got into the Australian Motorcycling Hall of Fame at the beginning of this year, so that was a nice achievement for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's plenty of good women riders in our country, and Eliza's going to turn into one of those, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few in enduro, but in the motocross itself, I mean, you had Daniel McDonald, who was a bit of both. She's steered towards the enduro side of things. I think career-wise, there's a bit more of a career in enduro on the world stage than there is motocross. But there are motocross riders like Meg Rutledge. She went over to Europe, finished second in the World Championships, won X Games, second in X Games, in just a couple that I've seen. So, Meg, and she grew up racing. Back in her day, there were no girls' classes. It was just ride with the boys. And she, even in interviews, would say that's what made her faster. That's what made her aggressive, is that she had to be faster. She had to be aggressive to ride with the boys. And, Charlie Cannon, probably the best Australian female rider at the moment. It's doing a bit of racing overseas as well, getting some great results.
I think she actually got second in the AMA at Hangtown yesterday on time zones. She's still battling through. She broke her finger just before the opening round and had surgery on it the week before, so she's still coming back from that, riding through pain, but getting a second overall. So, yeah, she's doing fantastically well on that Honda of hers. Yeah.
And that just, it gives, someone like Eliza, an anchor point to go, hang on, I can be there, I can get there. It's something to work towards. It's not just, there are a lot of riders that just settle in Australia and have national careers and that's it. But I always say to riders, you can always come back to Australia. You can always come back and race here and get a factory ride, but you get one shot to go and race overseas. And there's been riders in some of the male riders like Todd Waters that have gone and had an international career. Brett Metcalf was another one. Waters obviously went to Europe, and so did Jed Beaton. Waters and Jed Beaton went to Europe, raced there for years, come back to Australia, got a factory ride, raced here. Waters still racing, even though he's managing a team and riding. And so point of the story is, like I said, you get one shot at it, take it, go and do it. And if it works out, well, you might end up staying overseas, but you can always come back here if you want.
So we just keep an eye on the rest of that championship battle that we're talking about earlier on at the start of this moto with Jayla Parker and Mia Cameron. Jayla Parker sits in third on the track, and Mia Cameron's having probably the best moto of the day, maybe in fifth, but just not enough. Just a little bit of a gap back to her behind Jayla. Layla White's actually between them at the moment, fourth on track, so still separating them there, but Jayla's doing what she needs to do to try and get third and that last spot on the podium for this championship outright.
Well, also, Jayla's lap times are a little bit quicker as well, about 4 seconds quicker than Mia Cameron too. So, it's not like Mia's catching her either. And Jayla she's just got to keep the bike upright. If she tips over, the same thing could happen what happened to other riders in other classes. And so she's just got to keep it together for a couple more laps. And her dad will be racing tomorrow in the vets class. He's looking at trying to wrap up a vets title.
Yep.
So, I'm sure he'd want Jayla to finish better, but hey, to finish on the podium, still got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's still a massive effort to get anywhere in any of these races at any time, really. But no, awesome to be third in the championship, the state championship, no doubt. So no less. So we're watching Eliza just make her way around the track here. I think we're getting towards the end part of this moto for her. Depending on where she gets to on this lap, I think she might just miss the last lap. Well, she's going to get it by the looks of it from getting the nod from our scoring partners here. So she's making her way around the back part of the track there. Not far to go for this particular moto.
No, that's right. And just gone through Layla White behind her, and then quite a ways back, big gap to the next rider. Is our race leader is going to get the last lap board next time she comes around, and I think she will also.
She's going to lap a few people here.
Yeah, she will. And
she's just about to catch up to a group of riders. It's going to start with Chloe Cyprian in 7th, and there's not too much gap between 6th, 5th, and 4th there. So if Eliza's on it, as she usually is on this last lap, we're probably going to see her take maybe 3 or 4 of these riders and give them a bit of a shorter effort here in their last moto of the day.
I don't think they're going to be unhappy about that.
No, probably not.
This is a tough track. And the other, with Mia Cameron, if Eliza does lap her, doesn't give her then she doesn't have the chance to do anything.
If anything happened on the last lap for Jayla.
If Jayla was to go down on the last lap, it wouldn't matter because she could take as long as she wants to get up and still finish because
the race is over.
The race is over. Mia's been lapped. So we'll see where Eliza gets to in this one.
So at the moment she's about to take Chloe Hart as she's coming up on her, which will be 6th position. As she makes her way into that particular inside, or that corner there in the middle of the track, I should say.
And I think Mia Cameron's just in front of her.
She is,
and I'm pretty sure with half a lap to go, I think that she'll get her. But again, those straight line ruts, I don't think people can appreciate how tricky it is. Such a fast straight, and to go down that straight with a throttle on, going really fast, and hold your line. Wow.
And as we said, here goes Eliza Dennis. She's gone. Oh, Mia's just gone down, I think, as she got towards that corner. She just overbalanced in her rut, so she's going to lose a bit more time here and a position.
Yeah, well, that's certainly not going to help her cause, and certainly will mean that Jayla Parker should have this 3rd place wrapped up.
So that means Eliza's lapped up to 5th position in this particular moto. Not quite the efforts of Moto 1 where she got the entire field, but still impressive nonetheless. She's making her way around into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner for the last time. That's second last corner on this track.
Well, Layla White's just come through. That'll be the last lap rider. And here comes the finish flag now for Eliza Dennis, the Yamaha GYTR rider. Clean sweep of this class. Top 5, I think, overall in the 12 to 14 overall boys class as well. And a great day at the office for Eliza Dennis, as well as being state champions in the 12 to 16 girls. So that brings an end to the 12 to 16 girls. We should have Ada Harris coming through. Here she is now for second place, and a solid effort. That's Chloe Cyprian, one of our lap riders, also on the Husqvarna. We'll just scroll back to where our second place rider is, and Ada Harris. Oh, is she on the back part of the track? Okay, so still a while to come through, but Ada Harris should be able to wrap up second place in this one with Jayla Parker third, and that should be our championship standing unofficially. We'll go to a break now, and we'll be back shortly with the next race.
Here with Riley Burgess, he's just come off the track. He led that one from start to finish. Mate, tell me a little bit about your race.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Had the boys. It was pretty good. Track was good. It was a little bit muddy, but it was all right.
Now, could you feel this guy here behind you, or were you sort of just riding your own race, hitting your own markers, doing your own thing?
A bit of both. Like, I was riding my own race, and then he backed off, so I backed off a little bit. And he turned it up, so I turned it up as well.
Mate, it was awesome seeing you guys go back and forth. Mr. Jones, you were doing so well there, mate, right up behind him. I noticed that you took a bit of a different line there and lost a bit of space on him. Tell me a little bit about how your race went.
Yeah, it went pretty good. I tried to follow his lines a little and then made a mistake. He got a gap, and then I was just trying to catch back up and didn't manage to get close enough.
It was an awesome battle from both of you guys. Absolutely well done. Congratulations on the win, mate. Awesome battle. Good work, boys.
We are back at Maitland. 2 motos left to run for our day. We are deep in Moto 3 of our format. The gates down on our 65cc 10 to 12-year-old racers, and they're screaming towards that first turn, and that is going to be the 280. Kai Sproul leading them away, as he has done very often off the start, and for all of these motos, he is looking for a perfect 9 in 9 motos here by leading this one out. He's won all the previous motos. Oh, right it down there at the mid sort of part of the pack there. We'll just have to see. Now, championship-wise, obviously, Kai has already wrapped this thing up as your champion for this series in this particular class, but there is some battles to watch out for as we go through this class for second, and there's 3 riders very, very close together. Separated by only 3 points. The 29 of Maxi Harris is currently in second on 145. The 23 of Ryder Magdafiglio is third, equal with the 103.
Blade Regan.
Thank you, Blade Regan, who's also on 142. So there's only 3 points between 3 riders. So whoever gets the...
Whatever the positions are in this one.
Well, almost, because as long as with Kai out front, that 3-point gap doesn't really apply here. So unless Magdafiglio beats Maxi Harris by 2 positions, or Blade beats Maxi by 2 positions, they basically need Maxi to finish behind both Blade and Magdafiglio to actually have them jump him in the standings here. Otherwise, they're going to tie, and then it'll be count back, and I'll leave that to Margaret to work out after that point.
Well, and as I said with Archie Black, his ride today has bumped him into the top 5 at the end of this one. But what I was saying before about the starts, you know, you've seen Kai on the starts on the 65 just be solid, but then struggle on the 85. We've seen Archie struggle on the 65, but whole shot all 385 races. Then you've got riders like Maxie Harris, who start well on both bikes. Let me say that again. Better on the 85. Ryder Matafiglio, also good on both bikes. We've got Blade Regan. He's always been up there. There's Archie Black behind the Yamaha of... Is that...
Hudson Francis is just in front of Archie Black there. But at the moment, it's Sproul, then Matafiglio, then Harris. So at the moment, Harris is doing just enough to secure second, probably by a point over Matafiglio. But if he drops down one more position, then he'll lose that second in the championship. So
yeah, that's how close it is.
It's very, very close in this one to see who ends up on the podium overall.
Well, looking at how the riders have spaced out already, I think it's going to come down to mistakes, not a rider actually riding through, except the only rider that I can see riding through the pack right now is Archie Black, because he hasn't got the greatest of starts. I could potentially see him trying to ride through and pass some of these guys, and that will then change the points ladder. But Sproul in full control on the 65. And I was chatting to Kai's dad earlier this week about potentially him going over to race the World Championships in France. So he's hoping to get selected for that. But that's a maybe. That's
on this 65 class?
That's unofficial, yeah, unofficial. So they're hoping to get that position, and because it's a position that you have to apply for. They have some 65 positions available and some 85 positions available. So it's a great opportunity. We've seen Blake Bohannon do that last year. He didn't go race the World Juniors because I think he was injured, or he didn't get the nod. But he went and raced the MXGP, the MX of Nations. I think the 65s had a class, and
65 Cup or whatever
the
it's called.
65 Cup, and Blake went and he smashed them at that. So lots of opportunities for our young riders to go and race over.
Blake
Regan over the bars.
Oh, and that bike is cartwheeled over the finish line. He's up and about. He's run off the track there. So he is okay, but the bike is still in track. But that was a big one. We've got the red cross out on the finish line for the riders coming up.
Yep. Look, we've talked about that kicker all day, and unfortunately...
He found it.
Another one.
So back to our front. There's our leader, Kai Sproul, as we're just talking about with those potential rides overseas coming up. He's doing what he can here at the moment in terms of showing his case for one of those rides. But with that crash too for Blade Regan, that's going to drop him out of contention for that second position. He's going to end up probably fourth here in the championship based on where Archie Black is in terms of fifth, and being a fair few points back from him. You wouldn't be able to catch him even if he won the race. So fourth position there is going to be confirmed with Blade Regan. So we're down to two. Matafiglio and Harris for the second position and third positions in this championship behind Kai Sproul. And Kai Sproul's continuing the lead. He's got the fastest lap on that last lap around two for this whole series. He's 4 seconds quicker than the next one back there in Matafiglio. So definitely showing how fast he can be.
Yeah, he's put it on these guys in this one, and as you've seen other riders do in other classes, Ryder Matafiglio, he's hoping that Archie Black will turn it up and put a challenge to Harris, and just that would change that. Harris obviously hoping to hang on to his position. That's not Black, that's a lap rider.
That's a 182 down there, I think it was. So that'll be our Joel Thomas. So hopefully he's up and about and getting back going shortly. And unfortunately, he'll be a lap down. We see Kai just rolling that finish line jump still.
Yeah, we do have a yellow flag out there.
Magnifiglio's come over the finish line as well, so he's still holding down second position here on track. We're looking for, there goes Maxi Harris in third, so unless something happens to Maxi, he's going to hold on to this second position in the championship by 1 point. Archie Black through in fourth. Hudson Francis through in fifth. So they've had a bit of a change around. Archie's moved in front of Hudson there on track, so he's up to fourth. Hudson back to fifth. And then there's a big gap until we can find our sixth place rider. So our top five moved away from the rest of this field pretty convincingly at this point of the moto. So we're watching Kai come through, still going reasonably well, going wide around that corner there to miss some of those ruts on the inside to get a good run and a slingshot at those jumps so he can clear them easily, keep his momentum up and not give anyone a chance to get anywhere near him at this point in this final moto for the 10 to 12 65cc category. Took that rut really nicely there through that whole shot graphics corner into the split lane section. Still going outside in is Kai Sproul. Nobody challenging him today on this class. Nobody really challenging him all season, really, in this particular class.
Yeah, not on the 65. I mean, it's, you know, you look at all these kids, they're all relatively close, and then it just takes one of them to step it up, like Kai has on the 65, as Archie has on the 85. But then, I mean, even that last 85 race where Kai got into second, threw it away, that's how close these kids are.
Yeah.
You know, and they've been racing each other for years. They will be racing each other for years to come. As Sproul goes over the finish for the last lap board now. And Matafiglio, he's just done everything within his power. You know, that second place. As is Maxi Harris. It's almost like Maxi knows exactly where he is, where he needs to finish. Like, you know.
Well, they've split the moto positions for this so far. They went 2-3 Maxi and Ryder in the first one, and then 2-3 Ryder Maxi in the second one. So they're going to go the same way. 2-3 again, Ryder Maxi, but this is going to be just enough. 1 point, we reckon, for Maxi over Ryder in the championship here, if they stay exactly as is on this last lap.
And Archie Black hasn't.
He hasn't closed in, has he?
He didn't even jump the finish jump that last time around. There wasn't a flag out, so you know, maybe
he's realised it's the last lap. He just wants to go home.
Well, he wants to make it home, but he'd probably seen it. I think he was right behind Blade when that happened, or close to. So
might have been, might have spooked him a tiny bit and just figured, I'm going to get this moto done and go home and have a shower. Yeah. Half a lap to go here at Maitland for Kai Sproul. He's going to get a clean sheet. He's going to get 9 from 9 here in the New South Wales Motocross State titles. Half a lap to go to finish this off. He's already your champ, but he's just showing you why he's your champ in this particular class. At the front of the field here, making it 9 from 9.
Yeah, and you know, although he's had not a great run on the 85, second, he managed to just, you know, sneak into that second place and just hang on to it. You know, it's still not a bad result, winning on the 65, second on the 85. Like, you know, if you're not going to win, second's the next best thing. So, and for Archie, like I said before, he's going to enjoy a podium, even if it is a 4th or a 5th in this class, because he knows he's state championship on the 85. As Sproul looks over his shoulder, he's got a lap rider in front of him. He might let that guy go. Oh no, that rider's gone off a lap early.
Probably should continue on, but
yeah,
anyway.
but they unfortunately they were so close together. The finish guy had no choice but to flag him. But yeah, he should have gotten an extra lap.
Magnifiglio across the line in second. Maxi Harris across the line in third, so that should be
just enough.
Maxi Harris by 1 point for second in the championship here, but we'll have the scorers confirm that one later on. We won't announce that officially or anything. We'll just check those numbers later on. So, and Archie Black across the line there in fourth in the moto. So that will be the positions there, and there goes Hudson Francis in fifth. So that's your top five for the 7 to 10s. 10 to 12, 65cc. Our 7 to 10s are on the line. This will be our last moto of the day. This is a 7 to 10, 65cc class. So one more field to run through here at Maitland. Round 3, New South Wales Motocross State Titles.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, we are ready for our last moto of the day. Day 1 here at Maitland for your New South Wales Motocross State Titles. The gate is down. It's a 7 to 10 65cc race. Who's going to get your whole shot? That's looking like Eliza Dennis and Hudson Gould going for it, but it's going to be, it's going to be Stella, not Eliza. It's Stella. Confusing our girls on the Yamaha here. Apologies, Stella, but you have got the whole shot here and you are leading away for this particular moto. Last moto of the day, Mikkel.
Well, you know, we know that Stella's got the best chance of winning this race, being that she just got a whole shot and obviously the championship. But when you look at Hudson Gould, he's racing for second, and he's put himself in a good spot for that. As I haven't seen Archie Black, not near the front anyway.
Archie Blanchett.
Blanchett.
You're doing my trick.
I am
confusing the Archies and the Joneses.
Yeah, and the riders starting with a letter B. So, well, they're both Archie B, so we'll just call them that. But Dennis and what you say? You stop it. Stella Harding. Stella Harding just already starting to check out a little bit here. But Hudson Gould, he probably knows that, you know, winning the championships, that's out of reach, but he knows that he can get second, and I think that's what he's racing for. I don't think he's going to even want to try and race Stella for this win. I mean, if the win is there, take it, but it's more so he'd want to be in front of Archie Blanchett, and we'll get an idea when they get closer who is in what position.
You can see the shadows really covering over the track here late in the afternoon at Maitland. A lot of trees around this area here of the track, just shading different parts of it, but particularly that very back section of the track after the rollers. As you see Stella just sort of make a little mistake and a bobble and just end up taking a different line to go through the middle, but I think that's probably where she wanted anyway.
Yeah. Oh, look, she's a good enough rider that doesn't matter where the track puts her. Now, again, looking at the track today, you go, the track's not muddy. What are you talking about? But like, that's just how a full day of sun has formed the track up. I'd actually love to see them do this left and right hand turn.
Well, I think it's got to the point where they could now. There's a bit of a nose high.
Yeah, that
on
was
that
very
one.
close. That was
Across the finish line.
Chase Irvine, I think. There's Blanchett. He's just made a pass there, but a long way to go to catch up to Gould. I think that's going to be a big ask for him.
I think he's about 6th, if I counted that correctly. So, yeah, he's got a bit of work to do to catch Gould. So I'd dare say at this point he's going to be looking at 3rd in this championship.
Looking still
very good.
A great result, but, you know, getting a win on the 50 and second on the 65, especially to Stella, like, you know, it's not a bad ask.
So we watch Stella come through the middle section here of the track. New South Wales mining corner. She's going to set herself up for this jump here. Clear the tabletop, make her way down towards the back section of our track here at Maitland. Standing on the pegs through those ruts. Very nice technique from Stella too.
Yeah, look, she's standing quite deep into the turn, and she probably could sit a little bit earlier, but riders tend to develop a style and like a muscle memory, and they'll sort of stand until they understand that you adapt your style to the conditions. So what I mean by that is, if the rule of thumb is stand to the last bump, but if you notice, Stella was standing, there were no bumps, and she was still standing to the corner because that's how she's learned to ride. But you can go a lot faster sitting down. You don't see guys in speedway standing up around corners. You then go a lot faster sitting down.
I'll counter your argument and point out that Jet Lawrence doesn't sit down in his corners, and he goes pretty damn fast in his.
Yeah, but look how rough those corners are. Those corners got bumps all the way around him, so he has to stand up.
Yeah.
And he's the best rider in the world, and it's
I think I could just
really
counter and
bumpy.
raise with Jet Lawrence every time, so anyway.
You could try. Okay, I'll counter you again and say Jet Lawrence can go faster around a corner sitting down than he can standing up.
I reckon he does. I reckon he can go faster standing up. Have you seen some of the stuff he's done?
Okay.
Anyway, look, it's close.
Put him on a flat, smooth corner. I bet you go faster sitting down. So Stella, we're talking about her style, and it's certainly not a critique. She has that textbook riding style of standing heaps a lot, where a lot of the kids tend to sit down too much, and especially when the track gets difficult. Even over this jump in front of us, you watch the different styles and how riders are front wheel high. Oh, one rider's decided, he's like, no, I do want to try that corner.
Got a rider down on screen as well, 316 there, just getting himself going.
Yep.
Oh, Hunter Higgins with TNC Graphics and MCD Racing supporting him.
Oh, they'll be happy. They got a mention.
Got their 20 seconds worth.
Hey,
so.
mate, you got on TV, you got your name mentioned. So.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. One of the riders has taken that S-bend afterwards and everybody else still skipping past it. They've just taken away the marshal there. They've been directing the kids onto that outside part of the track to the start line, and one fell for it.
Well, look, I think it's actually it's a hard lesson to learn, but it's a good lesson to learn. It's easy for the rider to say, I didn't go the right way because nobody showed me. I mean, this is the third race of the day.
Yeah.
If you haven't learned the track by now, you can't spoon feed the kids all the time. And even parents need to understand that can't get upset. Oh, he went the wrong way because there wasn't a marshal stand there. Dude, it's your third race of the day. It's a lesson. I guarantee you he may not do that next time.
Let's hope not.
Maybe he will, but it's just a lesson. We've seen a couple of kids do it, and again, that's that vision. I think a lot of times it's not that he got confused where to go. If you got your eyes down, by the time he realised that he was in the wrong line, it was too late, and he was already locked into a rut going around the corner. Is that Stella just being really, really careful there?
Oh, look, it's our 316 Hunter again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
After he's got himself going.
He's getting more camera time than the guy in second place.
Yeah.
Who is that again? Hudson Gould?
Yes, it is.
So, Stella's just putting on a clinic right now with one more lap to go. That race went by really, really quickly.
Yeah, she's just taken that last lap board. So 1 lap left here for the day at Maitland. Stella's going to wrap up another win here by the looks of it. That'll make 6 moto wins for her in this championship out of 9. So that's still a pretty impressive effort. It's 2 seconds and a third in the other 2. So very consistent efforts here in the 65 class for Stella Harding.
Just seen Blanchett jump through, Archie Blanchett. He's in 5th place right now. And with 1 lap to go, he's about 15 seconds behind Hudson Gould. I'd say that...
so that's going to be our 2nd and 3rd decided there with that position
much.
from Archie.
Unless Hudson makes a mistake, I don't think Archie will catch him. The race would need to be another 5 to 6 laps, but even then they're running about the same lap times anyway. In fact, Hudson's actually going quicker. That last time around he was a second quicker.
Just watching a few of the kids get through those long ruts that head out towards the back part of the track. Plenty of effort going into that. One of the kids there just getting the foot off the pegs, trying to keep their balance to get into those and around that next corner. But there's the whole shot graphics corner. We're about halfway in this lap. Last lap, there's Stella going through it all. She's into the split lane. Probably very happy with her day today and the fact she's going to take home a championship in the New South Wales State Titles. Can't complain about that, Mikkel.
No, look, I mean, she's lost championships in the past with injury, and where she was supposed to win. When I say supposed to win, we're all supposed to win, but you know, where she's had the championship within her grasp and had an injury and it's cost her, and it's just, you know, that's your biggest competitor as a rider is injury. Like I often will ask the kids, I say, oh, who's your biggest competitor? And then they'll think of somebody in their class. It's injury. Like, injury is the only thing that can beat you where you're sidelined and you just can't race. So, you know, staying healthy. And there's, like, you might go, well, yeah, it's motocross. You're going to get hurt eventually, aren't you? But there are things that you can do to limit the risk of getting hurt. You know, one of the classic ones, as you see her get the checker flag, Stella Harding, is when you go out practicing and you're tired. You know, and as a parent, you've got to pull the kid in and say, hey, you're tired, you're starting to make mistakes. It's time to go.
We've had a change in second on track there. The 418 Malachi has managed to jump in front of Hudson Gould. So a little change there. Not going to affect the championship standings.
No, it won't affect the points.
But it might affect the overall today, maybe. So we're just watching our final riders coming through here.
I'm not sure about the overall because... I'm not sure about the overall because Hudson Gould, I think he finished second in 2 of the races.
He got second in the Moto 2, but I'm not sure where he got in Moto 1. So, look, it'll be decided and announced at the presentation. Let's put it that way.
There you go. It's not our call. It's not our call.
So, look, as we wrap up, we watched the last few riders come across the finish line here for day 1 at Maitland. The Motorcycle New South Wales State Titles here. It's been a pretty awesome day given the lead in with the weather and stuff, and the track crew's done an awesome job to get it to the point that this was really rideable all day for all of our competitors. And we appreciate you watching our live stream here with us. Mikkel Constantino, David Hogan here. We'll be back again tomorrow for day 2. We'll be kicking this off around 8:30 with our live stream. We've got mostly our senior classes out on tracks on Sunday. But Mikkel, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, David, it's been fun and great day racing. Great job by the club to get the track into a position where we could race it today. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for the coverage of the final round of New South Wales State Championships at Maitland.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, Dubbo Regional Council, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics, Dantia. Financed my bike.